Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show, the Diddy trial edition. How you guys doing? Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. Man, y'all should just jump back and kiss yourself like 17 times. Why? Because you made it today. Okay, you made it through the night and you're here today. Let's not forget that. Okay, just make a round of applause for yourself, because you're here on this planet. And like I said, life is a lot better with you in it than with you out with you than with you not in it. How's that? Okay, so just thank yourself for a second. Just thank yourself for a second. I know that sounds weird. And I know this is like, wait, Pascal, we're here to talk about doom and gloom. We're here to talk about the diddler. But just do me a favor, just for like 2 seconds, because we don't do this very often for ourselves. We're always saying gratitude, of being thankful for everybody else, all the things that surround us. But what about us? What about what's going on inside of us? Like, thank you. Thank you to me for being here, alive, breathing. Shoot, how about this? Just thank your heart for continuing to beat, because some people did not wake up today because their ticker stopped ticking. You feel me? Just do that. If you can't even sit there and thank yourself for just surviving another crazy day, for being, hopefully you are good people. I assume you are brilliant, geniuses, and good people. But just for 1 second, just sit back and just be like, you know what? Hey, whoa, man, I'm dope. No, thank me. I thank everybody else. But today, for this one moment, because Pascal said so, okay? I just want to thank myself for a second. I've gotten this far. I've taken this body, this mass, through many things. And I'll also say this, and I don't mean to get on all preachery and get on a soapbox or anything like that, but even if you're in the worst of times right now, think about where you were when you were in the worst of times before. You got through that too, right? You did. So again, just real quick, I just want you guys to sit back and just say, thank me. Man, I got through some things. And I still ended up on the other side victorious. And I'm still on this planet. However long you've been on this planet, it could be 16 years, it could be 78 years. It doesn't matter. You still took this whole capsule that holds all the energy inside of you, the soul, whatever you want to call it, okay? If you just think that there's nothing in us and we pass on and that's it, and we become nothing, then so be it. But no matter what, you took this massive piece of meat, okay? Real talk, filled with veins, muscles, skeletons, hearts, lungs, organs, etc. And you got it through, however, whatever year, whatever age you are today. And all the trials and tribulations that you got through, you're still here. I'm just saying, just be thankful for yourself for a second. Sit back and be like, I accomplished so, I'm dope. Damn. Yes, I am going to jump back and kiss myself 17 times. Because I got through some stuff. And I may be going through some stuff right now, but I'm going to get through it still, and I'm going to come back stronger. Thank yourself for a second, okay? All right. I don't know. Just felt that in my soul, felt that in my spirit, had to get that out, okay? Because you guys are all awesome. Every single last one of y'all. Every single last one of y'all. Yeah, I'm even talking about you. I'm even talking about you. Remember, every second is an opportunity to turn it all the way around. So if you're not feeling like you want to say thank you to yourself, you still have time. Remember, you still got time. Okay, guys, we got to get into this thing. We got a lot to talk about. I love you guys. I'm very blessed to have you guys in here spending the time with me. So I got a few asks before we go straight into the trial of the quinquennial. See, we learn things on this show. So do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button, please, and thank you. If you are watching on other platforms as well, like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, first, of course, hit that reaction button. Then, of course, also on top of that, please make sure you hit that follow button. I'm on all those platforms. Please. Don't forget to subscribe here on my main channel, right here on the YouTubes. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Make sure you're subscribed over there. Just subscribe. Okay, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe. Make sure both notification bells are set to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because a lot of times it's random, except for this Diddy stuff. It's very scheduled out. But a lot of other stuff pops up randomly, so make sure that notification bell is set to all on both platforms, please, and thank you. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, do not forget to check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff out there on that platform, okay, on that website, all right? PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys, we got to get into this conversation. Sorry about that. I know some of you guys are like, I don't need that corny stuff. I don't need to hear that nasty, corny stuff. I'm just here for the diddler trial. Well, we're going to get into it. Okay, we're going to get into that. But I felt it. I just felt like I needed to say it. All right? Sometimes you just got to thank yourself. Just sometimes, okay? Not all the time, because then it gets very narcissistic and very egotistical and all that. But every once in a while, you can look back and celebrate you. And it doesn't have to be on your damn birthday, okay? Every once in a while, because your birthday, you're supposed to celebrate like, I'm alive, you know what I mean? And that's great. Okay. But every once in a while, you need to look back and go, man, I accomplished some things. No, I did some things. No, I'm dope. Yeah. Me. You dope too, but me for a second. Yeah. You don't have to tell the other people that. Just sit back. It's a moment for yourself. Okay. You don't need to get on top of a mountain and basically say, everyone, I just want to let you know, I am the shiznai. Okay, I'm done. You don't need to do that. You don't. Internalize for yourself in your brain. Okay? Maybe you do need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm dope. And it might take you a couple times to say it and to believe it. But say it a couple times and just say, yeah, damn right. I am the shiznai. All right. I'm done now. I'm done. Coffee's working today. The coffee is working today. All right, y'all. Now, if you want to tithe, there's a basket going around the congregation. Please give back if you can. I got some snake oil I want to sell to you as well. It was touched by the Jesus Christ himself, Jesus of Nazareth. He touched them snake oils. So buy it for $99,000 million. Okay, right on my website. God bless you. God bless you. Anyway, let's move on. I was summoning my inner Joel Osteen. Anyway. Oh, but, if there's a natural disaster, you can't sleep in my church. Sorry. But God bless. Keep giving. Keep tithing. God's watching. Anyway, let's continue. Let's get into the conversation, shall we? All right. As you guys already know, today or yesterday, the latter half, because the first half was trash. Oh my God, it was trash. Okay. The first half was bad. Bana fell apart and was destroyed by defense lawyer Nicole Westmoreland. She went in and she went scorched freaking earth on Bana. Okay. Then, and that was bad because she's like, I can't agree with that. It was weird. It was old English responses. It just did not make any sense. Okay. It felt like I was reading transcripts from a Shakespeare play or something. I'm like, what is this all about? She got destroyed. Okay. But then, Jane Doe showed up and she started saying some things. Now, what's interesting is I've been listening to a lot of people who are in the courtroom, everyone from Tisa Tells to Simone Redwine to Make It Make Sense to Armand Wiggins. I've been listening to all of them because they're all in there, and I see them as trusted, commentators within this trial. They're in the room, and what's interesting is that they all have different takes, right? Some feel some type of way about how Jane Doe is presenting herself, basically like, oh, miss me with the nonsense. You were part of this stuff. You wanted to be a part of this stuff. And then suddenly out of nowhere, now you see this as an opportunity to try to bash or destroy Diddy. Some are going, well, I believe what she is saying right now. I'm wondering where the RICO charges, where the STing and the pros stuff is going to be starting to show up and all that, right? So again, there's a lot of things that I'm quite curious about as well. I'm waiting for the defense to show, not defense, I'm sorry, prosecution to really get in there. Okay, like really get all up in them guts. That's what I'm hoping for here in this part in today's testimony, because they got all day. From my understanding, they're taking majority of the day. Okay, but what's very interesting, consuming everyone, all of their opinions, because like I said, it's good to hear everyone's thoughts, right? Even Lauren Conlon. Okay. Lauren Conlon, she's been doing a lot of right out the courtroom takes on this trial as well. And like I said, very different perspectives. Some are close to each other in perspectives, but a lot of it's been very, very different, right? So again, she goes up and she's starting to tell the story of her falling in love with Diddy and then, basically being bamboozled into doing these unthinkable things, doing these freak-offs with Diddy, basically, right? Now, again, how can we... It's a tough one. Let me just say that. It's a tough one because of what we are starting to hear from her, the breakdown of everything. People are like, some commentators are like, you can miss me with the nonsense. You knew that you were getting paid to do X, Y, and Z, and that's the reason why you continued to do those things. Not as a threat, but you enjoyed doing those things. That's why you continued doing it, because you enjoyed what you were doing. But then it's like, okay, if they're saying the same thing about Jane Doe, can't they say the same thing about Cassie? Just saying. But again, like I said, what I heard yesterday was the start of a relationship that looked like it was just romance at the very beginning. And then out of nowhere, he decided, I'm going to start massaging and finessing this woman into doing something that maybe she never thought of ever doing. And that he got her. Bang. He's like, I got you, girl. And then made her do those things and got her stuck in that lifestyle. That's what I'm hearing so far, at least with what prosecution is laying out. Now, again, it all depends on what's going on today. It all goes down on how prosecution lays this out. And they have to make it abundantly clear the crimes that Diddy did on this Jane Doe. Now, I already know people are going all crazy out there where people are saying, you know, people are already trying to put the woman's name out here. People are already putting their assumptions on who it is and all that stuff. And I'm going to tell you this. I can't really say much on that. Okay. I already know that like a lot of people are starting to put her name in basically not dox her, but put her information out there and who she is. It doesn't take much thought on starting to do the math. Okay. It's easy math, long story short. But again, it could be anybody, right? The assumptions seem to be close. But again, I'm telling you right now, we don't know who this is. Okay. And what she says is pretty sad. I'm going to be real. It's sad. But at the same time, I keep looking at, okay, this is a woman that has been very, what's the word? Privileged. That's what some other people are saying, that she's just some professional baby mama. That's what they literally said. Okay. She is a professional baby mama. She's not somebody who wants to work. Not like that. You think that she'd be more than happy to roll up her sleeves and start, you know, flipping burgers and cooking fries, frying some fries? Hail to the no. Okay. So I can see why some people are instantly like, you know, side-eyeing her. Not a hard side eye, but a soft side eye, because they're like, girl, you lived in a world of privilege. You were living off of basically child support and taking photos of yourself and posting them on the Instagram. That's it. You're just posting things on social media. Yes, she's, you know, like I said, we don't know who it is, but she's pretty enough to get sponsors and get paid to pose with a, you know, with a product and post it on Instagram, right? Post it on social media, right? So, right, Troy, like, you know, you ain't going to be, you know, you're not willing to roll up your sleeves and work at the local plant. You know what I'm saying? That's what people are saying right now, right? Yes, phenomenal. Yes. Yes, we're side-eyeing gingerly, right? A lot of people are gingerly going, some are side-eyeing hard, like horde. They're just looking at her like, stop. You a professional baby mama. Stop. You saw more opportunities for more money, so you did whatever you could to keep a very, 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 very rich man happy. Now, I don't know. Real talk. Like I said, I get it. I get that perspective. I get that take. But she could still be a victim. I leave that out on the table. She could still very well be a victim of this stuff. And it could be within the Freakoffs. Hear me out. And we've talked about this with Shannon Sharpe, okay? Black pleather straps. Let's talk about this for a second. Shannon Sharpe and his Jane Doe, okay, who was obviously exposed by him, which was not the greatest move, okay? But nonetheless, they had a consensual meeting of two people, okay? They were doing their own versions of Freakoffs, except, and I don't know how much they filmed or anything of that sort, but they were doing their own version of Freakoffs, right? At one point, and it was all consensual until she said no. She said no mid-stroke. Now, here's the thing. If someone says no, you stop. Doesn't matter how good it feels, no matter how messed up you are, how deep in it. Doesn't matter. As soon as they say no, you stop. That's what happened with Shannon Sharp. Now, here's the thing. With Diddy and this Jane Doe, this could seriously be the same thing. Could seriously be the same thing. She was down for it until in the throes of the moment, she could literally go, wait a second. No. Where's the protection? Where are the Jimmy hats? Where's this, that, and the third? I don't feel protected. I was fine with this in the beginning, but what's going on here? I can't do this. If she's saying those things and he's like, oh, no. You need to keep going, girl. Finish strong. You got this. That's a problem. That's a big problem. But that's the kind of stuff I'm waiting for. Like I said, she could be totally about it. Walking in that mug, going, ooh, I can't wait to go and do this Freakoff. Got a bottle of champagne and a bag of Mickey D's running in, super excited. Woo, we're going to have fun, right? But in the middle of it, and she's like, wait, whoa. Where's the protection? No, we talked about this. Where's the protection? I'm not cool with this. No, I don't know where this guy's been. I just met him. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Why am I doing this with this guy without any type of Jimmy hat on? What the hell's going on? As soon as she's like, no, I'm not cool with this, the game is over. The moment the Freakoff is over. But if he's pushing her and making her like, finish strong, girl, like he did to Cassie, he got a problem. He got a problem because that is a level of coercion. Oh, man. Okay, you don't want to do these Freakoffs no more? Damn. Okay, well then, I guess I'll just give you like 3 more months on your rent, $10,000 a month on that big ass house. I'll give you about 3 more months of rent, okay? Okay, but I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna keep it moving over here. What do you think she's gonna do? No, never mind. When's the next Freakoff? I'm so down for it, Ernie. Right? I'm so down for it, Schnookums. Right? So again, we're going to see. Yesterday was very interesting. Yes, I can understand everybody gingerly side-eyeing her. Okay? Basically being, oh, no, you a professional baby mama. That's it. You just wanted another man with a whole lot of money, and that's it. Okay? You're liking your easy, laissez-faire type of lifestyle, and you now you wanted to make it even more laissez-faire. Okay, you just want to make it more easy for you just by riding this pony, right? But she didn't know. She bit off more than she could chew, and then now she's trying to get out. Exactly, Lisa. It's like both things can most definitely be true. Okay, both things can be this be true at the same mother loving time. Okay, so again, very interesting stuff. By the way, for the members of the family, okay. First off, thank you so much for being a member. I really do appreciate it, all y'all. Okay, welcome to the families. For those of y'all, please hit that join button, consider becoming a member and all that. But I do want to say this. Shout out to S-Dubs. I appreciate the black leather straps. We got a bunch of new emojis. And when I talked about it a couple days ago, S-Dubs wasn't on. So I do want to give her credit where credit is due. So we got some new emojis for the members, okay? They're all in there. So if you become a member, you can use these new emojis. And S-Dubs was kind enough to put those together and make them. So shout out to her. Thank you so much for making them. So I just want to make sure the credit is in there. Okay, so we got black leather straps, hibbity dibbity, and Famburger. Okay, and then of course there's a bunch of other ones still in there too, like Him Guilty, etc. Okay, in these streets and all that. Okay, but feel free to use the members emojis. More will be coming. I promise you. It's been a crazy couple weeks. Okay, so Literally, as soon as I leave this room, leave the show, I'm running off doing 15 different things. So when I get time, I will add more stuff because there's a lot more that I've even made that I'm going to add to the family chat emojis. So get ready because we still got plenty of time with this Diddy trial, but we got a lot coming. Okay. Just so you guys know. All right. But anyway, as I was saying, everyone should gingerly side eye her, right? But I think it's going to be very interesting to see what they've done in the past hour and a half. And I think it's going to be very interesting, right? So hold on, drink. So again, I think this is going to be interesting. I think it better get super crazy here and damning for Diddy. If not, it's going to be like, then why prosecution did you bring her in? Why? If she doesn't have anything incriminating to say about Diddy, what's the point of her even being on the stand? So hopefully this is going to be a very damning testimony today by Diddy. Yes, I heard about the Charlie Love. Yeah, Charlie Love. Yeah, I heard about the audio. I heard about it. And Nicole B., I saw this. You said it earlier. I heard about Ray J leaving the country. I don't know if that's true, but I heard about him leaving the country. I heard, but I haven't seen any. I haven't looked it up to see if there's any confirmation of that. But that's crazy. Okay. The other thing I do want to say before we continue, before we go into this, all right, she did say that she remembers going into these freakoffs, and these freakoffs were getting set up by people, by assistants from Diddy's assistants. So his team would go in there like a damn setting up a set for a movie, right? You got your grip, you got your you got your grip. You got your DP. Oh dear Lord. Even the names for the jobs on a film set sound spicy, sound zesty. But you got all these people setting things up, setting up red lights as she's walking in. And then all of a sudden they disappear. And then she walks in. She's in scriptless heels and lingerie. And he's just chilling there, probably in like some silk robe, trying to look like a black Hugh Hefner with a mask on or something. I don't know. And then he greets this dude, this S-worker from Cowboys and Angels. Howdy, man. Bring him in. And then he is putting baby oil all over her, and she's doing the same. And then they start going into the hibbity dibbity as Diddy is in the corner, not in the spotlight, but losing his religion while he's watching his girl, who he says is one of his girls, getting dug the F out by some random guy with a juicy hog. That's literally what's going on here. Have mercy. So she confirmed that too. She confirmed people are working for him, setting these things up. This is not looking good for Diddy. But again, let me remind you, anything's possible when the direct happens, when the cross happens. When that cross-examination happens, she could fall apart. Remember what we heard from Banna? Remember what we heard from Mia? We heard all those things. Oh, wow. Damning. And then the defense came in and just poked holes out of their little sailboat, and everything went sinking down. So we will see what happens here. Okay? So this is going to be interesting. So let's take a look at this, shall we? Appreciate you guys for being here. All right. Just a little warm up. All right. Remember, you are loved. Don't forget that. Hit that like button down below, please. And thank you. Let's get it to 1K. If we can get it to 1K, before lunchtime, that would be dope. Okay. And I'll do the same thing as I did yesterday. Play the halftime, lunch show from Law and Crime, which they've been doing fantastic coverage over there. Okay. I'll play that while I go on my lunch break and all that as well too. Okay, so hit that like button down below, and then of course I'll come back and we'll rock out the rest of the trial. Hit that like button down below. Of course, do not forget to hit that subscribe button. We're literally this close to 170K. So if you guys could hit that subscribe button, that'd be greatly, greatly appreciated. Okay, so let's get into this. Okay. All right. So this is just a little bit of a breakdown about what happened yesterday. So yesterday, Jane Doe, okay, his former girlfriend, apparently his girlfriend, let's be real, his girlfriend to all the way up to the moment he got arrested. So she stuck around with him till he got arrested. And I kind of curious as to why. Why would you stay with somebody if you know he's already in trouble? If you know, but again, like I've said before, there's a lot of people that feel trapped in their toxic relationships. They feel like they can't get out, so they stick around, right? Or they think that they can't do any better. She's like, I'm with Diddy. I can't do no better. And if the baby daddy that she has is also celebrity too, I don't know. Maybe she's like, I only want to date up. I don't want to date down. Right. So maybe that's what it is too. I don't know. But Mimi, hold on real quick. Mimi, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really, really do appreciate it. Mo, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super chat. Love your coverage. Jane is different than Cassie. Absolutely. Jane stayed until, I just said that. That's crazy. But yes, Jane stayed until he was arrested. I'm curious what he shows them in the beginning to hook them. Yeah, I'm wondering that too, right? She stayed all the way till the moment he got arrested. So remember, when they arrested him, there was a whole bunch of paraphernalia and substances all strewn throughout the hotel room, pink powder in various areas, etc. Why? Because he was doing freak-offs. He had baby oil and Astroclide. He had all kinds of stuff out her, okay? Because he was doing freak-offs. Because he said, one last hurrah before I go. That's what he did. He's like, I gotta get it all out of my system. We got to go buck wild, though. This got to be a sea of D, okay? A sea of hogs. That's what he wanted. Okay? He's like, okay, I got to rip the whole Band-Aid off. I was nice before, Jane. Jane, I was nice before, but I'm telling you right now, I'm about to get arrested, so we ripping the Band-Aid off. We about to just bring them all in. F this ish. There's going to be hogs everywhere. And I'm going to watch in the corner. And then he got arrested. And she still was doing it at that time. Why? The way that the prosecution is trying to set it up, to make it seem like she had no choice, that she was forced to be in these things or she would lose her livelihood. She would lose her way of life. She would lose her house, etc. Because he had control of all those things. Kind of like what happened with Cassie. He had control, complete control over her career, over her, what she was, everything, all the way down to what she wore. Her career, her home, her car, her phone, everything was controlled by Diddy, right? Pretty insane stuff, right? So and it's insane what people do for monies. Insane. Like I said, at some point, you just got to be like, man, I'm going to flip burgers. I don't care. I don't care if I look this good. Okay. I still got to feed my baby. You realize how messed up that is? Hold on. Do you realize how messed up that is? That she would be like, okay, I got to drop off I got childcare coming. Susan's coming over to watch, Lil Ray Ray. I don't know the kid's name. Okay. But, somebody said Lil Ray Ray. Nice little throwback. But again, I gotta find a little, somebody to watch Lil Ray Ray so I can go and smoke some pole. I'm just being real. That's insane. Do you realize that? Diddy called, I gotta go. And then, Susan, thank you so much. Okay, yeah, okay, I'll be back. If I'm walking weird, just don't ignore it, or just ignore it. Okay, just ignore it. All right, I gotta go. I gotta go. This $10,000 a month house ain't gonna pay for itself, so I gotta go do some work. Thank you, Susie. Okay, I appreciate you watching him, but I'll be back. Right? And then she'd be gone for 3 to 5 days. Real talk. That's insane. At some point, you're gonna be like, you know what? Flipping burgers sounds fire, though. I will do that. F it. I'm not doing this no more. I can't even walk normal no more. God knows what kind of things she's catching. You see what I'm saying? So, dear Lord, it's ridiculous. So, insane. Hey, with that McDonald's, at least you get some free food out of the spot. I know, shoot, they pay pretty decent at McDonald's. I'm just being real. Okay? Shout out to all you McDonald's workers, okay? Thank you so much for what you do. Okay? Those burgers are fire. When they're fire. When they're needed, they are needed. All right? I will never talk down to a job like a McDonald's or a Burger King or Wendy's or any of that sort, okay? Everybody got to make that money, all right? There's no shame in that game. Make your mother freaking money, all right? Support your family. Support your lifestyle as long as it's a clean lifestyle. But at the same time, she wasn't even thinking about like, okay, maybe I'll go get a temp job or something, Or maybe I could take some of the money that I'm getting from Diddy, all right, and I can buy my own buy my way out of this situation, buy my own freedom, right? Okay, if he's dropping 30, 20, 30, 50, whatever grand every single time, take some of that money, invest it in something. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Find a way out if you're not happy. And I know, I'm not trying to shame anyone. I'm not. I'm just saying, if you're miserable, find a way out, guys. Take that money and stack it up and double that money up. Buy a little real estate, flip a house or something. I don't know. Do something, Just saying. I'm on your TV. Okay. What's up, Lee? How you doing, Lee? Hopefully I look good on the jumbo screen. Okay. So anyway, let's continue. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry for going off on that tangent. I just feel some type of way about this, and it's the same thing with Cassie as well. And you got to remember, if you notice, he plies them with substances. That's how he reels them in. And then he's like, now that I got them fully dependent on me, on my power, and they're hanging on every word I say, and they're dependent on the fact that I give them that good substances. Now I can get them to do whatever the hell I want. Right? And that's exactly what he did. He's buck breaking these women. That's what he's doing, y'all. Nicole B said, bring back shame. Shame. Yeah, I don't think it ever left. Isn't shame the cancel culture thing? Isn't that the whole getting canceled? What getting canceled is all about? It hasn't really left. They just packaged it in a different way. It's the same thing, just a different name. But let's get into this. So, former girlfriend, she testified, this is from yesterday. She testified that she shared a loving relationship with Diddy in the beginning of 2021. After her first Freakoff, however, she said it became a Pandora's box situation in which she felt she had no choice but to oblige. So, these spicy sessions could last between 24 to 30 hours with no sleep, she said. As a single mother who came to depend on Diddy, I felt an obligation because I knew he was paying my rent, she testified. Now, here's the thing. If she has a lot, if her child support is a good amount of money, And if that was the money that she was living off of, was she really that broke? Because on top of that, isn't she making content? Isn't she modeling and making money through that as well? So is she really that broke? Because I'm assuming if the guy is a wealthy man who's paying the child support, she clearly was making enough money, right? And she did OF, right? This Jane Doe did. I thought okay, from my understanding from the transcript, it seemed like she was not doing OF at that time. But maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, I don't know who it is. There's speculation on who it is. I don't blame the speculation. I'm just saying, if this girl really said she went to OF, it sounded like he had a lot of reservations. Diddy had a lot of reservations about her going to OF. So maybe she did go to OF, but still, she's making money off of OF too. So what the hell's going on here? Right? I need the money. Okay, you didn't have to pick a $10,000 a month house. You really didn't. You could have done a $5,000 a month house, and in a decent place, in a decent area, and pocketed that other $5,000. Then on top of that, your child support. Then on top of that, your modeling gigs that you're doing. I mean, come on now. Come on, man. Come on. Okay. Like I said, she's like, I needed someplace beautiful for my hard work. I'm going to say something. I don't think it's going to make people a lot of people happy. I'm going to say it though. You know what aggravates me more than anything in the world? Beautiful people. It's not just women. It's beautiful people who think they are, what's the word? That think that they deserve everything just because they look good. Oh, because God, parents, the genes that your parents mixed together to make you. And yes, it's a 1 in a trillion, 4 trillion, of a chance of you being on this planet, but then also at the same time to come out good looking, right? But suddenly people feel like, oh, I deserve this because I look good. Shut up. Yes, entitled. Thank you, guys. Thank you. This entitlement is killing me. You mean to tell me that just because you came out the velvet curtains, okay, you were born into this world, okay, made your grand entrance and you look good, that therefore you deserve a $10,000 a month house just because you look good? What do you do with that body aside from doing Freakoff? Like, I'm not saying her. I'm just saying good-looking people in general. It's like, oh, I deserve all these things just because I got a six-pack. Really? Are you actually working for that? Or is it just because you came out the womb like this? You got a little bit better genes, okay, that fit to what the world sees or deems as beautiful right now. Right now. Literally, that's the only reason why. Because you came out the womb looking good. Stop. Stop it. You know what I think is fire? People who do look good, that are just great looking people, that are humble, good people, and they work really hard for what they got. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not saying anything about OF. I'm not saying about S working. If you found out that's how you want to make your money and you enjoy that, if you want to be in adult films or whatever and all that, do you, baby. Do you. Okay? All right? Because that's a lot of hard work. Pun intended. But it is a lot of work too. But those that just sit around, laying around just saying, oh, I look good, feed me grapes. Feed me grapes. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Those are the people that have never seen or know what hard work really is. And that aggravates the hell out of me. Oh, I look good, so I deserve this. What do you deserve? Shut up. But that's just me. Yeah, I want $10,000 a month because I look good. Stop it. Because eventually those looks will fade. And then that guy who's spending all that money, or that person that's spending all that money for your rent, for your cars and all that stuff, they're going to be gone. They're going to be going to the next young, good-looking thing, that young, bright, shiny thing that you used to be back in the day. I'm just saying, okay? It's just ridiculous. Okay. Let's get to work. So she returns today, day 2 of her testimony. This is going to be interesting. So, former girlfriend of Diddy's, going by Jane Doe, is back on the stand for another day of testimony. The prosecution will continue direct questioning of what is supposedly their last witness in the trial. This is their last witness, y'all. Woo! This is going to be crazy. This better be good. This better be mother-loving good. That's all I'm going to say. Let's move on. Man, if they drop the ball on this mother-love, this is going to be bad. I'm just telling you. This is supposedly the last witness for the prosecution in As the Gavel Strikes. So this is going to be interesting. Da, 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 as the gavel strikes. Let's go. So Combs didn't want to use protection. His former girlfriend testifies. What role? We've heard these claims before, right? So Jane was asked what protection she and entertainers used during quote unquote hotel nights, right? And she said they used none because Diddy did not want it. So Jane said she asked Diddy at least twice if the entertainer could wear a Jimmy hat. The second time she asked, they were at a hotel, Miami hotel, and he responded almost incensed and guilt-tripped her. Quote unquote, he said he didn't want to see a rubber while he was watching, he said. So he has a huge problem with seeing protection on the hog whilst they're doing these freak-offs. That throws him off. Soon as he sees anything rubbery, I can't. It's soft. No. Take it off. Take the Jimmy hat off. I can't perform. I can't do it. It's soft. That's crazy. Jane sobs as she describes encounters with these S partners, okay? During these hotel nights. So, Jane broke down in sobs as she described encounters with S partners during alleged hotel nights that she could go on for multiple rounds. So, when she wanted to stop for the time, she said she would tell Diddy that she was tired, to which he would respond, "You're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's finish strong." We've heard that before. We've heard that same thing before. Finish strong. She said through tears, she didn't know why she didn't outright tell Diddy she wanted to stop, and that he would give her multiple doses of X per night in order to keep her awake. Crazy. CR, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much for the support. It means a lot. So finish strong, girl. I need you to finish strong. Oh, hold on. Just want to make sure I'm in the right spot. So, witness testifies that she needed substances to get through these hotel nights. So, Jane said she felt like she had to take these substances during hotel nights with Diddy because when I wouldn't, it would just feel too real. Something she said she didn't want to experience. I just wanted to kind of just feel like it would just make things easier, she said, as she was beginning to break down into tears. She said she attempted 2 hotel nights without substances. The first, she said, she didn't like it. The fantasy wasn't there. It was way too real. It wasn't easy, she said. She ultimately asked for some substances, after which she felt a whole lot better. She felt much better. The second time, she said she wanted Diddy to get sober because she cared about him so much. He agreed to take 30 days off of these substances, but said, let's just have one more sobriety party. So he's like, all right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, but let's just do one last hurrah. Okay, I'm going to get sober, I promise, but let's just do like one last crazy one, and we're going to say goodbye to this for like a month. How about that? Because he can't quit her. He just can't quit these freak-offs. I can't quit you. You know what I mean? So, the longest hotel night lasted 3.5 days, 3.5 days over New Year's Eve in 2022. And this is what Jane Doe said. So Jane Doe said the longest hotel night was 3 to 3.5 days over New Year's Eve over New Year's in 2022. She said she did not sleep at all and stayed awake with X. The shortest hotel night was about 12 hours long. That's still long, man. Diggity damn. When asked how she stayed awake, she answered through the use of X, caffeine, water, and protein shakes. So she had she still wanted to she didn't want to lose any muscle mass. You know what I mean? She still wanted to stay swole. You know what I mean? It's crazy, guys. This is crazy. Jane testifies that she threw up during a sobriety party. Because remember, he's like, okay. I will get sober. But can we at least do just one last hurrah? Like just one last one so we can just say bye-bye, right? Can we just do this and then we can say bye-bye for like a month? How about that? We cool with that? And I promise you, I will get sober after that. I will take 30 days off, baby. No problem. Despite calling it a sobriety party, Jane said Diddy used X and Yayo that night in Beverly Hills. Clearly, it's the one last hurrah. Of course, it's the last one before they go dry, right? Before they go and dry up. So she said the party lasted too long. It lasted for hours, during which she went through the typical routine. She said she was in an outfit with Diddy that went 2 rounds with 2 different. Then she went 2 rounds with 2 different men. I'm sorry, guys. That's crazy. So again, like I told you, what did I say? What did I say yesterday? That it's not going to just be one man. At some point, it's going to be multitudes of men because his appetite will expand, right? He started doing it with Cassie. I'm sure he was doing it with other women before that, though. But he was doing that with Cassie. He was trying it out. Obviously he liked it. Then eventually it was more than just one man performing in these freak-offs. 2 rounds with 2 different men. Okay? So I knew he was going to ante up, that he was going to augment, right? He was going to supersize his meal at some point. So after that, Jane said that she went to the bathroom because she was not feeling well and she threw up. Sean came in and he was like, that's good. You feel better. Let's go. The third guy is here. What? She said she hated doing the sobriety party without substances, adding she was repulsed and so mad at myself for doing that. Remember, there's going to be people going, you know exactly what you were doing, girl. That's what's going on right now, I'm sure, in the courtroom. They're all gingerly side-eyeing her right now. Some maybe hard side-eyeing, but they're all going, man, girl, you knew what you were doing, girl. You just acting. I already know this, trust. But that's insane that a third dude, she got done. First off, she got done, like she was in an outfit with Diddy. So she was doing something with Diddy, and I'm assuming it was the hibbity-dibbity. Then 2 other men came in, and she did things with these 2 other men. Then after that, she went into the bathroom, and she threw up, right? But what's interesting about this is she's saying that she was sober. She was actually sober during this thing. Because she said she hated doing the sobriety party without substances. So she was sober as hell. The only reason why she threw up was because she really was that repulsed at what she did, y'all. She was that repulsed at what she did. That's why she threw up. It wasn't because she was on substances and, you know, and maybe it got her nauseous. No, she felt disgusted and disturbed with her own self that she did these things for Diddy. Wow. Then he's like, man, hey girl, I'm happy you're feeling better. But Tonto's on his way here. Right? Tonto's here. He's ready for round 3. Like, what the hell? What the hell? She was sober. He was not. Oh, we have got to go to Inner City Press. We have got to get into this. This is insane. The Knowledge Nook. Hello, the Knowledge Nook. Yes, the Knowledge Nook. Just arriving. I can't wait for the movie. Wink, wink. You're welcome. You are, if you guys are not entertained, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. We try to keep it interesting. Okay. We try to keep it entertaining, but also informative at the same time. Jane, real quick, are you on the stand right now? What? I'm kidding. But Jane, good question. No, I don't think he's going to pardon him. No, I do not think he's going to pardon him. I really, 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 really do not think he's going to pardon him. No. Everyone's like, yeah, he going to get pardoned no matter what, though, bruh. And I'm like, no, he's not. They are literally he's literally going to look at all the information and go, no, I'm not letting this guy out. This is not on finances. Okay? This is not on finances. This is something else. This is much more disturbing, much more deplorable. No, he is not. I trust and believe he is not. All right? If he does, I'll be shocked. But then I'll be like, yo, if he's found guilty on these particular charges and Trump actually releases him, that's not a good look for Trump. Letting Tiger King out would not be a good look. I even said it. I'll say it right now. Letting Tiger King out would not be a good look for President Trump. I'm sorry. See, it's the other things like the pardoning of these other ones. Larry Hoover, by the way, he's still locked up. That didn't change really a whole lot. He's still locked up. You understand? So again, I just don't think he's going to, especially if he was not a Trump supporter. It's going to be very hard for him to get a pardon by Trump. I just don't see it. I just don't. Okay, guys, just being real. I just don't see it. For him, optically, for Trump, it doesn't help. It doesn't help him. So why would he pardon him, right? If Diddy was out here going, I'm a Trump supporter all day long, possibly. But also the things that he's being looked at for, it's bad. Why would he want to put an alleged, he has not been convicted yet, but an alleged mob boss back on the streets? It's not good, guys. So we'll see what happens. Okay? We'll see what happens. And then the stuff that's going on between Elon and Trump is absolutely insane. Okay? Saying that Trump's on the epi list. Like I said about scorched earth, Elon is going scorched earth right now. But I told you guys, let me just say this for a second. Just for a second. I told you guys. I told y'all that there was going to be, I told you Elon was not going to stick around very long. I knew that. You could see that from a mile away. You could see it. You could read the tea leaves. You knew exactly the future. He was not going to last long. Okay. There's a history of celebrity names in Trump's camp that are there for like maybe a year, maybe two, and then they go. And this is not a dig at Trump, because I know we got Trump supporters in the chat and all that. I'm just talking about the pattern. And you bring Elon on here, man, I was like, that's not going to last long. You got two very, very big personalities, two gigantic egos in the same room at the same time. You really think that Elon was going to be there for the whole 4 years? Nah. I even said, I doubt he's going to make it a full year. And guess what? So this is going to be very interesting. And all the stuff that they're saying back and forth. I mean, I'm telling you right now, Trump is not going to lose that fight. I'm telling you right now, Trump's not going to lose that fight against Elon. Hell no. He ain't going to lose that. He won't allow it. Okay? But that's another conversation in itself. All right? I have a feeling Trump about to go full scorched earth on Elon. And that's going to be interesting as well. Let's get into this, though. Okay? Let's get into this. So, jury, okay, what about the screenshot of the text between Cassie and Miss Courtroom? And I'm telling you right now, I have a feeling as well that the prosecution is building a case against Christina Courtroom. Yes, I said it. I have a feeling she's about to get caught up in this situation. She's about to catch some charges here very, very soon. But let's continue, okay? Says defense says only the text should be admitted, not the photo. Prosecution says the jurors should know it's a screenshot, not the text, like not the original text. So my error was only look at the first message. I apologize. So judge says you may like screenshots as opposed to the text. Then they say I am not done. She says, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I understand. That's fine. I'm just not sure this is the hill you want to die on. So defense says these texts, you have thousands of videos of my defendant or my client performing every weekend on your phone. They are backward looking and hearsay. We argue that Diddy was upfront about the non-monogamous nature of their relationships, as Jane previously said. Prosecution says in their opening, they attacked Jane's credibility, called it all consensual. As you heard yesterday, Jane felt coerced. They have opened the door for that conversation. They are admissible to rebut the defense's opening. So it's appropriate to introduce those statements. The defense says the government sent us 6 years of text messages. Then they somewhat reduced them. We stand by our objections. The foundation has not been laid. Judge says the government should lay the foundation then. And of course, they say, we have laid it. Okay. Let's bring in the jury and the witness, please. Okay. So jury comes in. Jane Doe sits down. Okay. We're back with prosecution with their direct. Good morning. How many times did you travel to Las Vegas? Jane says only once, on Sean's plane. He was hosting an event. Then he wanted entertainment for the night. So we had that too. What do you mean by entertainment for the night? to be entertained. We had relations. What does going off the grid mean? Just getting free, you know? Did Sean call you a freak? Yeah, he did. He wanted to be wild and spicy. Did you ask Sean if entertainers were wearing prophylactics? Yes, that first time with Don and another. Sean would guilt trip me out of it. Sean would guilt trip me out of it. It was not something he wanted to see. What was his actual tone? It was really condescending. Did he say why he did not want entertainers to wear Jimmy hats? He just did not want to see a rubber. That's it. Did you raise it ever when you were sober and not in a hotel room with Diddy? Yes, I did. Was this ever recorded? Yes. One that I'm aware of. I'm trying to ask the entertainer if he can wear protection. So he went and he was looking for it. Whoa. I'd like to call up this exhibit, okay, with an aide. Did you listen to this? Yes, I did. And did you read the transcript that's up on the screen? Yes. Okay, so screen's not visible to the gallery, but she's like, yes, I've read the transcript. So then there's scratchy audio being played in the background, okay? So they say, let's start at 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, okay? When you said, I think they're in the chair, what were you referring to? Protection. What did you understand? What did you understand what Sean meant when he said, when Diddy meant, when he said, you were just taking that D? She says, well, we were already having relations. I was already having relations with this S worker. And when he said, if you don't touch yourself right now, what is he saying? To just move on. Why do you think that you needed permission from Diddy for the man having relations with your body wear an actual condom? Objection! Overruled. Hold on. We got to go back here really quick. There's got to be a description of this audio. There's got to be. There's got to be. Let me hit this refresh. Somebody's got to have a breakdown of this audio. Hold on. First time performed sober, Freakoff. Hold on, blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're going to go back to this here real quick. There's Mama. So let's take a look at this really quick. We're going to go back to the transcripts, but I feel like there's a description of the audio of this Freakoff. And yes, there is audio of this Freakoff that they played in the actual room. Okay, that they played in the actual courtroom. And so that's just insane, in my personal opinion. We're going to go all the way back here. I'm sorry, guys. I need more context. You know what I mean? I think we all deserve that. So, blah, blah, blah. He's wearing a dark sweater over a white collared shirt. Literally, he is trying to look like Mr. Rogers. Okay? He's trying to look like the black Mr. Rogers. Like, hey, nothing to worry about here. He is not a scary man. He's a good black man. You can trust him, right? So the parties are discussing how much evidence can be allowed as part of Jane's testimony, including 6 years of text messages between the two of them, okay, and between two of Diddy's personal assistants that the government hopes to admit. Prosecution have culled some of the messages at the request of the defense. But Diddy's team is now arguing there is still too many, which is interesting because they have the same issue as well. They'll come out and pull out 400 text messages, at the last minute, 5 minutes before they go into trial that day. They'll just drop that on the prosecution and go figure it out. But then as soon as they pull up things, they're sitting there going, oh, there's too many. We need more time to look through these things. There's too many of these things. Man, shut up. You did the same thing to them. Okay? You did the same thing to prosecution. So why can't they do the same thing to you? But okay. The judge allows the texts insofar as they are relevant. The glimpse we saw included communications about cleaning hotel rooms. So Jane is back on the stand, testifying under that pseudonym. She spoke yesterday about how her passionate and exciting and sometimes taboo relationship with Diddy divulged into forced X acts under financial duress. Okay, and she's wearing a maroon suit. No one cares. Moving on. He wanted me to be wild and eschewal, she testified, describing Diddy's instructions to her during their freak-offs, okay, and their hotel nights, as they would call it, with these male pros. The prosecution witness testifying under the pseudonym said that she asked the male pros, to use protection on multiple occasions, but she said she eventually stopped trying because Diddy preferred her to have unprotected relations with these guys. He did not want to see a rubber while watching, she testified. So on Thursday, Jane told the jurors that freak-offs would typically last 24 to 30 hours. Okay. And of course, he would watch her perform while he's in the corner taking care of himself. Okay. So a video recording of a freak-off or a hotel night is playing, in which Jane has asked a male S worker to use a rubber. So they're saying we in the press room can only hear the audio to protect the privacy of the witness who is testifying. We already know who is a Jane Doe. Apparently, the S worker agrees to do this. He agrees on wearing a Jimmy hat before Diddy can be heard walking into the room. Jane's voice cracks, saying, "You promised." Wow. Then Diddy apparently refused the request, telling her, "You were just taking that D." The prosecution is trying to demonstrate that the freak-offs were not always or not totally consensual for partners of Diddy's such as Jane, which we already know is testifying under this pseudonym. "I just understood that my request was going to be denied." This is what she told the jury. Ay, chihuahua. So literally she goes, hey, Diesel, do you think you could wear some protection? Can you just do that for me? And the guy's like, yeah, you know what, Jane, you're right. Let me go get that. It's over there on the, if you need some protection, it's right there. If you're looking for any, they're right there on the couch, on the chair right over there. He's walking over there to go get it, to go and put it on, put it on himself, right? Diddy comes in. What's going on here? What happened? Oh, he's putting on some protection. What? No. Put it down. No. She's like, "You promised, Diddy. You promised." And he's like, "You were just taking that D. Why you suddenly got a problem with it now? You were just all up in it." That's insane. This is not good. That's not a good look. By the way, that right there is not a good look. Bo said, "Bruh, all this for 10K trips and some rent money." Yeah, this is bad. That's bad. That's really bad. Yeah, you also got to remember, no record career, no acting career. It's not like he said, I'm gonna make you a star, sign a 10 album deal. No, she was just a girlfriend who just makes content on Instagram, modeling photos, etc. Clearly, she was going to do an OF at some point. Maybe, later on she does an OF, but on some real stuff. All this for rent money and maybe a little bit of alone time with him later on. And that's it. Crazy, guys. And really, really sad if you really think about it. Because what's so crazy about this, and this breaks my heart, real talk. I mean, with all the keeping the entertainment going and all that, this part really breaks my heart. Why? Because this is not hearsay. This was caught on film. Her saying, hey, can you put on some protection? Dude agreed. The other performer said, yes. You know what? No problem. I'll do that. Yeah, you can go and get some Jimmy hats right over there. They're on the chair right there. I bet. He walks over to go get it. And then Diddy comes in because he wasn't happy with what was going on. Right? What's going on? What are you doing, girl? No. You're not doing that, bro. No. Take that stuff off, man. And she's like, you promised, Diddy. You promised, right? That's the sad part. Because he's like, you already in it. He already all up in them guts. What are you talking about, girl? You were taking this D this entire time. What are you talking about? Now you want to change things? That's crazy. That's crazy. And I really don't think that he said, you're just taking that D in the nicest way possible. Hell no. He's not sitting there going, baby, but you were just in the middle of taking that D. You were just all up in it already a second. No, he's not saying it like that. I guarantee you he wasn't. That's crazy. Woo-hoo! Yikes. Let's continue on. Jane shuddered, averted her eyes, and broke down in tears as video of her performing S acts in a Freakoff played in the courtroom. Ah ha ha ha. She paused her testimony, took a breath, and collected herself as she has done 3 times in the past 10 minutes as this footage plays. Diddy leaned in alongside his attorneys to watch the video, which he recorded. Due to concerns around anonymity, videos of the Freakoff with Jane in it, are only being shown to jurors and the lawyers, but only the audio is being made available to the rest of the courtroom and journalists. This is insane. Now, let me tell you something. No matter what, and I'm wondering if he's liking it, though. I'm wondering, he's like, that was a good time. Like, he's leaning in, like, watching it, like, I wish I had some Astroglide right now. Because, again, he likes this stuff. This is the stuff that he likes, okay? Weird, very interesting. But, hey, as long as it's consensual, do you, boo-boo. But still, at the same time, this is weird, okay? So now they're showing actual Freakoffs. Not, which is interesting. If my memory serves me correctly, they didn't show anything with Cassie. We didn't see not one Freakoff video with Cassie in it, but we're seeing some stuff with her in it, which is not good. And he leaned in. He's leaning in, going, "Ooh, I remember that time." And he also is probably like, "Ooh, I'm feeling a little tingle in my bottom." But then also at the same time, he's like, "Oh, damn, I messed up." Trust. He's like, "Oh, I am screwed right here," because he says it out loud. Man, you were just taking that D. What the hell's wrong with you? No, we're not putting on prophylactics now. What? No. We good, bro. No, we good. No, it's all good. It's all good. Continue doing what you're doing. No, baby, you were just taking that D. What the hell's wrong with you? Okay. All right. I bet. That's literally what's going on here. caught red-handed in a red room. Okay? Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Let's go. It gets even worse, apparently. So Jane recalled crying at least twice during freak-offs with Diddy and these male S-workers. Once during a group session at the Waldorf in Beverly Hills when Diddy seemed offended. He said, "Are you crying?" And just looked like disgusted with my face. Jane testified. Girl, are you crying? What? That's literally what he was doing. Allegedly. The second time was in Miami, when Jane said she was so zooted, she was intermittently blacking out. Jane clung to Diddy's butler in desperation before Diddy made her have relations with an S-worker, she testified. Later, she said she broke down in tears in the shower with Diddy. He just said, "Don't effing do this right now. I'm zooted. And I can't effing see that. I'm way, way too zooted." This is what she said, and this is what she told the jury. Ah, Chihuahua. You know what I would kill to see? The looks on the jury when they saw the actual Freakoff tape. How did they react to the Freakoff tape? I can't wait to hear from what Tisa Tells has to say, or any of them. Okay, Armand Wiggins, Make It Make Sense. All of them are in the room right now, hearing it and watching the jury. I'm hoping they're all watching every single last juror, like, because you know for a fact all of them are like, "Oh my God, oh." You know what I'm saying? Some of those women that are in their 70s ain't never seen spicy content like this ever in their doggone life. In fact, I'm sure they never even knew that stuff even existed. All right? They're holding on to their little Bibles. They're clutching onto their Bibles and stuff. Okay? Real talk. They're like, "Hail Mary, full of grace." Like, seriously. Sitting there going, "Man, I need to wash myself in the blood of Jesus. Oh, my Lord. What did I just see? Yikes." But again, he did not like her getting emotional. He wanted her basically to suck it up. Literally. No, you don't. You start crying right now. I'm way too zooted. No. I can't see that. Nah. Because she's being broken. She is damaged. Real talk. My heart is damaged. So damaged. Real talk. Yikes. Let's continue on. Eventually, Diddy only wanted to have relations with Jane after she had spent hours with a male pro. Okay? Jane explained that due to her love for and infatuation with Diddy, so she was obsessed with Diddy at this point now, she longed for one-on-one time with him, which she only got after having relations with other men while he watched. "I started to feel obligated that I had to perform." Remember what Cassie said before? Remember what Cassie said before? She said it felt like it was a job, that I had to go and do this. It felt like a mother-loving job. Her testimony is strikingly similar to that of Cassie, who dated Diddy years before Jane. Okay? She broke down on the stand and said the Freakoffs were the only time she can get with Diddy. Same thing. Like, I don't understand how he is getting, I don't understand. Mouth breathing, looking, mother love. How does he get all that? Like, why? You know what I mean? I'm so obsessed with him. How? What happened here? Like I said, I think he broke them, right? So, former girlfriend reading text messages from 2023 in which she pleaded with him to stop having these freak-offs. By that point, he was paying for her rent and living expenses. Ever since I opened the Pandora's box, I never been able to close it. She read in a text. Okay. So much more. I'm so much more than being loved. Wait. I'm so much more than being loved in the dark in hotel rooms, doing things that make me feel disgusted. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. It's dark, sleazy, and makes me feel disgusted with myself. I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights with you in fear of losing the roof over my head. And he responded saying, girl, stop. He is screwed. Do you understand that? Okay, we're going back to the inner city press. We're going to come back to Washington Post, but Washington Post got that heat though. But I'm telling you right now, she said blatantly, guys, she said, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to feel like I'm just 304 in a hotel room smashing these random dudes for your enjoyment. She says it. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. It's dark, it's sleazy, and it makes me feel disgusted with myself. I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights with you in fear of losing the roof over my head. It is extremely, very straightforward. She does not want to do this anymore. She is done. She says, I don't want to do this just so I can so that you can keep paying my rent. I don't want to do this anymore. Now, I already know that the defense is probably going to try to chop this up and screw it and flip it around and all that stuff, right? They're going to try to smack it up, flip it, and rub it down to something completely different, right? They're going to try to massage this into something else. But right now, that is the most damning piece of information right there. She says she wants to stop. She says she's done. And it's not like she says some weird code words or it's not like I cannot agree with that. No, she says straight up, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to play this role. I'm done. Very straightforward. This is bad. And the fact that he responded with girl stop is insane. So we were back at, let's go back to here. Why do you think you needed permission from Diddy for the man having relations with your body wear an actual rubber, right? Objection! Overruled. Sidebar. Sure. So, why did you not say no? He'd get agitated. How would relations with an entertainer end? He would finish on me. Then how would it end? Then what would happen with Sean, with Diddy? We would have relations after that. Would you clean up the goo? No. Like I said, nut juice on the chesticles. Okay? So they wouldn't clean it up. He would just go in and good golly, Miss Molly. Okay? Prosecution continues. Why not? Yes, I said, why not? She said, Diddy liked it, to play around with it. Me dead. Okay? Me dead. Then what? He wants to play around with it. He's like, yay, rolling around in nut juice. Good golly. Funk it up, loving. Anyway, prosecution says, then what? I'd take a shower and get ready for the next one. Typically, how many rounds are we talking about? Because if you're getting ready for the next one, objection! Overruled. Yay. Every entertainer was different. Some 3. So I'm assuming she's saying some 3 at a time. I'm assuming that. Like I said, shout out to Inner City Press, but sometimes it's he does like very you know, it's just scratching the surface sometimes of the information, but he does a fantastic job. I'm not saying anything bad, but I'm just saying every entertainer was different. Some 3. So I'm assuming sometimes it was 3 men at the same time. Like I said, he keeps escalating his freak-offs. At first, it's just one-on-one, and he's just in the corner. Then later on, he's like, "Well, we need to spice it up, man. Like it was cool before, but I still need that rush. So let's throw in like another dude, and then it would be another dude with another dude and another dude, and I'm sure it'd be like a whole group of people in the room. Like I said, this is crazy. Let's not forget. Allegedly, they said something about the feds having footage of him in a room with apparently 3 other people too. So again, that is still, and this was near the end before he got arrested as well, that this footage was taped. So again, this is a very interesting situation. But she was performing with 3, if I'm correct, if I'm reading that correctly. So prosecution continues. I guess, who decided if you could stop when you were tired? She starts crying and she says, Diddy. She says, do you need, prosecution says, do you need a moment? I'm sorry. What was your question? Okay, well, let's continue. How did you say you wanted to stop? I'd say like, I'm hungry. Make little faces to tell him that I'm tired. I'd send him subtle cues. And then what would he say after seeing those things? He said, "You're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's go out on a high note. Let's finish strong." She starts crying. What would Sean give you to keep you awake and keep performing these sexual acts with these entertainers? He would give me X. Did you ever cry after one of these hotel nights? Yeah, I did twice. Tell us about the first. I thought it was a date night, honestly. I thought it was just going to be me and him, just one-on-one. But then he said there would be an entertainer, but then he said that this was going to be a quick one. I hung on to that, but it was 18 whole hours. After 18 hours and 3 rounds with the entertainer, Sean said he had to leave. And I started crying. Were you with someone else? I was with Sean. It was in the Waldorf in the Beverly Hills. And this was also really early in our relationship. What did Diddy say when he saw you crying? He said, "Are you crying?" Looking disgusted. Then he just sat there listening to music. I was just clinging onto him. And he said he could move things around with his family and I could go home with him. I just wanted to be in his arms, especially after all of that. That's terrible. Can you tell me what happened the second time you cried? I was in the shower after one of those nights, and is your memory spotty or just tell us what you remember. I was so gone. I was having relations with Paul. Then I was in the shower with Diddy, and he said, "Stop it. I'm too high. Stop." So I'm sorry, Paul? Who's Paul? Oh, I'm sorry. That's one of the entertainers. Were these hotel nights? Would you consider these hotel nights work for you? Objection! Overruled. Yes. Yes. She says, it was work from start to finish. What did you do to try to get them to end sooner? I try to have relations with that entertainer fast and try to get him off fast, right? What did you do to try to speed things up? I do, other things, foreplay, and bring them into the room. Sean would say, slow it down. More. Well, hey. What words would he use? Objection, time frame. That's fair. This is fair. Prosecution, May to October of 2023, just so you know. May of 2021 to October of 2023, to be exact. Okay. Can we go back? What would Sean say? He'd say, I'm not ready to see that yet. How did that make you feel? Defense says, sidebar. Judge says, sure. They're back. Prosecution continues. How did you feel with all that? I just wanted to be with Sean at the end. Where would you go? To his residence. Was there any part of these hotel nights that you actually enjoyed? Only the part when I was able to be with Sean. Would he text you? Yeah. To say, I love you. Did you text that you wanted to have relations? Yes, but with him. Did you text him you wanted to have relations with other people, with these S workers? Yes, I did. But it was his fantasy. Did you tell him? Wait, did you tell you want to text? I don't know what that is. I think, did you tell him you want to text? I don't know what that is. Yes, we're going to try to figure that out. Did he tell you what to text? Okay, so did you tell you want to text? I don't know what that is. I still don't know. Okay. Yes. He asked, what do you want? Be explicit. What did you write? What did you write? Things. What the hell is going on here? Why did you write things? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Why did you write things? I wanted to make my lover happy. So maybe why did you write like explicit things? Maybe that's what he's basically saying. She says, I wanted to make my lover happy. Okay, look at this one from November 9th, 2021. What did you write? I wrote, I'm turned on for you. Okay, you don't have to read this, but you did write, I want to S Paul's D. Why did you write that? I knew it would turn Diddy on. So who's Paul? He's also an entertainer. You text him you wanted to stop having hotel nights, correct? Yes, I did. What did you write here? I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I think it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults. How long had Diddy been paying for your rent? About 5 months or so? Did you see substances in the hotel rooms? Objection! Overruled. Jane says, yes, I did. X, M, yayo, pink powder, which I believe is Tusi. Who gave them to you? Diddy. Did you ever see any of the entertainers taking substances? No, I did not. That was my one rule. I told them they couldn't take any substances. I didn't want them to be out of control while they were with me. How did X make you feel? I felt that sexual energy. Why did you feel you had to take these substances? Otherwise, it would be too real. I wanted to, I don't know, feel like it would make things easier. She starts to sob. Did you ever do hotel nights without substances? Yes, twice. One time was with Paul. Why didn't you take substances that time? I didn't want to do that to my body anymore, but it felt too real. So I asked Diddy for a pill. Did Sean give you that pill? Yes, he did, and I felt better. So let's talk about the second time you did it sober. Diddy was taking way too many pills. He said, I'll do 30 days without substances, but let's just have one last sobriety party at this particular hotel, L'Hermitage. How long did it last? Too long, 18 whole hours. What happened then? Or why was it 18 hours? I mean, there was the first guy, then there was the second guy, and I was not feeling well. So I went and I threw up. I told Diddy I had just thrown up. Wow. And so then what did he say after you told him that you threw up? He said, that's good. Now you'll be ready for the third guy. He's already here. How did you feel? I was disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just too mad at myself. I was mad I had to let myself get into this. I think this would be a good place for a break. Judge says, I agree. So they go on a break. During the break, Diddy is in an animated conversation with his defense team, talking with his hands. This is insane. Okay, because again, Diddy, I have to hit the button. Because Diddy, let's be real, Diddy screwed. Okay? Diddy screwed. All right, of course, there's a lot more, but it's interesting that she says, yes, in these text messages that they actually show these text messages. Look, she's saying, I want out of this situation, right? She even said it here, which I think Washington Post might have a more thorough breakdown of what she said in her text messages. But she said, ever since I opened Pandora's box, I've never been able to close it. I'm so much more than being loved in the dark in hotel rooms doing things that make me feel disgusted. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights with you in fear of losing the roof over my head. Literally, she says it right out. She says it in the text message. And I feel like this is one of the main reasons why they brought this woman to the trial to actually testify. Why? Because it's all written out in full breakdown, right? It's blatantly there. You cannot miss it. Now, of course, they did cover some tracks. They said, before we continue on, they said, hey, you would send text messages like, I can't wait to S Paul's D. Why would you say that? Right? And she's like, because I knew that would turn him on. I wanted to please him. Right? I was in love with him. I was obsessed with him. I was infatuated with him. I wanted my man to be happy. So I would say those things because I knew that was what really revved his engines up. Right? But we already know what the defense is going to do when they get their chance to swing at the plate. They're going to use that and go, well, you already knew. You said you were down for it. You love that ish, didn't you? That's what they're going to go with. This was all consensual. What are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. Right? So again, yep, true crime. Exactly. Like you were obsessed with the coin. That's all you wanted. You wanted that money. You didn't care about anything else. So you were doing this because there was a quid pro quo. There was a transactional relationship with Diddy. You knew that if you performed, you would make money. You'd keep the roof over your head. This was a transactional relationship. That's what they're going to say. That's what the defense is going to go with. And they're going to lean on that hard. Look at these text messages. Make that make sense. You're up here saying this, this, and this. You can't wait to see some D. You can't wait to do this, this, and this. It shows consensual. But I'm telling you right now, when she sends a text message out in 2023 saying, I can't do this no more. I want nothing to do with this anymore. No means no. And he said, girl, stop. That's insane. Well, let me get some of these super chats here really quick. And do me a favor, guys. Let's see where we're at in the like world. Oh, come on, guys. We're halfway there. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Okay, let's get to 1K. All right. I know we're very much sucked into this testimony, and we want to know what's going on. And this is some crazy stuff. But please hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe, please, and thank you. All right, we are almost at 1K. I mean, we're almost at 170K. Okay, which is amazing to say the least. But if you hit that subscribe button, man, we'll get that we'll get even closer. All right. Nikki, thank you so much for being a member for the past 11 months, almost a whole year. I appreciate that. Nicole, the Knowledge Nook, I'm sorry. Trump will get paid off not to pardon Diddy. Yeah, by somebody. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see about that. Okay. Beautiful Disaster. Thank you so much for being for the support, and thank you so much for the super chat. Pascal, I'm worried about your brain after this trial. Yeah, hell, I'm worried for all of us. Emotional distress. This is beyond wild. Diddy definitely a nut job. Yeah. Okay. I know that was a good one. LOL. Yeah. He's definitely interesting. There's a lot going on in his brain. I don't know. Yeah, it's bad. It's really, really bad. I don't know if there's any way of him coming back from this. But again, remember, he only needs one person in that trial to sit there and say that he's not guilty. He only needs one person saying he's not guilty, which is insane as well. Nicole, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But that's very interesting, right? So again, let us continue on. So he obviously is very animated during their break. He's freaking out, I'm sure. Okay? He's freaking the F out. So they say bring in the jury and Jane. So they continue prosecution. All right. Did Sean ever run out of substances during a hotel night? Yes, he did. So then what happened when that happened? He would call one of his assistants or butlers to bring more substances. Sometimes his security would do it for him too. What assistants? Brendan, Frank, John, I guess. Let me show you a photo of Brendan. Not shown to the gallery, okay? No reason to redact, so why not? That's interesting. Yeah, his face wasn't shown to the courtroom, and of course, inner city press is like, he's not being blocked, so why is he getting blocked? That's weird, right? But Brendan, now isn't Brendan the white boy Rick? Isn't Brendan the white boy Rick guy? Isn't he the one who got arrested with Diddy? Because he was his mule, for lack of a better term. But isn't that the same guy, Brendan? I think that is. So don't know why they're not showing his face, which is weird. Okay. We already seen his face. We already seen it, right? So she continues, or she sees his face, and so she's like, that's him. He would bring bottles of these containing all these kinds of pills. And then there would be Yayo and them trees, the Mary Jane. Who from security did he call for these substances as well? His name is Fahim. Diddy would call him Fa. Who else brought substances? A guy named Guido. He brought mostly X, M, Xannies, and that Yayo. Did you take Xannies? Yeah. after I put Diddy to sleep. Did you ever carry substances for Diddy? Yes, I have. From LA to Miami. KK told me I'll have security come out and give you a package. I asked, is it safe and okay? What did KK tell you? She said, it's fine. I do it all the time. Man, she also was a mule for Diddy. Let's not forget that too. Woo! This is insane that she was moving chemicals for the Diddy. Like I said, she's the star witness. She's the star witness. She saw all the stuff. This is bad, y'all. This is bad. Whoo! Oh my Lord. I'm repeating that whole thing one more time. Did you ever carry substances for Diddy? You got to remember, he was getting substances from a whole bunch of people. Not only just random guys or one stop. There are other people, from assistants, from security guards, from mules, for lack of a better term, like Brendan, etc. Right? Fahim. That name sounds familiar as well, right? Did you ever carry substances for Sean? Diddy? She says yes. She moved weight from LA all the way to Miami. So she jumped into a plane and traveled with substances on her person from LA to Miami. And KK is one of the people that orchestrated it for Diddy. Do you understand how bad that is? So when they talk about the substance trafficking thing, this is where the game changes right here. So she says, yes, I moved those things from LA to Miami. KK told me I'll have security come out and give you a package. I asked, is it safe and okay to do this? What did KK tell you? She said, it's fine. I do it all the time. They're about to build such a case against KK. KK better be pacing back and forth, chain smoking right now, losing her mother freaking hair right now, because she is in some serious trouble. Moving on. Where did Diddy give the package? In the bedroom of the 2-star. He opened it. Oh, sorry. Where did you give Diddy the package? In the bedroom of the 2-star. He opened it, and then I saw colorful pills. I assumed, I don't want you to assume, but did you take those pills? Yes. For a hotel night. It was X. Did you move substances for Diddy another time? Yes, I did. In my luggage from LA to Miami. Again, from LA to Miami. There, Sean and I used them. They were X. Before May and October 2021, who reached out to the actual entertainers? Diddy did. Then later, who? Me. Why did you start choosing? I didn't want it to just be a stranger. I assessed the dynamic of our relationship. We were watching spicy content. I saw a performer and said, that one. Why did you want to choose? I couldn't get away from this. So it sounds like she just wanted some more control. If I'm reading this correctly, and again, sitting on the fence, but from what I understand, that it's like I wanted to have some control over the people that I'm having relations with. I didn't want to just randomly see a random person that I've never seen before. So I was trying to take back control, and I can get that. I get that. Okay. So who did you choose? Sly Williams, or maybe it's Sly Williams. Maybe it's Sly Williams. I called him Chef. He had a passion for cooking. What were you and Sean doing? Diddy doing? Having relations on X? We started talking about Sly's size. Diddy was acting all flirtatious about it. I sent Sly a message over Instagram. And did he respond? Yeah, he did. I told him I was a fan of his work. Maybe we should meet up one day. We did a FaceTime. Sean was there too. What happened? It got hot and steamy. I asked him to show me himself. Hold on. Told him I was a fan of his work. Maybe we should meet up one day. We did a FaceTime. Sean was there. What happened? It got hot and steamy. I asked him to show me himself. Were they in the middle of doing the hibbity dibbity? Like, was Diddy and Jane in the middle of doing the hibbity dibbity while they FaceTimed this dude? Maybe that's what it was. But that's interesting. So they did this via FaceTime. I mean, if I'm reading this correctly. So he showed you his weed whacker? Yes. And I was casting from my phone to Diddy's television. Oh, okay. How did you get Sly from Atlanta to LA? I told Sean I would arrange his flight. I booked it online on Expedia. Expedia.com. Sean said he'd pay me back. Sly got moved from Atlanta to LA. So then what happened after you booked the flight on Expedia and all that? He was cute and sweet. He was nervous too. It was my first time. First time what? Contacting an adult film star? I had told him it was me and my partner. He said fine. So at what hotel was this? L'Hermitage, I believe. It was just the routine. Same old routine as usual. The oils would come out. I'd be in a uniform. I'd dance. Then we'd have relations. What was Sean doing? He was in the corner doing his thing to himself. Then who invited him the next times? I did. I would suggest Sly, and he was familiar to me. What else? Where else did you meet Sly? At the Trump Hotel? Wait, you mean the Trump Hotel in New York City? Yes. I would book his flights from Atlanta. And you paid him afterwards, right? Yes. $2,000 to $4,000 each time. Where from? Objection! Where did the cash to pay Sly come from? Diddy. From the drawer. Sometimes we'd use CashApp. Was there a second adult entertainer who reached out to you as well? Yes. His name was Anton. I think Anton Harris. It was that was actually his stage name. I don't know his real name. Were you watching Anton's films? And we were watching Anton's films, and I was really into him. I messaged him on Instagram. He was in LA. I invited him over. How did Anton respond? He responded positively, in a very positive way. We were in my first residence. So then what happened there? The same. Sean watched, and apparently he was very happy about it. Did you see Anton again? Yes. Sometimes in hotels in LA, sometimes in my apartment. Did you FaceTime with Anton and Sly? Yes. When Sean and I were alone having, relations at times. Why did he call them? He wanted something live. I was doing like spicy FaceTime and screen sharing to Diddy's TV. I told Sly and Anton I was alone so that they would feel more comfortable. Did you ask Sly and Anton to send you pictures of their stuff? Yes, I did. Diddy wanted them. He would say, get it. Did Anton or Sly ever send photos of their stuff when you were not with Sean? Yes, they did. I was polite and flirtatious, but not flirtatious as when I was with Sean. Did you ever see Anton or Sly in person without Diddy? No, never. Are these texts with Sly? Are these your texts with Sly? Let me show you. Let me show you. So then they show the thing, but it's not to the gallery. Text not shown on exhibit screen to gallery. I was asking for explicit videos and photos from him. That's what my partner wanted. That's what Diddy wanted. What did Sly say? He said, I'm down. What did you say? I wrote, I got my hands on me. I'll say that. Okay. Code word stuff, guys. Then what's your full name and DOB, your date of birth? Why that? Oh, that was to book his travel. And so what did you write? What did you write? She's booking. Jen was. So November 9th, 2021 was the actual flight. When you received these explicit images, were you alone? Yes, I was. I sent a blander message. Then he texted me in April of 2022. Hello, beautiful. How's your day? Why did Jess book the flight? I was way too high to type. He's be the entertainer. I don't know. I don't know what that is. He's be the entertainer. I guess that maybe I don't know what, there were other entertainers. I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. He's be the entertainer. Okay. Wait, other entertainers? Yeah. So there was Paul and Don. Diddy coordinated others. So between May 2021 and October 2023, how often were you doing these hotel nights? Often, every week, every other week. After February of 2024, where did this stuff actually happen? Well, 2-star in Miami and in LA. In the LA residence, it was where you were still living in, right? Yes. So after February of 2024, maybe 5 times we would have hotel nights. How many different men? I don't know. Let's talk about some. Let's talk about some of them, of these different men. Who's this? This is Don. So the last time you saw him was when? August 2024 at 2-star. I only saw Don in Miami. So who's this? Paul. When was the last time you saw him? At the end of July of 2024. Before that, very often. What do you think Paul did outside of being, a performer for you? He was a personal trainer for Diddy in LA, Miami, and Turks and Caicos. Wow. How did Paul get there? He'd book his own travel and he'd already be there. Interesting. So this was a personal trainer for Diddy, and he also was a performer for Diddy as well. That's insane. How did Paul get there? He'd book his own travel or he'd already be there. So then who's this guy? It's a guy named Leo. I met him through Sean from one of these nights. I met him on my birthday. What was the last time you saw him? 2023 maybe? Where did you see Leo? In LA? What else do you call him? Italian. So who's this? A guy Sean brought into a night in 2021. So what happened to this guy? Sean said he had someone coming over. I was repulsed, and this was at the L'Hermitage. He looked sweaty. He didn't look nice. He kind of smelled. So then what did you do? I really tried to make it work. I tried to seduce him with my body. He just kept sweating so much. I looked at my partner. I looked at Diddy. I'm not feeling this. I was in lingerie and heels. What was he wearing? Nothing. Sean said, do you want to taste it? I said, I'm not feeling this. So what did he do? He laid me down and started having relations with me. Where was this man? Hovering over me. He was sweating on me. Goo. Then what? Sean told me to look at the man's private part. So, but it wasn't happening. Sean told him, no worries. And the man left. So in other words, he might have been coming down with something. Like he might have been like strung out. Or he could have been super nervous given the fact that it is Diddy. And he's like, holy crap, it's Diddy. Maybe that's what it is. You know? But the fact that he was so nervous or so jacked up or so messed up, he couldn't get it up. He couldn't get that freezer meat, right? So it wasn't happening, right? He said to look at the guy's private parts, and it wasn't happening. So clearly, you know, he could not give the full salute, basically, right? So he left. All right. So then she says, then what? Diddy told me he had someone else coming. This was Paul. I was blindfolded, and Diddy watched me put my hands on him. I took a liking to Paul. I was more comfortable. I thought he was handsome and nice, and he had a really nice, warm energy. Did he want to have relations with him? No. But if I had to have relations with someone, I guess it was not so bad with Paul. What's this? A photo of a man named Michael. I saw him twice in 2023 and 2022 and 2023. In the edition in Los Angeles, Sean said something new was coming. Then like just a bit later, Sean was having small talk with this guy on a balcony, and then he invited me out. I thought Michael was attractive. He was from a website. So then who's this here? I don't know his name. I met him on my birthday in 2023, one of these nights. Okay, so what happened then? Sean told me to come to Miami, and we would be alone. He was so sweet. We were eating sushi at Nobu in the hotel. Sean said, we have entertainment. I gulped and said, entertainer? What did he say? It's your birthday. I just accepted it. Why? I don't know. Upstairs, this man comes in and we go back to the same old routine. I'm like a robot. I'm getting this guy comfortable. She starts sobbing. Do you need a break, Jane? You said you were robotic. What do you mean by that? I have done so many of these. I kind of just tune out. My partner likes to see this stuff, so I just turn on this person. What do you mean you just turn on? Like you turn into another person? A person who can just do this. So she changes character. She changes her personality. She shifts, right? She goes straight into Freakoff mode. Real talk. It's like, okay, if this is what he wants, and I've done this so many times, I already know what he wants. I already know how he likes this. So I'm doing this by rote, right? I'm doing this. I'm just going through the motions, and I'm just a robot. Real talk. So that's crazy, right? So she turned into a person who can just do this stuff, right? What happened? I was much quicker with this person. He felt like a stranger to me. He felt like a stranger to me than anyone else. I don't know what to do. I don't want to do this on my birthday. Okay, so I was much quicker with this person. So maybe she was just going through the motions pretty quickly, right? Going through all the stuff. Like, let's just get this over with, right? Felt more like he felt more like a stranger to me than anyone else. I don't want to do this on my birthday. So I asked Diddy for protection. Where was he? He was behind this guy. He gave me these dirty looks like, you better not ask for an effing prophylactic. I could just hear that. What else do you hear him say? Objection! Overruled. Yes. What else do you hear him say? I didn't want to sour the mood. Why didn't you want to sour the mood? Jane starts crying. I just didn't want my partner unhappy with me. Do you need a break? No, I'm okay. What happened next? If you're ready to tell us. Diddy gave him protection, but then he walked away. He was so disappointed. The guy finished, and I can't remember where. What next? The man left. We switched rooms to a bigger suite. What then? Sean was more loving. He was celebratory. He had cake there and balloons. Then Sly comes in. Wow. Then Sly came in. Any talk? No. It was just hours and hours of this Freakoff, pleasing this guy, doing so much, just doing all of it. The foreplay, things I know my partner wants to see, going back and forth. And by the time it was over, it was the morning. Then what did Diddy say? That Don was coming. Wow. See? It's like it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. So what did you say? Nothing. Like that it was fine. Why? I loved Diddy. What did you do with Don? The usual thing. Relations. Okay. We should break for lunch. And then, of course, boom, boom, boom. Jury leaves. Jane leaves. We have a quick sidebar with the government about something I'd like the court's advice on. And then, of course, they say yes. Okay. Have mercy. Okay. First off, there are many, many claims of D-teeing, S-teeing as well. Here's the other thing, though, too. And of course, there was like, she was made, well, not made, but she set up some of these meetings or some of these freak-offs or these hotel nights. At least that's what they were calling it, right? Like, this is some crazy stuff. Very damning stuff for Diddy. But I know for a fact that the defense is going to use the fact that she was also setting these things up for Diddy as well, that she would call up Sly or call up Paul or Don and get them flown out to perform in these things, right? So again, when you look at this, I already know where the defense is going to run. I already know what angle they're going to try to go with. Listen, you were in on this. You wanted to do the same thing. You enjoyed it. You wanted to be a part of this. That's why you started setting those things up. No, you just thought these guys were attractive. You were sitting there going, well, if I want to have some fun, I might as well set this all up and pick the guys for myself. So again, just because he might have been in the room with you, you were the one setting it up. This is the same thing that they were trying to do with Cassie. They're trying to be like, oh, you were it was all consensual. You wanted to do this, right? But here's the thing. If what she texted is true, if she put out all that information saying, hey, I want out of this. I don't want anything to do with this. Please. I don't want to feel like I have my home, my livelihood being hung over my head every single day if I don't perform for you. those things, as soon as those things come out, as soon as we saw those things, it's a wrap for Diddy. The fact that he said, girl, stop. Oh my God. Let me tell you. Then the D team, okay, the substance moving from LA to Miami, she's done it twice. She even said that Christina Korm herself, KK, even said with her own mouth that she's done it multiple times, that she's moved weight for Diddy. This is not good for Diddy, okay? Rico is right out there. They're throwing it right there. All of them through this particular Jane Doe's testimony. But I'm telling you right now, anything can happen. The defense can come in and destroy her. They can go scorched earth. So I'm telling you right now, if they're going to be bringing in Brian Steele or Westmoreland on this, they're going to be making a meal out of her. And it's going to be insane. Trust and believe. But let's continue on because, there's a couple updates here. The audio of the Freakoffs where she's sitting there going like, can you go put on some protection? And Diddy having a huge problem with it. That's insane, right? So let's take a look at some of these things, okay? Before we go into this lunch break, all right? Like I said, I'll be playing a little bit of Law and Crimes channel because they usually do like a halftime show or like a lunch break show. In fact, let me get that going here. Make sure I got that all on and popping, just to make sure we got that. Okay, because they're trying to get their stuff together too. Because again, this is scathing for Diddy. This is bad. 1 second, let me get this too. Todd, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. This is a bit of a reach by this metric. Every bad relationship would be on trial. Yeah, we are all in trouble if that's the case. She was not forced. Hashtag wild. Well, I think that's one of the arguments that the defense is going to present. So Todd is not wrong with that. There's going to be that side, that argument that she was about it. She was ready for it. She enjoyed it. And then now, because he's in trouble, she's taking the opportunity to maybe make it seem like she wasn't down for it. But at the same time, that text message that she sent him don't lie either. And God only knows. Some people might be like, oh, she wrote that around the time when he knew that he was getting in trouble. And that's why she wrote that because she wanted to cover her tracks. That could be possible too. But it also could be someone who is tired of being used in this type of fashion and just wanted to be loved by Diddy. That could be it. That could be it true. That could be it as well. That could be true as well, right? Two things could be true at the same time here, right? But again, it seems like she was picking those guys out because she wanted to have control over the people that she was, doing the hibbity-dibbity with. Real talk. Think about it. So, again, it's going to be very interesting. This is bad for Diddy. I'm sorry. Yeah. Her going into robot mode, going into freak-off mode. She's like, I already know what he wanted. So I just started doing things by rote. I already knew it was going to be baby oil. I already knew I was going to be wearing, high heels and freaking lingerie. I already knew that I was going to be wearing and rocking all this stuff. So this is all not new news. I'm just going to do exactly what he likes, do exactly how he does it or how he wants me to do it and keep it moving, right? But then he's like, "Oh yeah, it's your birthday. So we going to make sure you get ran through tonight, girl." That's insane. That's insane. They go into another room and then it's like, happy birthday to you. Here's a mother freaking dude with a big ass hog. Oh, I got two more after him. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. That's crazy. So to me, it's not like right now, it does not give me the vibe like she is just some professional baby mama. Now I'm seeing it and I'm like, woo, this is not good. She got finessed. She got massaged into this mother-loving mucky muck. Let's keep it a bean, right? And now she said, hey, I want out. And he said, girl, stop. Ha! Bad. This is bad. Bad news bears for Diddy. But again, he only needs one person to go, he's not guilty. Yeah, he a freak, but he ain't guilty. So let's see what it says here. Excuse me. So she said, okay, witness testifies she at first had no say in the partners that she was with, okay, how they were selected. So she would just show up and they'd be like, here's this random guy. Who are you? Oh, hi. I got to put stuff all over your body. Okay. Got to put baby oil all over your body, right? So at first, Diddy chose the entertainers who joined in these hotel nights, but later Jane started to pick them, explaining, I didn't like to be surprised by a stranger. Like I said, she wanted to get the control back. She said she and Diddy watched spicy films, and from there, she had the idea to choose the entertainer that she liked from it. So all the men involved were strangers. She started to pick the entertainers late 2021 and early 2022. She says, I hated it. If I was going to be doing this, I should choose who's going to be on my body. So she wanted to get some control, right? Because Diddy was taking all that control. So Jane says she only had relations with entertainers to impress her lover, to impress Diddy. So she was asked about the entertainers that she was with. One man who went by the nickname Chef was chosen, when Jane and Diddy were watching some of his videos, taking substances and getting it on. So she said she got in touch with Chef after Diddy encouraged her to do so. So she and Chef would have FaceTime calls that were pretty spicy, and she'd mirror that video call on the TV so Diddy could watch. Prosecution said asked if Jane if she wanted to have relations with these entertainers she ended up picking. She reiterated saying no. She said she did it because she wanted to impress Diddy. She said she didn't want to see two of the entertainers in person without Diddy, and he'd encourage her to ask for explicit videos and photos. She testified that she was repulsed by one of the men participating in the hotel night. She said one of the men who was included in the hotel night repulsed her because he was sweaty, smelly, and he didn't look nice at all. I wonder where that guy is. Now, I'm sure he feels very upset right now. He's like, what are you talking about? That was a big misunderstanding, man. I had just got done with a big run, you know? And I was nervous, man. I was nervous. You know what I mean? He's like, man, what you talking about? You know what I mean? Damn. I just remember I was hesitant, the witness said in the encounter of the man at the hotel. I tried to make it work. I tried to kind of seduce him with my body and I don't know, make some sort of attraction happen, she said. But he was so sweaty that she was trying to give Diddy looks to show him that she was not feeling this. She was wearing high heels and lingerie. She tried to dodge Diddy's suggestions to perform top on Diddy, on the man. So apparently she was trying to dodge S and the D, okay, repeatedly telling him she wasn't feeling it. Then she said Diddy started having relations with her, quote unquote, and I just remember this man sweating on me. Diddy then dismissed the man, Jane recalled. He's sitting there going like, yeah, we gonna have some fun, right? Just sweating profusely, right? Just waterfalls of just sweat. And she's like, good God, no. No, he's like, yeah, but we gonna get it on though, right? No, we gonna have some fun though. Yeah, ignore the sweat, girl. I got this condition, this hyperhidrosis all over my body. Yeah. No. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, good God. So, a look inside the courtroom. It says he's sitting with his hands. Diddy's sitting with his hands clasped in front of him, watching Jane testify. All the attorneys from both prosecution and defense appear riveted by her testimony today. Because clearly they're like, what about the man juice? Weirdo? He was sweating profusely and he was moving. You moved weight for Diddy? Wait a second. And men moved? Oh my day. Like all of it. Of course, you're all going to be sitting there going like, what is going on? You know what I mean? And you know that S performer, that entertainer that was sweaty, he had a good heart. His heart was in the right place. He was just trying to perform. You know what I mean? That's all. He just had hyperhidrosis all over his body. Okay. It's okay. But moving on. We gonna do this though, right? This is why I keep a roll of paper towels around with me at all times. Hold on. Okay, I'm a little bit drier. Let's go. Yeah. You know? Okay. Jane says Diddy surprised her with an entertainer for her birthday against her actual her wishes. So she testified despite the sweaty man, okay, and the fact that she didn't want to do these hotel nights. He surprised her with an entertainer for her birthday in 2023. So for her birthday, Diddy told her to go to Miami and have a birthday party with just him. She expected quality time, a dinner, and the hibbity-dibbity with just Diddy. Once at that dinner, she said she was dressed up and she was really happy to be around her lover. Then he sprung on her. I'm so excited to see the entertainer tonight. She said, I had this gulp. I didn't expect it. Diddy told her, it's your birthday though, right? Let's have some fun. And she says, I just accepted it. She said she didn't know the entertainer and didn't want to have relations with him, but she didn't want Diddy to be unhappy with her either. So she tearfully testified that after the relations with this entertainer, 2 more came in afterwards. She said she was having relations with Diddy as he watched, that she was having relations as Diddy watched until the break of dawn. Yeah. Until the break of dawn, baby. Till the break of dawn. That's crazy. All right. And of course, they are going on a lunch break until 1:15. Interesting. Let's go over to Washington Post because I'm sure they're going to have some more crazy details. This is nuts. I don't know how, and he is thinning out right there. But anyway, this is just crazy. I'm sorry. Yeah, the heavy breathing is insane. I'm sorry, Charlton. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, just adding, just bringing more details for everything. Okay. Yes, good. Okay, breaking news on the Sade Robinson case. Maxwell Anderson has been found guilty on all charges. Thank you, Doug. Thank you for that update. That's fantastic news. I mean, that was clear that was going to happen. All right. May that mother lover rot forever. Bury him under that damn prison. And may Sade Robinson rest in peace. Real talk. Because that case was terrible. Okay? Absolutely terrible. But let's continue. And of course, thoughts go out to her family, her mother, who's been advocating for justice for her and all that. And I'm glad justice is finally being served. Real talk. But let's continue. Okay, Sean would regularly run out of substances during these freak-offs and have his security guards or assistants fetch more. Okay. She said Jane said staff would show up at the hotel rooms with pill bottles full of X, yayo, and a mixture of Mary Jane and tobacco. She said she and Diddy usually took these stimulants, but a dealer named Guido would sometimes bring Xannies. You need something really heavy to knock you out, Jane said, and I would take it after I put Diddy to sleep. Yeah, this is interesting because during that break, I guess he was speaking animately, gesturing with his hands as if frustrated or trying to get a point across. Yeah, he's pissed. Of course he's angry. This guy's out here. This Jane Doe is destroying him right now with all this information. She got all the tea. Okay? She got all the information. She's spilling it all, y'all. This is insane. Let's continue on. So Sean asked twice asked Jane to bring packages of substances from California to Miami in her checked luggage. So this is what she testified. She said she was uncomfortable with the idea, but a member of Diddy's staff told her she often carried his substances. KK, moving substances. Okay. Yeah. So the breadth of this testimony is growing, and prosecutors are guiding it to show that for Jane, what began as an idealistic relationship with Diddy divulged into forced acts and transporting controlled substances across state lines. The government's racketeering conspiracy and STing charges revolve around victims being forced into actions they otherwise would not have been comfortable doing. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. This is literally them laying out the groundwork for everyone. In case you dumb, okay, jury, in case you missed it, here's what's going on. She was made to do these certain things to keep Diddy happy. Here's what's going on. Racketeering 101, just so you know right now, right here with this girl right here. So let's continue on. A network of pros were available for Freakoffs, okay? But she and Diddy eventually started recruiting actual adult film stars to join the sessions. Jane, who is testifying, which we already know, reached out to at least 2 adult film stars, including one named Chef, because he worked as a private cook on the side. She said she began suggesting Diddy hire these actual stars rather than S workers or pros, okay, so that she could have relations with men she was familiar with rather than strangers. So she's like, I see him on camera. I already see what his D looks like. I already see what he's doing. I already see what he's packing. I already see his whole body, okay? I already see his whole body, okay. And, he looks good. I like him, blah, blah, blah. It's not like I just, I don't know who's going to be coming through the door, right? So she's like, I want to take some of the control back. So when the prosecution asked Jane why she acted cute and bubbly with a particular actor, for lack of a better term, she replied, because he was familiar with me, because he felt like a safe option. Moving on. So assistants to Diddy would usually book travel for the actual actors, Jane testified. She recalled paying at least 2 men with cash from what she referred to as Diddy's cash drawer in the hotel rooms that they used for these freak-offs. One of the lower level charges against Diddy involves transporting men or women across state lines with the intent that such individual engage in prose. Language stemming from a 1910 legislation known as the Mann Act. Prosecutors have presented compelling evidence to meet the legal criteria for that charge. Now, his legal team, Diddy's legal team, has attacked this strategy as racially motivated, noting that the Mann Act was supposed to convict, I guess, Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight boxing champion, for fraternizing with white women. So President Trump has pardoned Johnson in 2018. Okay. We got more. Oh, that's not it. What is going on? Why is this happening? What is this? What is this? So we got ventriloquists. What? That's a new one for me. You know, we've seen a bunch of other people, you know, some crazy stuff, but okay. I mean, it is, you know, it is what it is. Maybe he's doing something on the Daily Show or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But anyway. So Combs invited pros to Jane's birthday party. Okay. She testified, which we already know about that, but she said, you know, she broke down talking about that. Let's go into this here, though. Oh, that's okay. So that's the only update that we have over there. But let's go over here. Is there any no other updates thus far? I mean, okay, let me just say this really quick before we go into checking out law whenever Law and Crime starts doing their thing. Let me just say this. This is insane. This is insane and very bad. Very bad for Diddy, okay? Because if all these claims are true, and you want to know something that's interesting and kind of unfortunate, is that if prosecution takes up the whole day, the defense has the whole weekend to cook something up. Think about it. If they get the whole weekend to sit down and try to think of the best ways to destroy this Jane Doe on the stand. That's if prosecution takes up the rest of the day, which they most likely will. So again, this is some nasty work, y'all. I'm sorry. Diddy is in trouble now because you have a person saying, yes, I was made to move substances across state lines from LA to Miami 2 different times. Yes, and we used those substances. So it's not like she didn't know what was in those packages. She knew exactly what was in those packages when he opened them right in front of her. And then they used those substances that were in those packages for these hotel nights. Real talk. This is not good. This is bad for Diddy. Then also on top of that they would move performers across state lines to different places, even overseas, right? Even to like Turks and Caicos, for example, right? They would move these people around to perform in these acts. Again, yes, there were some that were just living local, but there are other ones that lived elsewhere that they would fly in, like Sly. Sly lived in Atlanta. I guess he went by Chef, if I'm correct. Maybe that was Sly. But he lived in Atlanta. He would go from Atlanta to LA or to New York to perform in these hotel nights or in these freak-offs. Again, not the greatest thing, not the greatest look for Diddy. Diddy is probably sweating through his cardigan sweater. Okay? Or his cashmere sweater. Okay? He is losing, I'm sure, his mind right now during this lunch break. He's probably pacing back and forth going, oh my God, what are we going to do? You know what I mean? She lying, man. She a liar. I don't think this woman's lying now. I really don't. I really don't think she's lying. Charlton, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Heavy breathing actually had me rolling. LOL. No need to apologize. LOL. No. I know you were saying it, like, I know I was making you laugh. I understand. Okay. Yeah, Jane, I'm wondering that too. Will the puppet be taking the stand today? You know what I mean? But as you guys can see, because yesterday, like I said, some people were like, I don't know what she's up there for. Man, she's just some privileged woman who, who happened to, bump uglies with somebody, and another person, another rich person to have a baby. She's a professional baby mama, that kind of thing, right? What she got? What's she gonna bring to the table, right? This is all some BS. And then now she came in with the heat. She came in with that fire, guys. Like, my Lord. And this is not looking good for Diddy. Okay? This is truly not looking good for Diddy. But I'm telling you right now, we're not done yet, obviously. They still got they're doing their lunch break. They still have a lot of time. They still have they have a lot of time on this weekend. They're going to sit down in a room and they're going to literally try to come up with the best narrative that they can for Diddy. And they're going to comb through all the text messages. They're going to comb through all the things where she was hiring and bringing these people in. And they're going to literally say, well, you were the one that was calling them up. You were the one that was enticing them through these FaceTimes and through these text messages through IG. It wasn't Diddy. When they got paid, you were the one who was paying them. When the flights were booked, you were booking those flights, not the other way around. It wasn't Diddy. So shouldn't you be the one being looked at for some of these charges as well? I don't know. But like I said, this is the same thing that they tried to do with Cassie. But if you notice that there is a pattern here. With Cassie, the pattern was there, and then it got worse, actually. The pattern got worse. Because Cassie never said anything about, oh, I had 2, 3, 4 dudes at one time, coming in and in one night. It would only be one person throughout the entire night, from what we understood. But this woman, this Jane Doe, she's coming out and saying, yeah, I'd get done with that guy, go do relations with Diddy, and I'm thinking I'm done for the night. And then suddenly Diddy would say, another dude's coming in. Another dude's coming in. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And he really likes nut juice. He really loves him some nut juice. Nut juice. Oh, dear Lord. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. I don't know how he's going to get himself out of this one. I mean, real talk. Yeah, absolutely, Robert. Is that a past term for yikes? Yikes. But yeah. Yikes indeed. Okay. This is bad. Like I said, I don't know how he's going to get himself out of this one. Yeah, it's the nut juice. Nut juice. It's the nut juice, guys. That just throws me off. I mean, it's funny. It's like, it's not the fact that he's just watching his girl get ran through by dudes. It's the nut juice. No, it all is very disturbing. All of it. Okay. He's in the corner. Like I said, this is it. It kind of screams Eyes Wide Shut. Okay. It screams Eyes Wide Shut. If you've not seen that movie, go check it out. Or just go on YouTube and look at I don't even know if they show that scene they can't even show that scene on YouTube, but there's a scene in the movie where Tom Cruise's character, after he's saying Fidelio. He goes into this room, and it's a lot of like these higher up elite people just engaging in the hibbity dibbity. It's just rooms filled with people just bumping uglies like crazy, right? And it's almost like that. Just a much miniature sized version of this. And I still have to know. I still need to know. Where did he learn this from? What's the origin story of this? There needs to, you know what? There needs to be a movie called The Diddler. And it's the origin story of how he learned to be like, yeah, I like when I see my girl get ran through by a bunch of dudes. That's what I want to know. Where is the origin story? Who taught him these things? Clive? Did he learn this from home? Where did he learn this stuff, y'all? That's what I want to know. Because this stuff is insane. Right? Lydia, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate it. Welcome to the family, all 5 of you. And please do me a favor, pay it forward. Do something positive for somebody. Open the door for somebody. If you see something, say something. Shoot, call your dad. Call your mom too, but just reach out. Okay? Just see how they're doing, Take 5 minutes and just say hi. I mean, I know that some of us have parents that are a little long-winded. Yeah, but you can spare 20. You can spare 20 minutes. All right? Just give them a call and say what up. You know what I mean? Or if you feel in your heart that somebody needs that boost of positivity, that boost of like, man, you're the bomb, good job on what you're doing. Keep at it. Call that person and just tell them that the shiz naive. Okay? Kind of like what we talked about earlier in today's show, right? Every once in a while, we need to give ourselves some love, right? Give ourselves some positivity. You know what? Thank myself, right? But there's a lot of people out here that just need a few words of encouragement. And we all have that one person, right? That we think in the back of our heads like, oh, I'll just reach out to that person and see how they're doing. And just say, hey, I just want you to know I love you. And I was just thinking about you. Just something to think about. But Law and Crime will be starting here fairly soon. But in the wait a second. Oh, they have already started. They've already started. My bad. I don't know why that did that to me. But I'll play this for now. Let's take a look at this. Little technical difficulties, but it is.
Hey, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial at a federal court in New York. This is another interesting day, and we're going to be taking your questions for the next hour and a half or so, not only about the testimony today, but any aspect of this case that you want to talk about. I have an all-star panel that I'm going to be bringing on.
Okay, so as he's doing his intro, I'm going to tell you this real quick, okay? Yeah, the classic one. I'm like I said, he learned this from somewhere. He learned this from somewhere, okay? This is not something you just come up with in the back of your brain out of nowhere. He saw this somewhere and learned this from somewhere, okay? And that's one question I think that still needs to get answered at some point. But as I was saying, as they get started with this whole this halftime show, okay? I'm gonna go and get some lunch really quick. Okay, but I will be right back. We'll be talking more here. Just sit tight because trial starts back up in less than 30 minutes from now. So I'm gonna quickly go use the restroom, go get some food, stretch my legs and all that. But I will be talking to you guys very, very shortly here. So stick around and I'll be right back.
with Sean Combs, how she met him in 2020, the relationship began in 2021, started to introduce her into these voyeuristic sexual episodes. I wasn't hearing force, fraud, coercion for sex trafficking, right? And using those methods to induce somebody into commercial sex acts. So the question now is from Danny, this is a question for Elizabeth, did Jane testify to any coercion she faced from Diddy? The floor is yours, Elizabeth.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to answer that. I feel like we're still kind of getting into the depths of more of her direct testimony. Whereas right away with Cassie, for example, it was you could kind of make the dots and connect the dots. Sorry, I cannot speak today. You can connect the dots a little bit easier with Cassie's testimony. For example, you have the Intercontinental Hotel incident, the surveillance video. But as far as just coercion specifically to Jane, it's kind of hard to really tell at this point. There were times while she was on the witness stand today, for example, that she would just break down into a lot of tears to the point that AUSA Maureen Comey was like, do you need to take a break? Are you okay? Do you want to keep going? And Jane just continued to push through. But she got really emotional at points when it came to just how long that these freak-offs would last, to the point where she would be so tired that she would request or kind of give a look to her partner, as she calls him, but that look was to Diddy or to Puffy or Sean Combs, as she also calls him on the witness stand. But she was kind of explaining that there were times where she'd be really exhausted from a freak off or a hotel night or a debauchery night, whatever they call it. And then Diddy would want more escorts to come. So when they were done with one escort, that escort would leave, then another escort would come, that escort would leave, then another escort would come into the hotel room, and then that escort would leave. And so she did have points today where it was very emotional. But as far as force, fraud, and coercion, it's kind of hard to tell, mainly because Jane a lot of the times is like, I did it to please him. I did it to make him happy. I knew these were things that turned him on, and I just wanted to make sure that he was happy. I would give him massages. I would watch or put on his favorite show. I would cook for him after these hotel nights or freak off sessions. And so it's a pretty gray area right now. But I think that during the direct, which is going to continue until 5 p.m. today, that somewhere, some point, maybe the dots will be connected a little bit more than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. And I'm going to talk about it later. You know, there were aspects of it where she talks about, throwing up and then being forced to engage in these sex acts, her crying, him being dismissive. Then there's problems, like she still wanted to be in his arms. She's calling him sweet, that it seems like he didn't force her to have sex with one sex worker that was, sweating. But I think a lot of it goes to transporting her and sex workers for the purpose of sex work. So that's, I think count 5 in the indictment, transportation to engage in prostitution. Here's a great question. After yesterday, when Diddy got in trouble for allegedly nodding at the jury during cross-examination of a witness, we got a question here from Shady Nasty. What is Diddy's demeanor like in court today listening to Jane testify?
Well, Diddy at the defense table is doing kind of what he normally does, minus kind of the nodding along with the testimony and things of that sort. So for the most part, I do see him at times jotting notes down, passing them off to his attorneys. During sometimes the sidebars, I see him kind of turn around, look at his family members, for example, seeing his mom inside the courtroom and waving hello to her. But as far as just giving looks to the jurors specifically and nodding along, I haven't seen much of that today. And so it might have resonated what the judge said to Diddy yesterday, right before we had went to the lunch break just yesterday around the same time. And so as far as what we're seeing, it's not as intense as it was yesterday, but I think after the judge's words to him, I think he realized, okay, I gotta chill out on doing the nodding.
So, he's not looking at the jurors, because we got a question here from RSS. He's not nodding at the jurors. Is he looking at the jurors? Are the jurors looking at him? Because this is important testimony. I guess the question is, what are the jurors doing when they're listening to the testimony of Jane?
Yeah, so from what I see, and I did try to get a better seat for you guys today so I could kind of really see more of like the second row, the third row. I can't see the first row as much as I normally could from where I normally sit. But as far as what I did see from the jurors today, I did see them either looking directly at Jane while she's testifying, especially during those moments where she got super emotional and she began crying. And then I also saw them looking at AUSA Maureen Comey too, while she was kind of doing her lines of questioning. And so there were times where you could see jurors looking at Maureen Comey, then looking at Jane, Jane on the witness stand, or they're just laser focused on Jane. Or some of them I've seen are just jotting down a bunch of notes. I have seen a lot of notes because there were exhibits that were shown, and a lot of exhibits that were shown. Unfortunately, during Jane's testimony, we in the gallery and even those in the overflow room cannot see it, but we're hearing a lot of descriptions of them. For example, the many lines of escorts and the escorts photographs that the jurors saw today, and that Jane saw today too. But from what I could see of them, really it seems like they're paying very close attention. I didn't see any outwardly kind of facial expressions as far as maybe being confused or anything like that. Really, they're just kind of like, I really kind of want to know myself what's going on in their mind sometimes, because sometimes they just have a very stone cold face kind of going on while they're listening to a lot of graphic testimony.
By the way, did you hear that recording that was played in court today regarding, I think you could hear Combs, Jane, and this guy named Don, right? What was that recording?
Yes. Well, let me get to that part of my notes. Because
well, I'll tell you what. As you get to your notes, I will give you another good question for you. This is from I Do Voodoo 1. Elizabeth, I forgot what skincare you use. What shorthand program are you using? You rock. So if you want to answer that, or you want to answer the more serious question about the recording as you get to your notes.
I mean, I can always answer about skincare. It's toner, it's retinol, it's serum, it's face mask, it's Vaseline lip moisturizer, and it's a lot of water. So
and it's working.
Easy question. I love answering those types of questions. Thank you. Honestly, when that question was posed to me yesterday, I was kind of like, is it because my skincare looks good, or is it because I'm sweating out here because it's so hot? But we're okay. And I found that point in my notes, so I can tell you guys all about what we did here as far as this particular iPhone recording. And so it was a conversation that was recorded by, I believe it was Diddy recording this on an iPhone, because that's kind of what they did during these hotel sessions and these hotel nights. And so one of the conversations was recorded about Jane wanting the escorts to wear a condom. And so when we first hear the exhibit, because again, we can't see it, but we can hear this audio, the jurors can see this. So you can hear voices. It's all jumbled up. I'm kind of like, what is this that we're hearing? And Jane said it was herself on this recording, Dawn and Diddy on this recording. And she said during this video, she was asking Dawn to put on a condom, and Diddy said, what are you doing? What do you want? And so then Maureen Comey replays it again, and she kind of takes it piece by piece as far as what was being said. So Jane said, I think they're in the chair, and she was referring to as condoms. And then Diddy said something along the lines of, you were just taking that D if you don't touch yourself right now. And then Jane was explaining, I understand that my request was going to be denied. And then Maureen Comey asked, well, why did you need permission from Mr. Combs for an escort to have sex with your body? And then Jane's getting pretty emotional here. And then Jane herself responded, I don't know, I'm still trying to process everything. And then there was an objection from the defense. They had a sidebar. And then when they came back from this sidebar, Maureen Comey asked again, why didn't you insist that Dawn wear a condom? And Jane responded, I didn't want to disappoint my lover. He wouldn't be in a good mood or satisfied with the night if she were to continue asking this. And she said for the most part, Diddy preferred for the escorts to not be wearing rubbers or condoms when they're having sex with her. She said that he doesn't like seeing these on the escort's body. And so it was just an interesting kind of recording to kind of hear out in court. At first, I was like, what are these words? Like, I really couldn't comprehend it. But as they broke it down, I was kind of like, oh, okay, now I can see where they're kind of going with this a little bit.
So got a great compliment just came in from Donnie Z TV. Thank you so much for this super chat comment. Jesse, you and Elizabeth rock. So thank you so much. Very kind of you to say. Okay, we did have a question here from Shop Girl. And I don't know if you were in court for this. We saw reporting about it. What was the extent of Diddy's aggravation when he was obviously angry speaking to his attorneys? There was something reported about that. I think the jury had been excused maybe on a break, and he was quite animated speaking with his attorneys. Did you see anything like that?
I didn't see anything like that. I might have been a point where I stepped out to use the restroom, but I mean, wow, I'm just hearing this for the first time. So I didn't see it in person. So unfortunately, I can't answer too much of your question. I think I might have just gone off to the restroom, I guess, when that moment might have happened.
So Elizabeth, would you agree with me and pick out the points? Do you feel that from today's testimony and a little bit from yesterday, they are solidifying solidifying transportation to engage in prostitution, where Diddy is accused of transporting sex workers and alleged victims for the purposes of prostitution, for the purposes of sex work. Not, you don't need force, fraud, or coercion necessarily. It's more of a straightforward charge. Were there some highlights today that you say they got it in the bag for that?
I think so. For example, when we were seeing just the number of escort exhibits, we saw a man named Don. He was an escort that Jane and Diddy had used. And the last time she saw Don, this particular escort, I thought it was interesting. The last time that she had sex with him, and during these hotel nights, even though sometimes they didn't always happen in hotels, the last time was August of 2024. So like just last month, or not last month, oh my goodness, last year, but a month before Diddy was arrested. Then there was an exhibit shown to the jury and to Jane. It was Paul the escort, and that Paul was used from 2021 until July of 2024. Jane thought that he was a personal trainer because he actually trained Diddy, but he also worked for Cowboys for Angels. But I think the sticking point here is that she saw him in Los Angeles. She saw him in Miami. She saw him in Turks and Caicos. There was Leo, the escorter, also referred to as the Italian. She met him in 2022 on her birthday. The last time she saw him was in 2023, and that they would use him every so often, but she saw him in Los Angeles. There was an unnamed escort that she was shown an exhibit of, met him in 2021, and this was the escort that she said that she was repulsed by him, that he was super sweaty, he had smelled, she was hesitant with him, and that he was used in just different places too. So I think if anything, that the prosecution does have that working for them. I think it is still kind of up in the air as far as count 4 goes when it pertains to sex trafficking with Jane's specific count. But as far as just transportation to engage in prostitution, I think Maureen Comey is really kind of making great points here and there where it's like, well, where did you see this individual? Was it in Miami? Was it in Vegas? Was it in Los Angeles? And even for Dawn, for example, one of the first escorts that Jane had booked on her own, she was explaining that he was someone that they always flew out from Atlanta to wherever they were, either it be in Los Angeles or other places, and that they would be arranged, the travel as far as Dawn was concerned, would either be arranged by Jane herself, but she would be reimbursed by Diddy, or it'd be by Diddy's travel agent who would get everything going as far as making the flights for him and then flying him out from where his home was in Atlanta, Georgia, over to wherever Diddy and Jane were.
Just to clarify here, Elizabeth, what are the points you think the defense is going to jump on? When I say that is, I'm reading the transcript, and there's certain parts of her testimony that I don't think are great for the prosecution. You know, I mentioned it before, but the idea of there was this sweaty individual, and it doesn't seem, unless I'm wrong, Combs forced her to actually continue sexual relations with him, that she still talks like a loving relationship with Sean Combs, you know, that she wanted to be in his arms. She just wanted to be with him. She loved him. I mean, she was dating him up until his arrest in 2024, that she was the one who was writing sexually explicit messages to these sex workers, seemingly, you know, she says it was at Sean Combs' request. But are there certain avenues, certain points in her testimony today where you feel the defense is going to focus on, or you feel there are openings for the defense to exploit?
I think the defense is definitely going to ask Jane how she feels about Diddy today, as far as whether or not she still has feelings for him. Because I think there are times during her direct testimony where you can kind of feel like she is a little apprehensive. I don't know if it's about testifying in general, or that she may have kind of conflicted feelings where she was seeing this person up until September of 2024. They had a long relationship beginning all the way in 2021, not as long as Cassie and Diddy were together as far as that 11-year on and off period. But I think they're going to ask her, what are your thoughts on Diddy? Do you still love him? I think they're also going to ask her, you initiated some of these hotel nights. You were the one sending these messages to these entertainment or pornography stars, and you were the one making sure that you were bringing them to wherever you were. Were you a willing participant? Did you say no, or are you just saying that because the government called you? I feel like they're really going to poke holes in her story, possibly use her text messages against her as they've done kind of with other witnesses, and possibly ask her, well, you were kind of getting something out of this, and that was her rent being paid for. Again, that rent being $10,000 a month, which I did the math wrong yesterday. I said it was 8 times more than my rent. It's 5 times more than my rent, but still, that's a lot of money to pay for rent for somebody else. But as far as just where the defense is going to poke holes, I think they kind of have a lot possibly working for them. I think one interesting thing, Jesse, is that there was a moment yesterday where the judge was asking, can everyone stay a little bit later? Because they know that Jane has to get off the stand by Thursday because she has to make a flight. But Alexandra Shapiro stood up and was like, I can't stay late. And she was talking about it yesterday. She's like, I can't stay late today because I have this other event, but I really want to stay here for all of Jane's testimony because we believe she's one of the most important witnesses in the case. So I think that the defense knows just how important Jane's testimony is, but I think they definitely kind of have a lot working for them when they do eventually get to cross-examining her.
And by the way, if anybody has any questions for Elizabeth as we have our time with her, please submit them right now. Do you know if who's there on Diddy's side today? Is his family there?
Yeah, so we are seeing a lot of family members today. So, for example, we're seeing his sons, including, I almost said Tristan, but it's Justin and Christian. I'm sorry, everyone. I know today is Friday and I'm feeling the Friday vibes, but also Janice Combs was inside that courtroom today, too. His sister Keisha made an appearance today in court. She's been in there. Diddy's PR rep is in there. I think not on Diddy's side or anything, but I think notably someone in the courtroom today was Doug Wigder, who is Cassie's attorney. But as far as those who are on Diddy's side today, one of his really good friends and music producer Charlucci was there, and his youngest daughter's mother was in there in that courtroom too. So he has a lot of support kind of working on his side today, a little bit more support than maybe we've seen for other days. But as far as just his daughters, we haven't seen them since week 1 of trial. So I think that's something kind of interesting. But he does still have his support system there, including probably one of his favorite people, his sons and his mother there, and his sister too.
There's always a lot of conversation about what happened yesterday, what exactly he was doing with respect to the jury. And, the question is if he's nodding towards them. This is a guy who has been accused for the last 3-4 weeks of intimidating people, witnesses, alleged victims, assistants. So was he potentially trying to intimidate the jury? It also could be maybe he was feeling the high of a successful cross-examination of a key witness, Brianna Bongolan, which we could talk about as well. But we get this question that came in from Ashley Glass. It's for you. If yesterday he was nodding at the jury, isn't that suspicious to him getting to a juror? Could they be compromised by Diddy? So I guess the question is there anything that you're observing here, Elizabeth, that would suggest 2 questions? Anything that looks like the jury might be siding with the defense, whether it's any kind of cross-examination that you've seen so far? Are they nodding? Are they looking? Are they responding positively to the defense? And number 2, do they look like they're affected by Diddy's presence or behavior in that courtroom?
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily affected by his behavior, because I thought after yesterday, after the judge kind of admonishing Diddy, I thought maybe there would be kind of a change in maybe facial expressions as far as the jurors not kind of looking his way. But I think because of the way the layout of the courtroom is, you can't help but kind of look over in that way or anything like that. But as far as just kind of him looking at the jurors, and let me just say, he doesn't just look at the jurors, he looks at everybody in the gallery too. There are moments where even us on the press side, he does make eye contact with us. And myself, who's not a juror on this case, I myself find that kind of intimidating. So I can only imagine kind of how the jurors are feeling when they're getting kind of looks from the defendant himself. And I'm also wondering, as far as just him nodding along, it was something, again, that he was doing, I think, a little bit longer than when the judge kind of pointed it out. He did this for other witnesses while they were on the witness stand too. But taking back to the point of whether or not the jurors that I could see necessarily agreeing with the defense, or maybe that it got to them, I'm not sure. I remember, I think it was Daniel Phillip who was testifying, or it might have been the Punisher who was testifying, where I did see one juror kind of nodding along to, and I believe the attorney who cross-examined both of those men was Xavier Donaldson, kind of nodding along to his his line of cross-examination. But even as far as today goes, which we haven't gotten to the cross, it's still under the direct, so the prosecution's still asking those questions. I haven't seen much of a reaction from them, but they're really kind of hard to read sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, are they really interested? Sometimes I'm like, are they jotting notes down pertaining to testimony? Are they possibly writing their own grocery list down? Because when you're inside that courtroom for hours on end listening to this really graphic stuff, sometimes I'm wondering, like, are they really paying attention? But from what I can see and from what the judge has even kind of complimented on is it seems that everyone is paying attention to what's going on inside the courtroom.
Got one more question for you. This is from Jonathan Berry. Who is coming up after Jane, Elizabeth?
I do not know who's coming up after Jane. I'm very curious to see. I think a lot of us are possibly wanting to hear from somebody that we've been hearing a lot about, and that being KK or Christina Coram. But the government hasn't given any indication if she'll take the stand, and if she does take the stand, when that'll be. But I do think what the government is gearing up for is just their summary witness to eventually take the stand. And that person's going to really kind of wrap up everything together, probably show some demonstrative exhibits as far as just these different charts and how the escorts were flown out on certain days and all of that stuff. So I think for sure we're getting kind of possibly, maybe, depending on how you look at it, close to the end of the government's case, but I don't want to put words in their mouth just in case we see maybe 20 more witnesses down the line, and I don't want y'all to get mad at me when that happens.
No one will ever get mad at you. Don't you know that by now, Elizabeth? Elizabeth, thank you so much. Great reporting as always. Lot to break down here. We're going to take your questions. I'll allow Elizabeth to jump back into the courtroom. Okay. So let me bring in my all-star panel. I am joined right now by SiriusXM host Mina Say-What-Lona. I'm joined here by criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. It's great to have you all here. Thank you so much. Mauricio, I'll start with you. You think the defense is happy right now?
Probably. I think that they're looking at this witness, Jane, and they're thinking that maybe Jane is a person that they could use to not only discredit her own testimony, but to discredit under the umbrella of alleged victims. So whatever damage they could do to Jane, they're going to want the jury to be like, look, just like Cassie, just like all of these women that they had, it was a choice. They weren't really forced. And I heard when Elizabeth was like, well, whether or not force, fraud, or coercion was proven, it's kind of a gray area. I'm sure the defense is going to take the position that force, fraud, or coercion is never going to be a gray area. It's going to be a black and white issue of whether or not, these women were forced to do it. I reviewed the testimony, what the news has come out regarding Jane's testimony. There's a lot there that really indicates that she wasn't forced. She wasn't, I didn't see that. I didn't see the force. I didn't see the fraud, the coercion. This is someone that, she said that she was having unprotected sex with these men, that she was repulsed, that they were smelly, but I didn't hear like why she was forced to do it. And if you're forced to do it because you were scared that he wasn't going to pay your rent, I don't think that that's enough to satisfy force, fraud, or coercion.
Yeah, well, we got some super chat questions coming in. So thank you so much, everybody. We got one from Flip to Freedom. This is very similar. I'll throw it to you, Joe. This is, how is anything Jane said criminal? You answer, and then I will give my perspective on it as well.
I think that's the biggest question here, right? You've got a lot of things that are going on that are unseemly, that have to do with some physical harm. He's a domestic abuser, which he's not getting prosecuted for. He's a freaky guy, which he's not getting prosecuted for. So that is a very, very open question, and I think that the defense will take it directly and use that and ride that all the way to closing argument. Now, that said, what you want to be able to say in prosecution is that she is a victim and that she is doing things she would not be doing otherwise. He threatened with violence. He held things over her head. She was clearly doing things that she didn't want to do that were not voluntary. She talks about her first sexual experience, which was great, and that was fantastic. And then after that, she opens a Pandora's box she couldn't close, and these types of things. So they know what the risk is in terms of what they have to do to prosecute their case, and that the jury has to think a certain way about this. But if I'm the defense, of course, I'm asking the same question this person just asked. How is any of this criminal? It's crazy, it's freaky, might be morally wrong, but what makes it legally?
So I think there's a couple of things here. And I think one, transportation to engage in prostitution. We can't forget about that charge. If she's talking about being, Combs and his assistants or her literally transporting sex workers for the purposes of sex work and she's joining, I mean, that helps. That's that charge. If you talk about the idea of her transporting drugs to different locations, that could be one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering, right? Drug offenses. And then coercion, right? She hasn't gotten to the alleged violence yet, which I think is going to be coming if you base it off of the opening statement. But if she's talking about him having financial control over her and, kind of pressuring her into these sexual episodes, even after she got sick, or whether or not he was dismissive about her concerns over the performers wearing condoms, it's not as strong of coercion as you've seen in other sex trafficking cases, but perhaps it's the building blocks towards that. And that's the question. Okay, Mina, great to see you. Got another super chat question coming in. This was from Tony Tokes. Hey, Jesse, do you think Lil Rod will testify? I throw it to you.
It's a possibility. A lot of what Little Rod has said in his civil complaint is coming up in this federal complaint and this federal trial. And it would be interesting to see if they do bring Little Rod up, who is a producer and has a very lengthy civil complaint that we're now learning there are a lot of facts in there that are also being presented in this trial. It'll be interesting to see because he's quite a character and he has a lot of personality, Little Rod.
Yeah, definitely. I just don't think he's going to play a role in this. And by the way, if you look at pretrial filings, there was a mention of producer one. I think an argument could be made that was Lil Rod, and the indication was from the defense that they weren't going to be calling him. And maybe there's something to that. A lot of his charges have been a lot of the counts that he, the claims that he had filed in his lawsuit were dismissed. And perhaps there is a weakness to the case, or perhaps he doesn't fit into the overall narrative by which the prosecution is going forward. Okay, Mauricio, this is from Nest Dog, another super chat question. Thank you so much. Don't the feds only need 2 of the 8 charges? So I think they're saying, don't you need only 2 of the several underlying predicate crimes for racketeering?
Yeah, that's all they need. It's not a difficult thing for them to overcome regarding the facts in this case. But yeah, all they need is 2, which it seems to me they're going to get there.
I think they've done it. I mean, Joe, I think they've done it. If you talk about forced labor, which, by the way, put aside kidnapping, Capricorn Clark, arson, Kid Cudi, sex trafficking, Cassie. I mean, it's not proven beyond the reasonable doubt. I mean, it'll be up to the jury, but I think they've checked the boxes. I was thinking about something, Joe, is if they keep saying to her and saying to Cassie, was this work? Was this work? Was engaging in these sexual episodes work? He's taking care of her financially. Is this forced labor one of the underlying crimes of racketeering?
I think that the prosecution, of course, can argue that it is forced labor, but they still have the square peg in the round hole problem. There's a lot of things that, there's 7 or 8 different things, each of which could be a potential predicate crime. But it still feels as if when you're doing RICO, you can take a bunch of stuff with racketeering, throw it in a bowl, mix it around, and it's almost like you don't pay as much attention to the crime itself, whether you're talking about the arson, or you're talking about some of these other things. It's almost like they don't pay quite as much attention, and there's not quite as much proof or combing out, for lack of a better term, no pun intended, of the actual crime, unless versus if the crime was being prosecuted in and of itself. And so the question becomes, are the predicate crimes there? Yeah, you can take a couple of them and put them there, et cetera. But all the jury has to do, of course, is believe the testimony and be good with the testimony. Is it there by itself? Yeah, a couple of them are there, but it's still RICO, and it feels a little bit different because even what you're talking about, Jesse, well, she was forced to do this and she's doing this and she's overworking these hours, et cetera. This is the first time a jury, these regular folks in their daily lives have looked at facts like this and been asked to extract forced labor from it, if that's the ask. Wow. And so that's what the risk is, because it looks a little bit different because you're going under a RICO charge.
I think this case comes down to closing arguments, trying to articulate, what did we just hear for 8 weeks? How does Kid Cudi relate to Jane? And I think they might be confused at this point, but it'll be up for the prosecution to clearly outline and articulate it. And these jury instructions, so important. Mina, we got another super chat question. This is from Kinga Seraphin. How long do you think it will take the prosecution to rest their case? And most important question, Jesse, what's your skincare love? What's your skincare? Love from Poland. Very kind question. I will get to that too. See, they felt that I was left out of the skincare conversation. I appreciate that. I'll get to that on the second part. Mina, how long do you think it's going to take the prosecution to rest their case?
Well, the judge said he's looking at July 4th to wrap up by July 4th. Initially, they were saying this was going to take about 6 weeks. Now they're pushing it more towards 8 weeks. So, and then we also have the problem of some people not wanting to testify. So that can cut down on the time that they possibly had to, that they factored in as an estimation. But according to the judge, he said he's looking to wrap up by July 4th.
Good. I mean, we'll see. There's always wrenches that are thrown in there. Who knows how long this deliberation process may last?
No
it may
doubt.
Take a half a day or a full day to determine whether or not Cassie is credible, whether or not Mia is credible, whether or not Jane is credible. And if they have weaknesses in one of those witnesses, does it play into a potential weakness in the overall case? I'm not sure. I think this jury deliberation process is going to take quite some time.
What do you think? Do you think it's going to take a long time? Do you think that the deliberation is going to take a long time or no? I'm kind of curious about that too. I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. The Knowledge Nook says, Tisa says Jane is not who we think she is. That's interesting as well. Because again, let's not forget, I know a lot of people leaning on one side and saying that she's, one thing. You know what I mean? That she's somebody's baby mama, all right? And all that, some celebrity. But there is no confirmation of that. There's a lot of speculation, but there's no confirmation of that. So it is very interesting that we're hearing from other people saying, yeah, she basically saying like, no, she is not who you think she is, which is interesting. I will also say though, okay, yeah, I don't know why Tisa's already in trouble. Why? And you never know. Maybe she doesn't want to get in trouble. You know what I mean? That maybe she doesn't want to say anything because she doesn't want to get in trouble. I don't know. But at the same time, no one should expose the name, right? But I've been, I've been listening to a bunch of other people, and people are speaking as if it is the person that a lot of people are assuming it is. But again, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what is 100% and what's not, right? Like as far as who this is and all that. And so I say, let's just wait. But from what I'm understanding, Jane Doe has been like bawling. Like she's been crying nonstop on the stand. She has been an absolute mess. That's what they're saying. She's an absolute mess. She is crying a bunch. She is breaking down. That's why there was a lot of times, they say apparently a lot more than what we're reading from the inner city press. There's a lot of times that they literally had to pause and ask her, hey, do you need some more time? Do you need some time to, do you need some time to do you need a moment? That kind of thing. And she would just go, let me push through. Let me push through. So again, that is the thing. Okay. Yeah, no one's doxing anyone. No one is. Okay. That's not at all what I'm saying here at all. That's not at all. I just read a comment in the chat. So, before everybody starts saying, oh my gosh, somebody exposed the person's name. No one exposed anybody's name. Okay. No one. Let me make that abundantly clear. No one. Okay. But there is a lot of speculation on who it could be. And of course, there's a lot of people that are saying one thing, and then I guess I'm hearing something else, whereas they're saying that it may not be who we instantly, all the general public is assuming it to be. So, with that being said, there are plenty of other women in this world that have kids, that are models, that are not, or that have babies from men that are not fans of Diddy. And you got to remember, Diddy can have a treasure trove of men that don't like him. Okay, because there's been a lot of people that clearly know who he is and what kind of person, how he operates out here in these streets. So he could have a multitude of enemies. Okay, just so that you guys know, just to make that abundantly clear. Okay, but again, like I said, I'm just leaving. I'm stepping back and just letting it be what it is. Excuse me. Because what I care about is finding out if he is involved in these RICO charges and these racketeering charges. It doesn't matter who she is. It doesn't. What matters is if she is saying what she's saying on that stand is truthful or not. Does this get this man in trouble or not? That is the most important part. We need to look at that. You guys can come up with all your assumptions on who this could be. I'll let you guys cook on that. But for me, I'm not answering to any of that. Okay. I ain't trying to be, I'm not trying to be in the middle of any kind of mess. All right. Let me just be completely straight real with y'all. All right. But nonetheless, okay. Nonetheless, she clearly has somebody who is the father of her baby. That is somebody who's up there, whether they are on camera personalities or not. You know what I mean? This is somebody who she was with, made a child with, and does not get along with Diddy. Again, that could be a multitude of people, just so you know. Okay? So with all that being said, her testimony is very interesting, okay? And this is a very, her testimony is heartbreaking. But here's the thing though. If you instantly show that you a freak, like if you instantly show to your guy that you are willing to go beyond the boundaries of one-on-one activity, and you're going, hey, I'm willing to do all this stuff, right? If you're willing to do all that, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen as soon as you do all of that, right? Do you think there really is any coming back from that? You ripped the damn knob off. You literally turned it to 11 and ripped the mother freaking knob off. You really think that Diddy's going to like come back and be like, oh yeah, you know, no. You my main girl. No, that's not what's going to happen, baby. As soon as you do that, then it's like, oh, wow, she a freak-a-leak. All right, then I found my Cassie. Sorry, but that's basically what it was. I found my Cassie. I found my girl that could do these performances for me, that could perform for me, that could do these things for me, that can handle doing the substances and then act out these fantasies. But I'm telling you right now, still no matter what, that does not justify her being put through any of the things that she went through. It's heartbreaking. When you hear the audio, you know, they didn't show the video to us, but you hear the audio, right? Of him literally getting mad because she's sitting there going, I need him to wear protection. Can you get him to wear protection? And he's like, what are you talking about? You were just, you know, taking that D, right? How dare you? Right? And from what I'm gathering, it was a lot more aggressive than how I'm even dramatizing it, right? how I'm even breaking it down. Apparently, it was a lot more aggressive than that. Okay? Which is insane. Insane. And heartbreaking because, again, once again, you got somebody who sounded like she was really hoping and a praying for him to just she was hoping and a praying for a real relationship with this guy, right? That's what she was hoping for. A real relationship with this man. And guess what? She says she opened Pandora's box and there was no way of closing it. Next thing you know, he's like, well, I found my girl. I found my girl. It's done. What's done is done. What's done is done. Let's get it going. Thank you for showing your true self. After I applied to you with substances and made you do these things and put you in these situations. Now, I understand some people are like, where's the coercion? Where is this, that, and the third? Well, the coercion is he's plying her with substances and then just throwing her into these activities and basically telling her to finish strong, right? At least that's how I'm seeing it. Now, I will say this, the defense is going to make a meal out of her, or at least they're going to try to make a meal out of her. So we're going to see how that all transpires. But nonetheless, they're going to try. They sure as hell going to try, because here's the thing. She admits to setting up some of these Freakoff moments. Some of these hotel nights, as she says, as she was calling it, right? Some of these debaucheries and whatnot. They're going to try their damnedest to jack her up. So we back. So let's get into this. So again, prosecution, I guess, turns to the jury or something. This afternoon, we'll be showing some explicit exhibits in binders, so no counsel screens, but counsel can come up and see them. So they say, okay, bring in the witness and the jury. All rise. So they all sit down. Jane Doe's back up on the stand. Yeah, I'm going to tell you something. I really think that she is telling as much as best of the truth as she can coming from her perspective. I think that that's what it is. I don't think that she's just making this up to try to take this man down. I don't know if she has a civil lawsuit against him or not. That's one thing I'm kind of curious about, right? I am kind of curious about that for sure. But hold on. So I am kind of curious about all that. Hold on. Hold on. What? William, thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you, William. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, I had to make sure that was true. Okay. So thank you so much, Will. Appreciate it. All right. So again, I guess they're going to have some spicy photos that they can't show to the general public. So that's going to be interesting. So have you seen this man? So they show up a photo. So Diddy brought him to our hotel room in LA. I was in a robe and lingerie, the whole wardrobe I usually had. So she basically had a uniform, okay? Like almost like an S worker uniform that she wore every day or every time they had a Freakoff, which is insane, right? So what happened in the living room of this particular suite? I knew this was something I could not fake. What do you mean? I was repulsed by this guy. I tried so hard for like 30 minutes. Then I told Sean, can I talk to you in the bedroom? There, I told him, I just can't. I tried again. He convinced me. I guess he had convinced her to try again. So she tried again. But no, I told Diddy, I'm sorry. I just can't do it. How did Sean respond? How did Diddy respond? He was very agitated. Then another man came in. Did Diddy talk to you about that first? No. Who's this? A man I met in New York. I told him I didn't want to go to New York if it was just to meet up with a man, just to set me up with another man. He said, no. It would just be one-on-one. Just me and you, girl. Just me and you, right? So I went. Did you get Wi-Fi on the plane? Yes, I did. Did he send me a text? Do you want entertainment tonight? As she's on the doggone plane. Prosecution says, how did that make you feel? I was disappointed. My thought of seeing my lover was absolutely shot down. Where did you go in New York? We went to the Trump Hotel. I saw the assistants, like usual, setting up the room with red lights for the hotel night. And I took this photograph. So not shown to the screen, not shown to the gallery, but it's on screen for the jury and for, and for them to see, but not the gallery. So she took a photo of the assistants actually setting this mother lover up. Like I said, she came in with the receipts, y'all. So then she says, so prosecution says, so then what happened after that? What happened next? I told Diddy I did not want to do this. He was just like super defensive. On my way back to the room, Diddy gave me a pill. So what was this? What was it that he gave you? X. I took it. The man was in the room. We had small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Diddy to the bedroom and told him, I can't do this. So she basically hit her breaking point. And she said she has had enough. Man, you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting about this? He conned her. He said, come out to New York. And she's like, man, if I'm going out there for a Freakoff, I'm not doing this. And he's like, no. Don't get it wrong. No. It's just gonna be me and you, girl. Just you and me, one-on-one. That's it. It's just gonna be us. We need some time together. And she said, okay, if it's just gonna be with you, then cool. I got you. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's go. So what happens? She gets on a plane. She receives a text message whilst on the plane, mid-flight, saying, hey, you down for some entertainment? And she's like, again? I'm done. I don't want to do this. So what's crazy is that first guy shows up in LA. This is before she got conned to go out to New York. But while they were in LA, she's with a guy. She's disgusted. She can't do it. Okay. She can't do it no more. So she's turning to him being like, I'm trying, but I cannot do this anymore. Diddy, I can't do this anymore. And he's like, I go ahead, man. Leave. We good. You know what I mean? Thank you for your time. Yeah. Whatever. Bye. Right. Then out of nowhere, another dude shows up. And instead of having a conversation with her, He's just like, you're going to do what I want you to do. New guys here. Let's rock and roll. Right? So then in New York, she gets bamboozled by Diddy, basically saying, hey, listen, it's going to be you and me. That's it, baby. No one else. Just you and me. And that's it. I promise you. I promise you. It's going to be just you and me. And then what happened? She's on the plane. She's, thinking this is just going to be her and him together, finally just together as a couple, have some lovey-dovey time so that she could feel like she is his one and only, at least for that moment. And he's like, yeah, I got some entertainment. Huh? So then even so, what's crazy is it's almost as if she said, I've had enough. I'm starting to take photos of this-ish from this point on. She's tired of it. At least this is what she's saying. Okay? So she takes a photo of the assistants actually putting together the red room, okay? The red light special, right? So then she says, wow, this is so crazy. She says, I don't want to do this. And he was super defensive. So on the way back to the room, he gave her some substances. So even though she wanted nothing to do with it, she didn't want to do it anymore, he still was able to slip a substance into her mouth to get her to do this thing. I don't know what that is. Is that coercion? Is that her just having a change of heart? I don't know. But I leave that question up to you guys. Okay? But that is very interesting nonetheless. Let's continue on. Is there more? Okay. Excuse me, guys. So she went into the room. The man was in the room. She was already high at this point. We had some small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Diddy into the bedroom and I told him, I cannot do this. She said, how did Diddy react? He was agitated. I called another performer. Why? That's a hard question. At that point in the relationship, I knew that's what my partner would want. So I was just trying, in other words, she was just trying to keep him happy. She didn't want to agitate him. And of course, she didn't want to lose her rent because guess what? The prosecution even asked that question. Was Diddy paying your rent at that time? Yes, he was. Did he actually mention it at that time when you said you didn't want to perform anymore? Objection. Judge says, time frame, please. Was this after Diddy started paying your rent? Yes. This was way after, of course. So she said, I called Sly. He was excited, so he flew to New York that night from Atlanta. So he was super excited to go and be with Jane Doe. He's like, wait a second, you want me to come in and come in? Hell yeah. Hopped on a flight and flew to Atlanta. Flew to New York from Atlanta. So then she says, so what happened then? She says, it was nice. We had relations in front of Diddy at the Trump Hotel. Dear Lord. Wait for her book. Her book's going to be coming out here soon. I guarantee you. Okay. Her book's coming out. I can smell it from a mile away like booty holes and halitosis. Let's get into this. So she says we performed basically in front of Sean at the Trump Hotel. So me and Diddy had to go our separate ways, but I didn't want Sly to feel we were just leaving him. So cash was brought from the front desk for him by an assistant. Which assistant dropped off the money? Joey dropped off the money. And this man, who's this man right here? I had relations with him in front of Diddy as well. So So I guess they had to fly, like they flew in together to see each other in New York. Diddy had to go fly somewhere else. She had to fly back to LA to probably take care of her kid, right? So they went separate ways, but she didn't want Sly to feel like they were just like leaving him high and dry, or like, making him feel like he did a bad job. So Cash was brought to the front desk for him by an assistant. And then Joey is the one who dropped off the money to pay Sly, which is also interesting. Okay. Yeah, Mo, I mean, I agree with that too. To be that consumed by one person's presence, by one person's, je ne sais quoi, is really crazy to me. I'm going to be real. Okay. It is very crazy. And Nicole B, that's the thing. I feel like there's going to be a lot of argument coming from defense, basically saying, listen, sweetheart, this whole thing was consensual. That's what's going to happen. They're going to look at the situation and be like, yo, this whole thing was consensual. You got to miss me with the nonsense, right? That's exactly what they're going to do. But the fact that she moved weight from one place to another, even if I'm understanding, they moved that weight. And if she did not want to do it at first, if she really did not want to do it at first, like to move the weight, if you get what I'm saying, then there's a possibility. I mean, that's definitely falling under the racketeering stuff. Weight meaning substances, guys. Okay. If she initially did not want to move those substances across state lines in fear of getting caught, then Diddy is in trouble, because that's a count right there, right? And she did it. She says she did it at least twice. So again, that's not good. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's the other argument too, Stacy. Instead of saying no and go home, she flew in another man. Yeah, that's not great either. But she was like, I did it because I wanted to make him happy. I didn't want him to be angry at me. He was agitated. He clearly was really angry. So I didn't want him to be mad. And he also pays for my rent. So you know what? I called another dude so I could get it over with so he could be happy. Which is insane. I don't get to see a man dig you out tonight. Like, that's weird, right? I don't get to see a man dig you out. Man, that's weird, y'all. I'm sorry. That's weird. But okay. So she called another dude, came in, Sly. Okay. Sly and the Family Stone, right? Stand. So anyway, moving on. So, and this man, I'm assuming there's a photo of some sort being shown to her. So she's saying, yes, I had relations with this man in front of Diddy as well. And another person too? Yeah, a Spanish buff man. He was a bit odd, I felt. He was pulling out this scent to smell during the hibbity dibbity. I don't know. Maybe he had smelling salts. That's weird. That's a little weird. Hello, my beautiful Jane. I have this smelling salt that I take every time okay, let's do this. And he's sitting there going like, yes. Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Actually, it wouldn't be yes, it'd be see. I am the man. Yes. Right? What was he smelling? Okay. I swear. Like, I feel okay. All right. Let's continue. Sí, se puede. Okay. Moving on. But like I said, he's just in there and he's using smelling salts like he's about to lift weights or something. Come on now. Come on. This is weird. Like this, it feels like one of those one of those like those sex comedies. You know what I'm saying? Like one of those sex comedies. Like an American Pie type of Porky's, whatever. You know what I mean? Moving on, though. He's smelling something. He's pulling out this scent to smell during the hibbity dibbity. You can't make this up. Okay? She says, I don't know. It was something. She's like, prosecution says, so he was pulling out this strange scent to smell during the hibbity dibbity, and he was doing this in front of Sean? Yeah, he was. And then you told, from my understanding, there was another person that showed up too, another entertainer, a man who looked more European. Yeah, at the L'Hermitage. We performed twice. I'm sorry. See! Okay, I'm done. So, which entertainers did you see the most often? Which entertainers did you see most often? She says, I saw Paul and Sly more often. Which ones did you reach out to? Them, Paul and Sly, and Anton and Don. Those were the ones that I reached out to. Did you ever arrange hotel nights as a surprise for Diddy? Yes, I did. Twice. Like Valentine's Day or the return from a very long trip. You saw Cash during these hotel nights. So where were they usually? Where was this money usually stashed? Usually in the drawer in the nightstand. When Diddy ran out of cash, what did he do? He made a phone call to his security or his assistants, KK, for example, and then cash would suddenly appear. How much would suddenly appear? How much money are you talking about? A very good amount. Yeah, this he's not wrong. I'm surprised KK is not a co-conspirator. She might be testifying on Diddy's behalf for the defense, right? She might be getting called up. But I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay. So he takes the stand. Let's see what NBC has to say. And this was 7 minutes ago. So she testifies being told she didn't have to do the hotel nights anymore. Huh. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Just for Diddy to go back on his word. So he initially said, no, we good. You don't have to do these anymore. It's going to be you and me. Just come up to New York. It's just going to be you and me. We're done. We're done. Okay. The hotel nights are done. No more. Just come up to New York and I got you, girl. It's just going to be you and me. I promise. And then she gets on the plane. She's in mid-flight. And then he says, hey, you down for some entertainment tonight? And she's like, oh, crap. I guess I'm performing tonight. Ain't that something? So before the trip to New York together, Jane recalled making clear to Diddy that she did not want to participate in the hotel nights, even though Diddy kept asking if she wanted to. It's like, how many ways can I tell you that I don't want to do this anymore? And yet he'd still be like, you want to do it? You still want to do it, don't you? You still want to do it, don't you? When they got to the hotel, Trump Hotel, she said his assistants were setting up their room for a hotel night, and she remembers bickering with Diddy because she said she didn't want to participate. In response, Diddy was very defensive, she said. She recalled him saying she didn't have to participate in the actual encounters anymore. But in my heart, I knew he didn't mean that because it still happened that night. Diddy made Jane take E or X. She testified, and put her in an outfit before a man came in. I took Sean to the bathroom. I told him I didn't want to do this. And then he was agitated, she said. And he asked her what surprises she had for him. She said she, quote unquote, wanted to make it up for him since he wasn't going to have the night she envisioned. So she messaged another entertainer. She said another entertainer she had worked with before because she knew, because, quote unquote, I knew that it would make him happy and I wanted to have an upbeat night with him. So hold on. Took him into the bathroom. I told him I couldn't do this, and he was agitated. And he asked her what surprises she had for him. Like, so, okay, if you don't want to do this, what you got in store for me, girl? So she said she, quote unquote, wanted to make it up for him since he wasn't going to have the night she envisioned. I'm thinking that's a typo. I think that what they meant is she wanted to make it up for him since he wasn't going to have the night that he envisioned. So she messaged another entertainer that she had worked with before because, quote unquote, I knew that would make him happy and I wanted to have an upbeat night with him. So again, he's like, yo, what do you got? Okay? Like, what happened? You don't want to do it no more. So, and I put all this work together. So what you got for me then? Just curious. What do you have in store for me, Jane? And she's like, in second thought, let me make that phone call. So interesting. Let's see one more update here. She said she would surprise Diddy with hotel nights because it was expected. Jane said in court that she booked entertainers for hotel nights twice as a surprise to Diddy because she knew it was to be expected. I could read between the lines. He didn't have to tell me to do things. He would say, I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to see what you have for me. I knew the task was to set up a hotel night for him. Jane said she was surprised. Jane said she surprised Diddy for a celebration for him coming home from a long trip. When asked how she felt about Diddy, she said she loved him very deeply. I told him that every day, she said. Wow. Well, let's continue. Let's see what we got from Inner City, living for the city. All right. So the money was in the nightstand. If he ran out of cash, security or assistants like KK would bring some cash. It would be a lot of monies. To whom did Diddy hand this cash to? He handed it to Paul. He handed it to Don. He'd always pay at the end. What would Sean say? What would Diddy say before he brought out his iPhone to record? Nothing. Or it's just for me, which is still a question I'd like to know. Where are these videos going? Solely for him? Really? I still wonder that. I still keep thinking that this stuff is like for somebody else, right? She said, yeah, whenever he pulled out his phone to record any of this stuff, yeah, he was either say nothing at all, or he would be like, no, this is just for me. This is just for my spank bank, right? This is just for my memories. Does Sean sometimes act different? Yeah, sometimes happy, sometimes not. Let's see what we got. Ventriloquists in the house. Like, why does, no disrespect, but why the mustache? Okay. Let's just keep it moving. Former girlfriend of Diddy's testifying, will be okay. Back on the stand, she broke down in tears earlier as she described allegedly being forced to have relations with multiple men on her birthday in 2023, which, by the way, is not good. Being forced to do that is not good. Okay, not good at all. Just so you know. Let's continue on. After Jane told Diddy she didn't want any more of these freak-offs, she testified he promised her a night alone if she flew to New York City. While she waited for him in an SUV outside of the Trump International Hotel, she told the jury that she noted one of the hotel rooms was lit up in red. Oh, wow. So she looked outside and she's like, oh my God, the room is red, right? I was like, wow, that's extremely obvious. The red light room, right? We've heard testimony throughout the trial that Diddy meticulously prepared hotel rooms for freak-offs with supplies and decorations, including mood lights. Jane has previously testified that he likes red lighting for the freak-offs, which she said is exactly what was waiting for her in the red room in New York. So again, she pulls up and she looks up and she's like, oh my God. You can see it from outside. Wow. This is bad. Yeah, Jay Blade. It's the devil's room, right? Some strange sacrificial, like ritualistic BS going on here, guys. This is some wild stuff, y'all. Let's see what they say here. I'm going back just a little bit. Oh, and then the other thing about the nut juice, okay? Sorry, but the nut juice thing, it's like sloppy seconds, right? He really likes sloppy seconds. And then as soon as he got the guy was done or the guys were done, they would just do their business on her, right? And then he would go and just like be with her body to body, okay? Body to body, and do all this crazy, do the hibbity dibbity, and then do the nut juice, and then they would be playing with the juice. I know a lot of y'all are not going to look at almond milk the same way ever again. But still, though, okay? Nasty. Grimy, okay? And you realize that, here's the other thing, too. I'm also curious. I can see why this woman decided to do the Jane Doe thing. Because you got to remember, depending on if she has full custody over her kid or what her custody setup is like, she could lose her kid. Think about that for a second. It just dawned on me. She could literally lose her kid for her testimony here. Because the father, if the father's still around, because we don't know who it is, real talk, we don't. But he could literally go back to court and say, my son's, my daughter, my kid's mother is not fit to raise this child. Real talk. If she's making terrible choices like this, who's to say that could rub off on my child and inspire them to do bad things? I can't know. I need to have full custody over my child. She is not trustworthy. I'm being real. So it makes sense why she's doing the Jane Doe thing. I'm wondering if she also got immunity because let's be real. If she really did move money, or not money, I'm sorry. If she really did move substances across state lines, if she really did help move men across state lines, this is the same question I have for Cassie too. Could they actually catch charges for this? Because they're also facilitating those freak-offs as well, setting them up and everything. She's done it. She's admitting, Jane Doe is admitting that she's done it a couple times. So it's something to think about. So I get her, this Jane Doe, like hiding behind the Jane Doe name. And if she is who people think she is, she's already in trouble. But there is deniability, of course. There's clearly deniability with this situation. But because it's all behind a Jane Doe, and it could be anybody, literally, it could be any any OF model that's on Instagram that has a successful baby daddy. It could be anybody, okay? But again, it's bad. At the end of the day, this whole thing is bad. All right? It's crazy. It's crazy. But let's take a look at this. I'm just going back a little bit. Okay. She gets emotional while describing the hotel night during her birthday celebration. So she says she flew to Miami to celebrate her birthday with Diddy in 2023, but wasn't expecting it to be a hotel night. When they were having dinner in their hotel, Jane said Diddy alluded to having a hotel night. She said the moment was a big gulp moment because she wasn't expecting it. But she said that she just accepted it. After dinner, Diddy gave her a necklace for her birthday and an entertainer she had met before she arrived, that she had met before arrives soon after that. So it was a familiar performer, okay? It was more of an invasive moment because it was my birthday and I didn't want to do this on my birthday. She cried as she described this encounter with the man and Diddy. She said she remembered being robotic in the encounter. I just remember at this point in our relationship, this just had become so routine that I just was in the same rhythm, just like robotically, just the same thing. She said, crying harder. When asked for a protection, Diddy was very upset. She let out a loud cry when she testified that she backed off because she didn't want to sour the mood. I didn't want my partner unhappy with me. Diddy, seeing her unhappy about the situation, gave the entertainer a prophylactic. She said, but he was visibly unhappy and disinterested with the whole encounter. So how are you sitting there like, take the condom, man? And the whole time, instead of him, he's sitting there, he's doing his thing. But the entire time, he's just, meh. The entire time. You know what I mean? Just disgusted. Ugh. Meh. The entire time. All because of a rubber. So he rubbed his face and eyes. Diddy rubbed his face and eyes when Jane described hotel night. Oh, okay. So while he's in the courtroom. So before the jury took a break, Diddy reacted as Jane testified about her birthday celebration in Miami and how she felt about having a hotel night that day. He rubbed his face and eyes when Jane told the jury he gave her a bracelet and flowers, but then invited 2 more men into the hotel room. She was emotional during her testimony and heaved more than once as she cried. Prosecution asked Jane more than once if she needed a break, but she declined each time. So Jane says she rejected a man Diddy invited to their hotel room. She described a time around 2023 when Diddy invited a man to join them in a hotel room in Los Angeles, and she rejected having relations with him. She initially tried talking to the man and let him touch her, but Jane said she knew that, quote unquote, this was definitely not something that I would fake doing or that I could fake doing. She then told Diddy privately that she couldn't do it because she wasn't attracted to the man. Jane said Diddy told her, "Are you sure? Maybe just a little bit. Like maybe just try a little bit more," right? She went back to where the man was, and when they saw each other without their clothes on, Jane said that she was repulsed by him. Yikes. Where did he find this dude then? Like where did he scrape the bottom of the barrel for this dude? This is wild. When she told Diddy again that she couldn't do this, his demeanor was agitated and accepted it, but he, quote unquote, just seemed almost a little confused by it. Like, you don't see that juicy hog? How can you not want to smash this man? What are you talking about? You don't like him? What was wrong with this dude? What was so bad about this guy? I'm so confused. This wasn't like a typical thing for us to have like a hiccup in the routine of the night. She said that they excused the man, but then another man came into the hotel room later. She explains why she set up these performances even though she didn't want to. I loved him very deeply. This is some brainwashing I've never seen before in my whole entire life. Like I said, this is some brainwashing I ain't never seen in my whole entire life. Jane says she recalls setting up hotel nights as a surprise for Diddy on 2 occasions. She said those instances were probably for special occasions such as Valentine's Day or Diddy coming back from a long trip. Jane said she could hear the gray lines in between his words. Interesting. They implied he wanted performances to actually happen. He would say things like, "I can't wait to see what you have for me, girl," kind of thing. I just knew what task was being asked of me. When asked why she set up these hotel nights for Diddy, even though she didn't want to, she said, "I loved him very deeply." So Diddy paid men who joined the hotel nights in cash. So she testified she saw Diddy giving cash to at least 2 men after they had relations with her. She paid 2 men after their encounters, but the cash she gave them was always came from Diddy, she said. Sometimes after she had relations with the men, Jane said she would go into the bedroom while Diddy said goodbye to the men in the other room. When they traveled between May of 2021 and October 2023, Jane said she regularly saw Combs with cash, and he typically kept it in the hotel bedroom nightstands. Every so often, he would run out of cash, and he would call his security or his former chief of staff, KK, to bring him cash. Combs recorded these encounters on his cell phone and said they were just for him, allegedly. So he would record these actual encounters she had during these hotel nights on his cell phone, and he told her that the recordings were, quote unquote, just for him. Jane said Diddy would record nearly every time she had relations with another man in front of him. So she testified that she was always on some sort of substance when he recorded. Jane said she was fine with him recording the hotel nights because she was used to it at that time. It was just part of what was happening, she testified. She said she acted like she enjoyed the encounters because I wanted to put on a good show. Diddy would regularly direct her to do things, spicy things, during a hotel night, and she testified she'd follow the directions on command. So, jury sees photos of hotel nights. Oh, man, this is crazy. So the prosecution shows the jury 15 photos that Jane said were taken during a hotel night. The public was not able to see these photos. Jane testified that each of the photos showed her and another man during a hotel night, and one of the encounters took place at Diddy's own home. So she says Diddy was present for all of the hotel nights captured in these photos. Okay. And you know for a fact, Diddy's team is going to sit there and go, well, that doesn't mean that he's actually there. Just because she's standing there with a dude with his thing out doesn't mean that Diddy was actually in the room. That could have just been her being a freak leak. That's what they're going to say, I'm sure. Is he in any of these photos? Has he been captured in any of these photos? Do we see him in any of these photos? Ma'am, no, we don't. The defense rests. That's what's going to happen. They're like, so you could take photos all day long and say, see, it's a red room. You could take a photo with a guy, in there and make it seem like it's something else, right? That's what they're going to say. Wait for it. That goalpost is going to be moved. Wait for it. So Diddy became super defensive when she told him that she was done with the hotel nights. So she described another night that Diddy promised he would be romantic, but ultimately led to a hotel night in New York City in 2023 during her testimony. She says she flew to New York to visit Diddy after he suggested it, but she was hesitant because she figured he'd want to have a hotel night. Diddy promised her that they would have a romantic time, just the two of them. So she agreed to go. When she was mid-air on the way to New York, Diddy texted her about getting entertainment. Jane testified, I was really disappointed. I just felt this weight over me. When she got to New York City, she met Diddy at the Trump International Hotel. Diddy had her wait for him in an SUV with the understanding that they were going to dinner. She spotted their hotel room because it was lit with red lights while she was waiting in the car. The jury saw a photo she took of the outside hotel with the red light shining out of the room. Jane said at that point, she realized Diddy's assistants must have been upstairs setting up the room for the hotel night. So, before going back to the hotel room, they went to a lounge where they bickered. Jane said, I was bickering about just how I was done with this and I didn't want to do this. And like, why every time I see you, this is happening? She testified. He was super defensive in response, but said they didn't have to keep doing it. In my heart, I knew he didn't mean that, she testified, because it still happened that night. So he gave her some and then they went back into the hotel room and she put on an outfit Diddy had waiting for her. A man joined them in the room, and Jane said she, quote unquote, wasn't into anything about this guy. So she told Diddy privately that she wasn't into it, and he got agitated. So she said she messaged another man because she felt, quote unquote, she felt like she just wanted to make it up to Combs. So Jane said that the man flew from Atlanta to New York that very night. She said she booked the flight herself, but then Diddy reimbursed her. She said after the hotel night, one of Diddy's assistants dropped off an envelope with a few $1,000s cash for the man at the front desk of the hotel. This is Sly. Sly was up there. He woke up. They were all gone, right? They had already left. Sly's just waking up in a bed to an empty room and an empty bed, right? Prosecution asked Jane why she felt she had to make it up to Diddy, given their conversation earlier that night. She said that was a quote unquote hard question to answer. Here's what she said. She said, I just wanted to give him what he wanted And I wanted to make him happy, and I wanted to just have a good, upbeat night with him. So Jane confirmed that Diddy was paying her rent at that point, and they had already had discussions or conversations where he brought up her rent in connection with the hotel nights. Not good. No bueno. I'm sorry. I'm still just messed up about the Spanish buff man who's pulling out a scent to smell during the hibbity dibbity. Like, what is this? See. Okay. So, did Diddy sometimes act different? Sometimes he was happy, sometimes he wasn't. What directions did he give you? To put the baby oil on the man, to put my hands on myself. When you knew the camera was on you, how did you react? It was just a part of it. Okay. Did he ever record you while you were not on substances? No, he never did. Did you act like you enjoyed it? Yes, I did. Why? I wanted to put on a good show. What fantasy talk did you actually engage in? So much. We did role play, a fantasy. I'm sorry. There's just so many memories. He would actually create characters too. I'm going to show you some exhibits, not to the council, not to the council screens. So who's this? That's me and Don. The next one is me and Sly. What's this here? Me and Paul. Then me and Leo, Anton, and myself. Was Diddy present for all of these encounters? Yes, he was. I wore stripper shoes the whole time. What would happen with the baby oil? It would drip down to the shoes. It was hard, but I would try my best to keep my balance. Did Diddy ask you to get to get pierced up here, up the top? Your tatas pierced? Yes. He said it would turn him on. Who set up your piercing appointment? KK. Then what happened? Why did you, maybe it's like, why did you get rid of them? They got caught. They got caught on my lingerie, and then it started to get infected up there. So I took them off. What did Diddy say? He said, "Where are my piercings?" And this is the last time. This is the last time. Wow. So he said, "Where are my piercings? This is the last time I see you without them." Did your back hurt? Yeah, definitely, from bending over so much. Where else did you get sore? In my vajayjay. Did you ever tell Diddy about that? No. Why not? I just didn't want to indicate any negativity. So then why did you keep going? I'm not sorry. I'm not sure. Judge says, sidebar, please. So they have a sidebar. And now they're back. Do you have an estimate of how many times you told Diddy you didn't want to keep having these hotel nights? I don't have an estimate, to be honest. Did you ever write these things down? Yes. And sometimes I'd have the courage to text it to Sean. What did you see in your text messages? That I've been texting it since 2021. How I felt about everything. So what's this? So text exhibit is not on the screen, but it's up there. She's seeing it on the screen for herself. So that's November 2021. I felt jealous. I saw he was doing things with another woman on their IG stories. Why did you feel jealous if you knew he was dating other women? I came to do hotel nights with Don and Sly. Then he gives quality time with another woman. This next text, could we talk about that? Yeah. So I wrote, I need a breather and a break from you. Man, interesting stuff. Let me get some water here really quick. I'm getting dry. Interesting, right? And you got to remember, just so you know, because people are talking about Gina. Gina is was Gina's supposed to be victim number 3, if we have that correct. Victim number 3, everyone's speculating to be Gina. If that's the case, we're not seeing Gina. Gina's not going to be testifying at all. She out. Okay? She out. She out the question. So this is not Gina. Okay? Most definitely not Gina. Now, will Gina show up for the defense? You never know. She might. But we'll see. This victim number 2 is a completely different person from Gina. Just so you know. Okay? And yeah, if you see the Tasha K interview with Gina, you'll be able to know right off the bat, because if you read some of the documents, some of the paperwork from this trial, okay, leading up to the actual start of this trial, they said a lot of things that do relate to things that Gina was saying in the interview on Tasha K. That like 5-year-old, I don't know how old that video is, but it's old, okay? Way before Tasha K even had a studio and all that, right? So again, I would highly recommend you guys, go check out that interview, and you're going to see for yourself. It's like, nope, this victim number 2, this Jane Doe here, is not the Gina that everyone's thinking it is. Trust me, it's not. Okay? This is a completely different person. And like I said, I don't think this person has ever filed anything. I don't think this person has ever done any interviews before this trial. She literally, again, Gina is not, from my understanding, was not with Diddy up until the day he got arrested. She been gone out of that relationship a long time. Okay. This particular person was in a relationship with Diddy leading up to his arrest. This particular Jane Doe was basically around and in a relationship with him all the way up to the moment he got arrested, and why he's in trial right now. Just so you guys know. All right. So we don't know who this person is. I'm sure at some point when the trial is over, her name will be out here, but there are some questions. I got a lot of questions. You got to remember, he's had other relationships with, there's other people, like I'm wondering if, I'll say it because I don't know I don't think she's the Jane Doe, but I'm going to say her name anyway. I am curious about Young Miami, because Young Miami was in a relationship with Diddy up until now too. Now remember, Diddy had women. He had multiples. At the same time. But it does make you wonder, like, was she down for, was she doing this stuff too? Was she doing a different kind of freak off for Diddy? Or was he a one freak off woman type of man? I got all my other girls, but I have that one freak off girl. Or were they all doing freak offs for Diddy? I'm curious. I am quite curious. So let's continue on, though. So let me go back to where we were again. Why do you feel jealous? Why did you feel jealous if you knew he was dating other women? I came to do hotel nights with Don and Sly. Then he gives quality time to another woman? That's messed up. I could see why she'd be mad. She's like, I'm hoping to have one-on-one time with this dude, and all he's doing is throwing me random D. I perform for him. He goes, thank you, sweetheart. And he moves on and he's like, oh, I love this girl. And he's doing FaceTime. You know, he's doing little IG stories with his new main squeeze. What the hell? I'd be mad too. If you thought that it was going to be something more than just the Freakoffs, I can understand being upset. You know what I mean? I understand that 110%. But at the same time, this is exactly what happened to Cassie. This is actually what happened to Cassie. So she says, this text here, this next text, can we talk about it? She says, I wrote, I need a breather and a break from you. Yeah, I'd be angry too. Be like, what? So I'm literally a bona fide freak-off call. I'm a bona fide booty call. That's it. But I'm now going international with this booty. Anytime you need me, I'm there to do these freak-offs. But you ain't willing to take me out, make me feel special, make me feel like I'm at least the only one for that moment. And I'm doing all these performances for you? What the hell? Right? What's the glitch here? What the hell? Right? I can see her being mad about that. I can see any person being mad about that. Right? So, play this exhibit. It's a voice note, please. So they play this voice note. Diddy is talking in this voice note. She asks me to work out. This is the time you're gonna be curse at me. She asked me to work out. This is the time you're gonna be cursing me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just effed her. Be sad. Go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. What? What? Hold on. Excuse me. Huh? She asks me to work out. This is the time you're going to be cursed at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. It don't matter if I just effed her. Shoot, be sad. Go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. Huh? I don't deserve being honest with someone. Maybe he's chopping it up weird. We're going to find out. Because he might have like written it in shorthand and it's coming off weird, right? That's why sometimes these things get a little sticky. Reading these things get a little sticky because grammar-wise or what is being written is a little off. But that's interesting. Still, no matter what, he still sounds like a butthole. Okay? So he says, so the prosecution says, how often did Diddy call you crazy? Often. It made me feel confused. What did you say? That she didn't just come to the gym. I didn't even care. I don't even care who you're laying up with. I wanted that time with him. I said, you just want the hotel-ish. I don't deserve being honest with someone. Interesting. Let's go to Washington Post real quick. So he ran out of cash during these marathon freak-offs, according to his former girlfriend. He would typically pay these S workers, and if in the event of a long run, she said he would have one of his employees bring more cash to the room, much like staff routinely supplied these pills of illegal substances. Okay. Interesting here. And I'm glad they're talking about the other things that other ailments that she was dealing with. So she developed UTIs or yeast infections after nearly every freak-off she testified. Her back and shoulders often hurt after because she would be at the edge of a seat or on the edge of a bed in the position that Diddy liked. So she would literally hold a position for a really long time, right? Hold that position, girl. Love it. Yeah, right? So Diddy would sometimes make Jane have relations with the escort in another freak-off before her previous UTIs had healed. So there was no breaks in between, really. It felt like a burning constant, like it felt like burning and constant urination, she said. Her pelvic area was also hurt during freak-offs. She testified, but she didn't feel comfortable complaining because Diddy wanted her to stay positive. Jane said that he would become upset, defensive, belittling, dismissive on multiple occasions when she suggested pausing the actual sessions. Like I said to you, he'll be like, finish strong, girl. Finish strong, which is crazy. Let's take a look at NBC News, see what they got going on. So he asked her to get her tatas pierced, okay, in preparations for a hotel night. So he asked her, to get them pierced while he was in a relationship with her. He said it would turn him on, and that's what he wanted from his girl, she testified. So she said Diddy recommended a place to get the piercings, and his former chief of staff, KK, helped her set up the appointment. It felt like something bit them, okay? Adding that she took them off after a year because they bled and got infected. Ooh. So she had them on for a while. Okay. Sean would say things like, where are my piercings? This is the last time I see you where you don't have your piercings on. He clearly was agitated. She also described to the courtroom what she'd do to prepare for the hotel nights. So I would always be on point. I would have my nails, hair, and a tan. Okay. I would have outfits and shoes ready. Same type of shoes every night. High heels, stripper heels. I would have them on the entire time of the night. It was a lot. The baby oil would make my feet sticky and oily. Tan does say a lot too. Tan does say a lot. Right here. I would have my hair, my nails, and tan. So again, unless she's a light-skinned black woman, that's possible. But at the same time, this does not give me the vibes of that at all. So she's clearly not black. But again, she could be anybody. So, like I said, so the theory of Young Miami is out the door. Okay? Completely out the door. Jane says that she got UTIs almost every week. Golly, she probably was guzzling gallons of cranberry juice like every mother-loving day. Real talk. Okay? Amid the hotel nights, she got urinary tract and yeast infections almost every week, and she had to take antibiotics for constant pain. It would make her feel, it would take her between a week and a half or a couple of weeks to recover, she said. And sometimes she couldn't recover fully before another hotel night. She said she used to get soreness in her area, okay, down there and in the pelvic area every night, but that she never told Diddy that. She also said that she didn't stop when she got sore, but she's not sure why. Diddy said he did not know how Jane felt about hotel nights, despite her telling him often. The witness testifies. So she says that Diddy told her towards the end of the relationship that he did not know how she felt about the hotel nights, despite her saying she told him multiple times in text and in person. And we saw the texts. The text, she's like, I'm done. I want out. I want nothing to do with this. Please, miss me with the nonsense. I'm tired of this, right? She testified that she believed him at the time, but has reviewed their text messages but has reviewed their text messages with each other, and that she, quote unquote, had been telling him the same thing over and over again since 2021. So Jane said that she'd tell him how she felt about when she'd tell him how she felt about the hotel nights during their relationship. He was upset, dismissive, and belittling. So again, it doesn't matter. Every single time that she tried to be like, I want nothing to do with this. I am done. He's like, girl, stop. And then now when he talks about it, when they were trying to part ways, he's like, I don't remember you talking to me about that. That's weird. That's new news to me, girl. You didn't tell me that before. And she's like, sweetheart, here are text messages where I've said this to your face, where I've said this to you in writing. I've said this to your face multiple times, and you still made me do these things. Not a good look. Okay. So, so she was like, I was just jealous. He was doing these IG posts with this new chick that he was with, blah, blah, blah. Right. He's like, I don't care. It doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter if I effed her. It doesn't matter. Right. Go ahead and be mad. Go be sad and go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. I don't know what that means, but okay. But then she's like, I was just trying to say that she didn't just come to the gym. I didn't even care who he was laying up with, but I wanted to have time with him. I said, you just want me for the hotel-ish. So then what happened here? So it's another event, I guess. And so she says, I had relations with Leo. I was on some substances. It made my partner happy. It made Diddy happy. I was okay with it. How many phones did Diddy use then? He only had 2. Diddy started dating another woman. He did a big birthday party for her. How did you see that? I saw it on IG. Wait, what did you say? Or what did you say when you found out? I see what you are going for. I see that. I think it's like, I see that you are going for her. Yeah. I see that you're going for her. Why do you play me? Say she's just a business partner. Then you say she's spending money on you. How would you feel if I said a man was spending money on me? And then you wrote what else? I feel cheap. Mm. Oh, here. I see what you're saying. I see what you're going for here. There it is. I see what you're going for here. Why do you play me? Say she's just a business partner. Huh. Okay. I see what you're going for. I see what you're going for here. Why would you play me? Say she's just a business partner? Then you say she's spending money on you? How would you feel if I said a man was spending money on me too? And then she says, I feel cheap. After your first hotel night in May of 2021 with Don, what did you do next? We went out on a yacht. And then after that, what happened? We just slept after those we just went to sleep after the hotel nights. So what did you write in this note? I wrote, why am I just for your freaky desires? Hmm. Okay. Jane says she told Diddy she wanted to stop, but he would get defensive, belittling, and dismissive. So she testified that she didn't know how many times she told Diddy that she wanted to stop the hotel nights, but typically it was in text messages. When she tried to tell Diddy in person or over the phone, he would overpower the conversation and get defensive, belittling, and dismissive. Defensive, belittling, and dismissive. Jane said that she would often collect her thoughts in the notes application on her phone. She said it was the only avenue to get my feelings out and write my thoughts and feelings. Here comes a book. Book time. All right. Memoirs, right? So Jane said that she sometimes got the courage to send her thoughts to Diddy. Towards the end of their relationship in 2024, Jane said Diddy told her he never knew she didn't want to partake in these particular hotel nights. She believed him at the time, but later reviewed her text messages with Diddy and came to realize that she's been expressing those feelings since 2021. I've been saying the same things over and over again. So she's reading text messages she sent to Diddy. Hopefully it'll be a little bit better a breakdown here. So she read text messages she sent to Diddy in November of 2021, in which she described feeling mistreated and needing, quote unquote, a breather. She wrote she was, quote unquote, feeling some type of way and referred to a homegirl. She testified that she had just gotten back from a hotel night from Diddy, and she saw on social media that he was spending some quality time with another woman. I felt mistreated, that I was coming there to do a hotel night, and when I leave, he's given another woman this quality time that I was like begging for, she testified. In other messages, she referenced hotel vibes and the names of two male workers they had seen. I need a breather and a break from you. This doesn't make me feel good at all. Your true intentions with me are in plain sight, she wrote in another message. She testified that she was referring to the hotel nights in these messages. Let's see if there's new updates. So I wrote, why am I just for your freaky desires? So they say, did you send this to Sean? No, I did not have the courage. So what about this note? I wrote, you were partying with another girl. You just want me for debauchery. I'm done being used by you. You talking trash, or you trashing my house with dirty debauchery. I'm done. So she did like a Kim Porter, right? Just a digital version of that, right? Kyer, thank you. I'm dead over over here. Booty holes and halitosis. I love your show. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, booty holes and halitosis. Okay? Just saying. We live in some crazy times, y'all. Crazy times. And we ain't even fully halfway through 2025. You understand that, right? We ain't even done with 25. 24 was wilding, but 25 has been from day one. It's been wild, and we ain't even halfway through. Just understand that we ain't even halfway through 2025. All right, crazy. Do me a favor, guys, if you can. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button. That'd be greatly appreciated as we wait for more updates. Because we waiting patiently. Okay. She testifies that she once told Diddy that he didn't want her. He just wanted the hotel nights. I see what you're saying. So the jury's hearing more text messages in the exchange between Diddy and Jane Doe. Don't say you effing miss me and you're bored over there. Just don't say ish to me. And just don't say ish to me at all. You don't deserve me, she said. So he sent her a audio message in response saying, you gotta believe this is the last time you're gonna be cursing at me. Oof. So he denied having relations with a woman Jane saw with him on social media and called her crazy. In the message played for the jury, Diddy told Jane to go be sad. He also said he could have relations with whomever he wants. Diddy often called Jane crazy, she testified. It would make me feel confused, just doubt. She testified that she didn't care that Diddy was with other women, but she said she wanted more time with Diddy. It was what they were doing that made me feel jealous. I wanted the time with him. That's what I wanted from him. She testified that she was jealous of the other women and how Diddy treated them. Growing emotional, Jane said, I was being treated like I was the one who had to take this on. I had to take all of this on. And those girls didn't. They didn't, right? At one point, Jane texts Diddy, it's not me you miss or want. She testifies that in the text she meant, it's not me that you want. It's these nights that you want. He would tell, or she says Diddy would tell her all the things I wanted to hear after fights. So after the text conversation, Jane says Diddy FaceTimed her and calmed her down. It was something Diddy would do after having a fight about hotel nights, which she says happened often. He would say all the things I wanted to hear. He would say that it's not what I'm thinking, she said. He would just downplay whatever I was freaking out about and said that he loved me and he missed me and he wanted to see me, she added. Interesting. Yeah, because he's trying to keep her happy. That's it. He's trying to keep her happy so he can continue getting what he wants, you know? So she says, she writes to him, right? I wrote, you were parting with another girl? You just want me for the debauchery? I'm done being used by you. You trashing my house with this dirty debauchery. I'm done. So, and what is this? So right after I sent right after I sent my birthday. Okay, right after I spent my birthday having relations with these men in a hotel room, Diddy went on vacation with another girl he was dating. How did he respond to your text? He wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. What? Right after I spent my birthday having relations with these men in a hotel room, Diddy went on a vacation with another girl he was dating. How did he respond to your text? He wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. So she knows about all the girl knows about the freak-offs, right? That's kind of what I'm getting. The girl knows about the freak-offs, but he didn't give the detail that it was her birthday. That's crazy. That's crazy. Is that? I mean, that's kind of how I'm gathering it. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like. Yeah, Kate. Trump's going to be like, man, this is not the kind of publicity I wanted. Not for my hotels. Damn. This is nuts. What's your thinking so far, guys? I mean, if they're ending at 4, or sorry, at 3, then they should be ending right now. But I don't know. They might be going till 4 today, like last time, like yesterday. So there's still that possibility. But this is interesting, though. This is very interesting. Oh, okay. So they might be going on for 2 more hours. That's what's up. Or, yeah, they might be going for 2 more. Wow. Okay. So they're going for 2 more hours. Diggity dang. Going till 5. Okay. So hopefully, like I said, I'm hoping that they get this moving, get more info. Okay. So that's interesting that he said, I didn't tell her about your birthday, which is weird. So what did he write to you next? That it looked like I had a nice birthday dinner with my girlfriends. Who paid for the dinner? Diddy. But was he actually there for your birthday dinner? No. And here, when you said you were tired, that was after 3 men. I was tired. Crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. Man, you ain't wrong with that. Black, you ain't wrong with that. The nicest thing I can say about Diddy is that he's made his life unnecessarily complicated. Yeah. that is the nicest way to say that's the nicest compliment, okay? The most diplomatic compliment in the history of compliments revolving around this. Cuz this is bad. This is very bad. And I am still wondering if Young Miami will ever speak out. You see what I'm saying? Thank you so much for watching all the way from South Africa. Thank you so much, Zenda. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, the classic. Listen, classic. His rep is absolutely destroyed. And yes, if he's found not guilty, yes, there's still a good possibility that he could walk out. But there's no way people are going to not forget the things that they have said about Diddy. Will he be able to bounce back from this without any problems? No, he's not going to be able to bounce back from this at all. There's no way. There's just no earthly way. Okay. So she said, I'm tired in that text message. And this was after 3 men. That's the reason why. I was tired. Okay. So what did he write to you here? He wrote, I'm tired of you throwing S in my face. Let's just be friends. What? What did you think he meant? Anytime I brought up the hotel nights, what did you write? Are you really breaking up with me? Ruh-roh. She's like, are you really breaking up with me? You breaking up with me? Uh-oh. Yeah, it's interesting because he's like, I'm tired of you asking all about this S stuff. You got to stop talking about this. You keep throwing this stuff in my face all the damn time. Okay, fine. Let's just chill. Let's just chill. Let's just be friends. Let's move on. He picked the wrong one, guys. That's basically what it is. He picked the wrong one. Wrong ones, actually, because Cassie. Now, what's interesting about this, by the way, have you seen the interview, or not the interview, the conversation that Young Miami had on her podcast with Saucy Santana? Put the number one in the chat and let me know if you guys saw the conversation that she had with Saucy Santana on her podcast. Just hit the number 1. Okay. So you guys saw that, right? All right. Let me just say this. Now, I challenge all of you, when we get done with this show, go over and rewatch that interview and tell me if she's full of ish or not. Now that the trial is on and popping, I truly think that she's lying through her teeth. She is lying through her teeth. And here's the other thing, too. She did a whole conversation about Diddy on her platform, being asked questions by one of her best friends, Saucy Santana, who is still, if I remember correctly, if my memory serves me correctly, he was reading off of cue cards, if I'm correct. He was reading off questions. So it wasn't like they were having a full-on open conversation about things that are going on with Diddy. No. It was completely fabricated and choreographed. It was scripted as hell. But now rewatch that interview all over again. It's going to hit different now. It's going to hit different. Okay? You have to listen to the interview she did with Trina. Oh, where can I find that one? I'd like to see that too. Yeah, the Revolt TV interview that she did, that was absolute damage control. So now you're going to watch it and you're going to see a different tone. You're going to be like, oh, this is BS. This is all a lie. You mean to tell me she don't know nothing? You know for a fact she knows a lot. People should be asking her, what's up, Young Miami? Sup? What you know, though? Because she knows some things. That interview is trash. I mean, it was trash when I first saw it. I was like, come on, that's her best friend. Okay? Saucy Santana is one of her closest friends. All right? Like, no. This wasn't okay, I'm going to go on another platform. Oh, by the way, it was an interview on her platform. So she has the say on the final cut of the episode. Let's not forget that. So she has full control over it. If it's not Diddy's people having control over it as well. It was all BS, y'all. All BS. So apparently the trial, apparently it's going to be ending at 5 today. So we got 2 more hours left, allegedly. Okay. We just waiting for more. But again, rewatch that whole thing again, and you're gonna be like, wow, that is she lying. That's some BS right there. Okay. Let's continue on. So she says, so he said, stop throwing this spicy stuff in my face. You know what? Let's just be friends then. And so then he said, prosecution says, and what do you think he meant by saying that? And she says, well, anytime I brought up he was getting annoyed by any time that I brought up the hotel nights. So she says, how did you respond? The prosecution says, how did you respond to those things? And she says, I said, are you breaking up with me? So, sobbing, you're the only man in my life. You took someone else to the place I dreamed about. Prosecution says, where? She says, Turks and Caicos. So what did he write? He wrote, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong. I wrote, what am I doing wrong? Then they go for a break. Son of a gun. And the plot continues to thicken. And it's interesting that they're bringing this up. I get why, because I think they're trying to get ahead of it before the defense brings it up, because I have a feeling they're going to sit there and go, see, she's just disgruntled. She's just really upset. She's just really mad, heartbroken. Don't you see? Don't you see? She's just an upset girlfriend and she's just trying to get revenge. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's what I see here. This is just an attempt to get ahead of the BS but the potential BS of the defense trying to bring this out, right? So interesting. Let me see here. So she testifies that she told Diddy she was done in 2022. So on December 12th, 2022, in a note, she wrote that she was done being used by Diddy. You are hurtful and damaging to me, she wrote. I have to go away from you because you have crossed too many lines. The note, shown in court, continued. I'm done being used by you. You leave to me to clean up and recover on my own. Jane says Diddy started dating another woman shortly after participating in the hotel night. And I keep thinking maybe this other woman is Young Miami. That could very well be what it is, right? Maybe that's what it is. Okay. So Jane described feeling heartbroken and so cheap after Diddy showed off a new dating relationship, okay, with another woman shortly after participating in a hotel night on her birthday. Jane read messages from February 2022 where she asked Diddy what color dress she should wear. She testified that they were getting ready to meet up for her birthday in Los Angeles. Jane said Diddy told her they were going to dinner and then hang out, and she wasn't expecting to have a hotel night. But a new man came over and she ended up having relations with him. At this point, I was really, under the influence and in love with Diddy, and I was okay with it at that time. She was okay with it. Soon after her birthday, Jane testified that she saw on social media that Diddy had started dating another woman. It was really heartbreaking for me because I felt that I saw this big, grandiose birthday that he did for her versus the type of birthday that I had just experienced with him. So now, and it's helpful when we get more context. Thank God we have more context, because I'm like, what is going on? And I get the jealousy. You know what I mean? She's like, I'm doing all these crazy acrobatic moves for you. I'm holding these positions. I'm performing S and all these random D's for you, right? I could be, and then you're out with this other woman celebrating her birthday, letting her live her life like it's golden. What the F? What am I, chopped liver? What the hell, right? Jane texts Diddy, I don't ever want to do another hotel night. I didn't want to do those things with you on my birthday, but I wanted to make sure we had a good time, she wrote. I feel so cheap once again. Context is helpful. Context is helpful. She wrote that she was done being used by Diddy in her notes app. So the jury saw excerpts of Jane's writing in her notes app where it was described how she felt about these hotel nights on November 26th of 2022. She wrote in a note, she wrote that she kept waiting for Diddy to fulfill his promises, which was a reference to how Diddy would tell her they'd spend time together outside of the hotel nights, but it never happened, she testified. She wrote, you hurt my feelings every time you dismiss me. It's belittling, according to the writings shown in court. Jane said Diddy promised her things she wanted, including date nights and quality time with him, but said he wanted to have hotel nights first. She would agree, and then after them, Jane said they would be too exhausted and spent the rest of our free time sleeping. That's not a whole lot of free time. I mean, that's not a lot of one-on-one time. If you're sleeping, how can you have one-on-one time if y'all sleep, right? In another note, she wrote, "Hey, I don't know why you're calling me. I don't know why you're calling me for, but I'm sorry. I don't want to do substances for days and days and have you use me to fulfill your freaky wild desires in hotel rooms." She read aloud a note that she wrote in December 12th, 2022, in which she said Diddy wanted, quote unquote, escapism or debauchery, and then would turn to other women, leaving her cleaning and recovering from freakoffs from these hotel nights on her own. You have just crossed too many lines, she wrote in a note, adding that he would be in contact with other women while she was with him. Jane testified that she would clean up after some of the hotel nights, which some occurred at her home. I'm done being used by you. I don't feel good around you, she wrote in a note. It was really hurtful to see that Sean was so capable of doing these really romantic love gestures, but when it came to me, I was just always met with excuses, she testified. So, Jane to Diddy, I'd like to get off the hamster wheel and do something different with you. So, prosecution is now reviewing text messages between Diddy and Jane after her birthday in February of 2023 in Miami. She testified that on her birthday, he sprung a hotel night on her with 3 different men. She texts, "Why do you lie to me?" She testified that after the hotel night on her birthday, Diddy embarked on a private vacation with another woman. She says, "It broke my heart because I just finished spending my birthday with these guys, having relations with me, and then just for my partner to leave and do such a romantic gesture for someone else." Jane said she had a feeling that in Miami, Diddy was planning something for someone else. But when she asked him about it, he said no. Diddy responded to her texts asking why he lied. He says, "Because I didn't feel like telling you. I didn't feel like telling you what I was doing with her. You had your birthday, and I didn't tell her what I was doing with you. It really feels like you used me to get off and go away for a week." Jane texted him. The next message Jane wrote, "I'd like to get off the hamster wheel and do something different with you. I deserve it too." In another message, she wrote that he had promised her vacations for years, but quote unquote, all we do is hotels, and it's sad. It's not fair to me. I didn't want to do all of that on my birthday. You knew how tired I was, Jane wrote. Combs Diddy eventually responded, let's just be friends because I can't take this part for real. I can't take this part for real. I'm done with you comparing yourself to someone else. I treat you good. And if you don't feel so, let's just be friends. So he also responded saying, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong. And then, of course, they go on a quick, short, little break. Man, it's crazy. It is crazy. Let's see if they came back from the break. Okay, so the jury is out right now. So, okay. So they're asking Jane Doe, or they're talking to Jane Doe. I want to bring the court's opinion. I want to bring to the court's opinion that there are YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find out Jane's activity. Wow. 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 Where we find contact information, we reach out. We are recording live streams. Wow. Wow. That is insane. Who out here saying crazy stuff? Who out here trying to say, like, put her name out here? That is insane. Wow. We want to bring to the court's opinion that there are YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find out Jane's identity. Where we find contact information, we reach out. We are recording live streams. Wow, that is insane. Do you have evidence if these people are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? If we had found out, or if we had found that, we would ask them to be banned from the courtroom or overflow room. Wow. That is insane. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Make an ex parte filing. I'll ask marshals to investigate. Who is live streaming this right now? What is going on? What the hell is going on here, guys? What the hell is going on? Hold on. And I hope there's more information here, because what the heck is going on? That's so crazy. YouTube accounts are actively trying to find out her identity, which you should not be doing, guys. On your lives, you shouldn't be doing that. Where we find contact information, we reach out. We are recording live streams. Okay. Do you have evidence of if these people are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? So who's out there doing the stuff? How are they live streaming, right? How are they live streaming while they're still in court? Unless they mean by they go out during these breaks, live stream on the breaks and say a bunch of things that they shouldn't be saying live in their, in their stuff. That's a possibility. But my Lord, that's insane. No one's saying anything that from what I've seen. Everyone's just, so it is outside. I'm assuming because everybody's like during the breaks, they're going outside and they're going, okay, so she said this, and this, and this, and this, and this, right? And she's looking like this, and she's crying, and she's this, and this. But I have yet to hear anybody say a person's name. I have yet to hear anybody say a person's name at all. At least the ones I've listened to from at least today. I haven't heard anybody say anybody's names, but I haven't listened to everybody yet. You see what I'm saying? Not everybody has been, talking, right? Not everybody's live streaming right now. A lot of people do a recap at the end of the trial, at the end of the day of court, right? So that is a very interesting piece of information. Okay, so let me continue on. Wow. So people are going out after. That's insane. That's some sloppy work. That's some sloppy work. If they're saying people's names or if they're alluding to anything that would make anybody, you know what I mean? That's not good. And of course, there's other platforms that have much bigger streams than me. You know, they got tens of thousands of people watching their stuff live, right? So everybody got to watch. People got to watch what you're saying online, man. This is scary. That's crazy. It can get sloppy. All right. Okay. So make this make a filing. Ask marshals to investigate. So moving on. If someone published her license, it would violate your order. This is what Jane's lawyer said. What? Who is publishing her we don't even know who this is. Whoa. That's not good. Who does that? Oh, that's sloppy as hell. So the judge says, send me what you can. I'll consider it. Even over the break. Hold on. There's got to be more information. Diggity. Damn. That's insane. So Jane's attorney asked the judge to take further steps to protect her identity. Understandably. So Jane's attorney is addressing the court about media and social media reports about her identity. The attorney is asking the judge to take further steps to enforce the pseudonym order. Yeah, who's putting her stuff out here? Who's saying, like I said, I don't know for sure who this person is, but people are putting somebody's name out here, y'all. Wow. We're going to get to that. That's something else, but that is some interesting stuff. Hold on. So Jane, and this is another thing. Jane felt like she was used after finding out that Diddy was taking another woman out on trips. So she found out about it, like him going on taking somebody else out. Okay. When she saw the other woman had posted a private jet decorated for her birthday on Instagram, adding that they went to Turks and Caicos, a destination she asked Diddy to take her for many times. It made me feel absolutely terrible. I just finished my birthday with him. It broke my heart because I just finished spending my birthday with all of these guys having relations with me. And then he would leave and do such a romantic gesture for someone else. She confronted him. Diddy said he didn't feel like telling her what he was doing with someone else. In the text message shown in court, she said she didn't want to do a hotel night on her birthday and that she was frustrated and feeling used. So he responded by accusing Jane of throwing S in his face and saying, let's just be friends. I don't throw S in your face constantly, but these nights require everything out of me for 30 to 40 hours straight, she responded in a text. I figured on my birthday, you would switch it up on me. You're making me feel used right now, and now you're breaking up with me? So he eventually texted her that he missed her and asked to make it up to her. Jane told the court that she didn't respond for 13 days. So juror reacts to explicit photos shown in court. After the break, a female juror placed a hand over her face as spicy photos were displayed on the screen in front of them. Like I told you, some of these women are going to have some strokes. Okay? Real talk. So the jury has been shown 15 photos that Jane said were taken during these hotel nights. She testified that each of these photos showed her and another man, and Diddy was present for all of them. The public was not able to see these photos. Have mercy. What's really interesting about this, and this is before the break that this went down. What's really interesting about this is that one thing that's interesting is who's going online, because clearly I'm sure they're doing all kinds of live streams. Let me take a look. they're all doing live streams to a certain extent about this coverage, right? While this break is happening. Let me see here. Let's see. Boom. Let's see here. Man, I mean, nobody's live right now from what I'm seeing. At least the go-to, right? At least, yeah, at least the go-to. Few of the go-to people that that I've been watching their coverage afterwards. No one's live from the from leaving the courtroom, but at the same time, there are going to be people who are following this whole thing that are, as soon as they go on a break, a lunch break or anything, because for a fact that they're going and they're checking out these live streams, right? Just to see if these people are getting, at least the big platforms, if those big platforms are exposing this particular Jane Doe's real name, potentially, right? But again, like I said, I don't know, right? I don't know. But again, certain people have been posting things on their social medias that have not been helping the situation out either, because it's kind of doubling down on things that are going on, right? On the speculation. It's just igniting, it's just adding kerosene to a fire, right? But again, we don't know, right? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's bad. That's not good. Yeah, you can't even allude to it. You see what I'm saying? Like you can't even sprinkle the possibility of anything. You see what I'm saying? Because next thing you know, that's when people are like, oh, then it must be that person. You see what I'm saying? Especially if you're in the room and you're seeing it, you're seeing that person, and then you're sitting there going, oh, well, her real name rhymes with something. You know what I mean? It rhymes with, you know what I mean? And then everyone's going, oh my gosh, it's, you know what I mean? So again, not helpful. That doesn't help. Does not help whatsoever. But I'm gonna use this opportunity to use the bathroom myself. I need a little bit of a break. Stretch these legs a little bit. Okay. So give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna be right back. Let me do that. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I will say this. There's been a lot of other people that have been saying specific names. Is that true? Okay, I don't think Tisa got banned. I don't think she got banned. Okay. I don't think that's the truth. Okay. But they are looking at things. Okay. They are looking at people's streams. They are like trying to confirm people. You know what I mean? I don't think she did. I think that's just a rumor people are saying out loud. It's not true, guys. That's not true. Because she's in there. she's in the trial. So it's not her, guys. So like I said, the rumors need to stop. So that's not it. Okay. We don't know who's saying who said what. And I'm sure that information will come out at some point if there is a need for that to be brought to the court's attention. But for right now, we don't know. Okay. All they're saying is that they're seeing things, something's going on. They're seeing something that's going on. Some people, some YouTubers are streaming right after, during lunch breaks and during some of these breaks, giving people the information. And maybe that person slipped up and said something that they shouldn't have said, identifying that particular person. But what's also wild is that they said if her if her ID, if her license has been exposed on the internet, which makes no sense. Who's posting her stuff like that online? Who has access to that stuff like that? That's insane. But of course, that's a huge concern because again, she needs to be safe, right? So we'll see. But this is very interesting. This is very interesting. We'll see what happens here. Okay. But I am going to be right back. I'm going to take a little bit of a bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
He was excited. He flew to New York that night from Atlanta. What happened? It was nice. We had sex in front of Sean at the Trump Hotel. See, yeah, Mauricio, it was nice. It's not good for the prosecution's case and them having to reiterate. He was paying your rent, right? He was giving you an allowance, a love contract. They keep having to reiterate to this jury how this was coercive, right?
Yeah, but listen, if Jane comes off as an honest witness, she's still helping the prosecution because she's solidifying this obsession that Diddy has with male sex workers and like proving that, yeah, well, you know what? She didn't check off all the boxes for force, fraud, and coercion, but if you believed her, then you must believe that Diddy is obsessed with sex workers and these freak-offs and having 2, 3, 4 guys have sex with her. So, I think it still helps the prosecution, even if it doesn't, prove the force, fraud, or coercion. And in the end, the jurors are going to have to, say guilty or not guilty regarding a person like him. And anytime that you chip away at someone's character, anytime that the jury looks at them and is like, man, I can't believe this guy's so disgusting, that hurts you. As a defense attorney, that really hurts you because juries, at the end of the day, they make simple decisions. And if they don't like you, you've almost lost the battle right there.
And I think a great way to wrap it up is with Tia215. Jesse, I know when it's almost the weekend for you because you were throwing on a jean shirt. And that's right. So we're going to continue to follow this for everybody. But Joe Richardson, Mauricio Padilla, Mina Sewat-Lona, thank you so much for coming on. Great analysis. Thank you so much for taking the questions. And thank you all out there for your amazing questions, including my wife. I love you. I'll see you later. Really appreciate everybody. We're going to continue to do these lunchtime shows for you every single day of this trial, particularly with no cameras, particularly with no audio equipment. We want to give you as much transparency of this case as possible. We want to break it down for you as quickly as possible, and really appreciate the support and the questions. Hope everybody has a great weekend. We'll see you next time.
All right. And I am back. What did I miss? I'm kidding. Okay. Interesting stuff. Anything I missed? I'm kidding. I'm sure we're going to find out some more information here soon. But that is very interesting. Okay, let's take a look at this. NBC is talking about it. So away we go. And again, don't forget to hit that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, please. And thank you. That'd be greatly appreciated. But yeah, this is pretty crazy. So, attorney for Jane says media outlets are trying to out her identity. So, an attorney for Jane, okay, is blah blah blah, says media outlets are trying to out her identity. So, the attorney accused the outlets of live streaming and posting articles, actively attempting to uncover her client's identity, and then asked the court to stop these attempts to violate the court's order. Interesting, right? Yeah, I don't know Black Sigma. I don't know about all that, but I don't know. But one thing, thank you so much for the super chat, but I don't know about all that. But it is interesting nonetheless that they are trying everything they can to protect her identity, like really bad. So much that they're going so far as to be like, yo, YouTubers are live streaming her name right now, right? That's a very interesting thing. Okay. That's very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing too. I've been hearing like, other YouTube channels are like just straight up doing all the reverse math. Like they're going super hard in the paint trying to figure out who she is, and it's like, just let her do what she needs to do. Eventually, she'll write a book, and you'll figure it out. You know what I mean? But everyone's trying to like expose and show her name and all that, and it's like, no, let's not do that. How about that? Let's not do that, right? So stop these attempts to violate the court's order. The judge said members of the public are doing their own investigations and taking attempts to discern her identity. The judge told the attorney to identify who is trying to do this and make a submission, adding that he will consider issuing a gag order to the media if someone is found to have violated the rules. Oh my gosh. So then this whole thing, so that if that happens, that would mean that the media would be kicked out. You understand that? The media would be kicked out if there's a gag order. And there is, without a shadow of a doubt, somebody out here leaking information that they shouldn't be leaking from inside the courtroom. The judge can order a gag order, and that would mean everything would be shut down. Media would not get firsthand information. We would not have inner city press. That would mean everybody kicked out. It does not matter if inner city press, NBC, CNN, ABC, Washington Post, it doesn't matter if any of them are innocent. It doesn't matter. Everyone's a suspect, and now the media will not be trusted. And guess what? They're going to get kicked out. And then all of what we've been covering will be nothing. This will be just a private case trial that we would have to wait for the transcriptions later. Crazy, right? Yeah, phenomenal. Okay. Media would be on the hush, literally. Shut completely down because people are being dumb enough trying to expose this woman's face and name. It's okay to speculate. All of us who are out here, it's okay to ask questions because we're not in the room. We're not in the room. But the ones that are in the room that are actually walking out and going, her name is such and such, that's not good. That's sloppy work. That is sloppy work. Man, I hope that's not the case. Because here's the thing. People who are outside, who are just speculating, like, could it be this person? Could it be that person? Those people are innocent, right? Those people are innocent, right? But those who are actually in the room that are actually seeing her talk, and then they go out and they say her name, that is bad. That's not good. Okay? Like all these other accounts that are out here that are speculating and trying to do the math and trying to expose, trying to figure her out. I mean, I don't see anything illegal about that unless it's like, yo, my guy, insider just gave me gave me her ID and here it is. She's literally in there. She's in there, yo. She's the Jane Doe. If you're doing that, you shouldn't be doing that either. Right? Because you're going, I got a source from inside the courtroom. That's not good. But if it's like, okay, we're hearing this, we're hearing the stories, blah, 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 we're doing the math. It sounds a lot like such and such. That's okay. That's just speculation. That's just theory. We don't have anything to back up that theory. All we can do is say it's speculation. But if you're in the room, you're seeing them talk, you walk out to report the news and you're saying their name while the person is reporting, or while you're in there saying their name during your reports, that is a recipe for disaster. That's a recipe for disaster. Okay. So again, we'll see what happens. We'll see. And they're back. Thank you, lady. The longest freaking thing in the history of things, but okay. She's back on the stand. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. So Jane drafted a note. Okay. I just accept the fact that you were a pathological liar. So she wrote a letter, or wrote a note, read a note, I'm sorry, from her phone. And she wrote on February 12th of 2023, she testified. It was about her thoughts towards Diddy. You know what, babe? It's okay. I just accept the fact that you were a pathological liar. She read from that note, and just in part. Let's take a look. That's crazy. There are YouTube accounts that are trying to expose the Jane Doe. That's insane. Okay, all rise, blah, blah, blah. It's like, damn YouTubers. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dang, didn't I say it just a couple days ago? I'm like, man, so far the YouTube is, YouTubers are not getting in trouble. No one's, trying to put blame on the YouTubers. All right, we just towing the line. That's good. We're staying respectful. We're not doing anything crazy. Bet, right? And then out of nowhere, it's like, it just takes a hard left turn. It's like, oh, snap. Oh, snap. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Man, yeah, true crime. Yeah, I spoke too soon. Dag nabbit. I definitely spoke too soon. That's just frustrating. Okay. That is just one annoying thing. Okay, sorry. Just checking something here. Okay. So moving on. Okay. Please pull up this exhibit. What is this? A note on my notes. Were you writing what you were feeling at the time? Yes. I wrote, you lied straight to my face to use me for hotel nights before, or for a hotel night before your trip. Profound. And we wait again. Let me see if CNN has any more. Nope. Dagnab. Let's see. Let's see here. Um, but it is interesting that, yeah, boy. I mean, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, Tiffany. I understand, like, it would be easier if the YouTubers could just be removed and blah, blah. No, I don't think that's right. I think what should be done is, whoever, if that person did slip up and they're caught in 4K, then, that's a person that should be let out, right? That's the person that should be let go. If they really did say the person's name. Remember, there was another YouTuber that came out of the courtroom and was saying Mia's name. They weren't even referring Mia as Mia. They were referring to her as her actual government name, fully exposing and identifying the woman. They had seriously walked out of the courtroom and said, I saw her face and I know exactly who this mother lover is, right? That person's been banned from going into the courtroom. And I think that should be the same for, I think it should be the same for whoever, if it's true that somebody's out there putting out the information, that person should just be, gone, right? That's a person that should just be banned. It's an unfortunate thing, but it is what it is. And I'll say this, I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is. Okay. I think all of them that I've heard so far, that I've listened to, the staple people that I've been listening to, they've all been doing fantastic work as far as coverage to this thing. So, like I said, I'm not in that drama BS. I don't know who said it. I'm sure at some point that will be figured out. If that person is figured out, okay. If that person has been, exposed, that's on the courts and what they decide to do with that person. My name's Ben and I ain't in it. Okay. I think they all have been doing some fantastic work, because I don't think a lot of them are out here trying to do dirty work. Some other people that are out here, they're trying to do dirty work. They're trying to ruffle people's feathers. They're trying to start ish on, on the street, for no reason. Right. So again, just for some clicks and some views. And I think that's ridiculous. But outside of that, listen, everybody else has been doing a damn good job just doing coverage from what I've seen. Okay. And again, I'm not watching every single mother loving live stream or every single person that's out here. There's a lot of YouTubers out there. Okay. Just so you know, people that I don't even know, just so you know. But anyway, moving on. So let's just, put that to bed, put that down. Like I said, we'll see what they do. And that'll all be figured out, I'm sure, within the weekend, I'm sure. So she says, I wrote something and I said, you lied straight to my face to use me for a hotel night before your trip. So when you took a break from Diddy, where did you end up traveling? I went to France. Diddy started texting me again and again and again. Paris, Paris, Paris. How did it make you feel? It made me feel like he cared. But I knew I had to stay strong. So I went away for 5 whole days. He was adamant that we would see each other. And honestly, I did miss him too. Why? Because I loved him. Soon we were planning to go to Turks. But I'd go to Miami first. What did Diddy write to you? He said, a night of debauchery, then to the beach. Man. Oh my God. He can't let it go. He just can't let it go. He's like, hey, come on back. Oh, what's up? What's up? And then it's like, yo, I miss you. You know, I promise you Turks and Caicos. I promise you, blah, blah, blah. I promise, right? And then all of a sudden, they're back at it again. Come on down to Miami. I got you. And then it's like, okay, first we got to do this night. You know, we got to do a little bit of a freak-off night. And then tomorrow we go to the beach. All right? It's ridiculous, y'all. It's ridiculous. You know, the other thing is too, it's like, what good does it do for you to say the Jane Doe's name? Like, what good does it do for you? You know what I'm saying? Real talk. To suddenly just walk out and be like, I know her name. Her name is, you know what I'm saying? Like, that, in my personal opinion, that's wrong, right? That's not good journalism, you know? You're in the room. They're asking, the law is at the feds are requesting, demanding that you respectfully call this particular person Jane Doe. So then just let it be, right? So it's just so interesting. That's not good clout. That's terrible clout. And like I said, whoever did it, you know, if they did it intentionally, that's not good clout. That's messy. That's absolutely messy. But it is what it is. We'll see what they do. Okay. We will see what the court will do. So moving on. What did Sean write to you? Okay, he said, all right. He said, all right, a night of debauchery, then to the beach, right? She said, I said no. We have to reconnect. He said, okay, cool. Did that turn out to be true? No, it did not. What did you do in Miami? We bickered about Paris. He said his girl can't just up and leave like that. So this photo right here, yeah, our dinner. This is interesting. Like I said, I hope we get more context here soon, but that's interesting. So this photo, our dinner, that's our dinner. And then what? He took a pill, and then we went to the hotel. We were watching some spicy videos, and then Diddy said, do you want Don? And what did you say? Yes. I said yes. Why? I was just used to it. I just went through the motions. It sounds like she was saying, I'm just going through the motions. I was just used to it. It was just regularly scheduled program BS. Then we went to Turks. So almost in a way, it's like, maybe in her mind, she was like, I know that I have to do this. If I don't do this, okay. Like maybe she said that just so he can, you know what I mean? Maybe he said that, or she said yes, because she knew that if she did that, she would get Turks and Caicos. Maybe that's what it was. Or maybe she's like, well, we finally got to reconnect a little bit. I finally got to have a little bit of one-on-one time with him. And so I wanted to make him happy. So therefore, here it is. You know what I mean? Questions galore. Many, many questions. And it's weird because it keeps, it's like it flows. It's like, oh, here's an illegal moment, and then here's something that's consensual. Then here's something that isn't consensual, or may not be consensual, right? And then here's another moment where she gives in and says, "Yeah, let's do it." It's then it's consensual. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's a really weird and wild roller coaster ride that we're on right here. Real talk. It's very interesting. Huh. So this is the other thing too. It does make you wonder. Okay, she went to France, so she went and traveled, right? So she went to France, and then Diddy started texting her again, Paris, 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 which I'm kind of wondering what this is all about. Paris, Paris, Paris. How did it make you feel? It made me feel like he cared, but I knew I had to stay strong, so I went away for 5 days. So she went out to Old Paris for 5 days, enjoyed her time in Paris and in France, maybe checking out some French men, les enfants, les poissons, hee hee hee, maybe that's what it was. Getting him as upset and as jealous as she could. Okay. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. But he's like, yeah, don't come back. We'll reconnect. It'll be you and me. You and me. That's it. We will get this thing going. It'll be you and me. And then she goes back, right? And he's like, well, what about a freak off? And she's like, I don't want to do that. I want to reconnect. We haven't had time to reconnect. You really want me to do all this stuff and we haven't really reconnected yet? Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, oh, okay, my bad. You right. So come through. And then they said, okay. Where did you travel? France. So it was her in France. So we bickered about France or Paris. He said his girl can't just up. I think it's like, and leave like that. Maybe he's talking about his kids. Maybe he's talking about his kids. Like his girls can't just up and leave like that. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But they bickered about Paris, which is interesting. Why would they be bickering about France? Right? So interesting, right? Then what? Then they took a pill, went to a hotel, started watching some spicy videos, and then he said, "Do you want Don?" And she's like, "Yep, let's go ahead and do it." So interesting. Moving on. And in Turks, Paul came in. What happened? I'm back in an outfit. I'm going to try to do another round. It was really painful. I could not even have the relations. I could not do it. Why not? I was extremely sore at this point. Diddy even tried to lube me up. Wow. She was like swollen. She was like swollen shut. That's bad, yo. Jeez Louise. He's like, no. We let's use some of this lube. You know what I mean? It'll be fine. Wow. Wow. Yeah, mon Dieu. Oh, mon Dieu. It's bad. It's bad. Yep. More than just raw. It's like down there was just basically like ground beef at this point. It's terrible. It's terrible. Can't even perform because it's that sensitive, right? So I was extremely sore at this point. He tried to lube me up. He said, "You can't take any more D." I threw the bracelet and said, "You only brought me here to SD for you." I was talking, then sat down on the steps of a villa. Did he talk? Yes. He said, "How can you make me look like that in front of Paul?" Wow. Say that again. How can you make me look like that in front of Paul? So he's like, yeah, we're going to be good. We good. He's romancing, he's whining and dining. You know what I mean? He's like making her feel like she is the only one in the world at that moment, right? And then out of nowhere, they go to Turks and Caicos because she performs with Don in Miami. Then they go to Turks and Caicos because he finally is getting what he wants, right? So they go to Turks and Caicos. They're down there. They're kicking it. They're partying. They're doing their thing. And then all of a sudden, Paul comes in, which, by the way, is somebody who has been moved from one place to another to perform in these acts in Turks and Caicos. Because why would Diddy really need his trainer, his personal trainer with him in Turks and Caicos? Real talk. It's not like he's training for some huge movie role or something like that. So Paul comes in and he's in there he in there like swimwear, right? But apparently she's back in her outfit. She's in her heels. She's doing all the stuff, the baby oil, all the same old stuff. But there's a problem this time. This time, down below ain't having it either. She is that swollen. She is sore, swollen up because of whatever activities were involved, right? So he tries his best to try to lube her up so he can get back into the hibbity-dibbity, back into the action, right? She can't do it. It's not happening, right? I'm still here, guys. It's not happening. Whoops. I'm still here, guys. Hold on. I accidentally took the wrong thing down. Come on. There we go. Oh, that's why. Hold on. I'm still here, guys. Looks like my camera overheated a little bit. But she's so sore and she's so jacked up, he tries to lube her up. And then, out of nowhere, he says, "You can't take any more D." He's that distraught over the fact that she can't take any more of this, right? So I threw the bracelet that he gave her back in the day and said, "You only brought me here to SD for you." I was talking, then sat on the steps of a villa. Like she just, I'm sure, stormed out. She was like, "I'm done with this. I can't do this anymore." Right? Don't worry. I'm turning my camera back on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Camera just needed a second to cool off. Okay. Here we go. I'm back. All right. But still, nonetheless, said, "I'm done. You wanted me here just to perform for you. I'm not even here for love. I'm here for the freak-offs. What the hell?" Right? So then he chases after her. He walks over to her and he says, "How can you make me look like that in front of Paul?" How is this even real life? She continues, Diddy told me to apologize to Paul. I messaged her and said, oh, okay. Huh? Diddy told me to apologize to Paul. I messaged her and I said, I was sorry how I acted. I guess I messaged him and said I was sorry for how I acted, that I was really glad he came out to see me. Who told you to do that? Diddy told me to do that. Apologize, exactly. Apologize to who? Apologize to who, man? Who? Apologize? She's swollen. She's tired. She's wore out. She cannot perform. Yes. The Il Na Na was out of commission. Okay? She needed to put that ish, pack that ish on ice. That's basically what it is. How is that embarrassing for this? Come on, man. Like this is dumb. This guy's something else. Jury sees Jane's notes reflecting her frustration towards Diddy. So jury saw more of her writings in her notes app, which she said she sometimes copied and used these as messages to Diddy. So not all these messages went to Diddy, but some of them did. Okay. In February of 2023, she wrote, all you wanted was another hotel night and use me before your trip like you've been doing to me for 2 years. So yeah, she's like, you've been using me nonstop for 2 years like this, and I cannot take it anymore. You lied, and you said you had no time for me because you were stressed with work. That's what she wrote. And she also wrote that she wanted, quote unquote, anything outside of these hotels. Okay. From Diddy. Anything, she said, anything she wanted, and she wanted anything outside of the hotels from Diddy. Okay. Was a joke to him. And she said she was tired of being used every Friday to get zooted, to get lifted. Okay. No updates over there yet. It's insane, guys. This is insane. Yeah, Paul is not a female. Paul is a male, for sure. Paul is, if I'm correct, Paul is the personal trainer. He was a personal trainer that used to be a personal trainer for Diddy, but he also moonlit as an entertainer for these two as well, which is interesting. Like, you know, like while they're at it, he's like, you know, are you properly getting your macros in? You know what I mean? I mean, it's way much better than the Spanish buff guy who was sniffing things while you know, doing his thing while bumping uglies. Okay. It most definitely does, because that's weird. Just saying. Yeah, that's funny. The Diddy docket. Control. Hey. Come on. This is so annoying. I hate that. I hate how slow it is sometimes. So, Diddy suggested a birthday makeup trip and then proposed it include a hotel night. And that's not at all what she wanted, man. But he can't get, it's like it doesn't compute in his mind that she ain't in it anymore. She ain't into it anymore. Okay. Yeah, that personal trainer was busy, like I said. You know. Have you been tracking your macros? See, you got a lot of energy today. Damn. That new diet I gave you did work out. Okay. Yeah, I see those abs popping out. Looking good. Looking good. Right? Yeah, read the room exactly, Penny. He's just not. He's not. Is not registering in his brain. It's just not registering. You know, which is sad. It really messed up. Really, really messed up. And it could be because he was on so many, substances all the time. Maybe that's what it was too. I don't know. All right, but Jane said that she didn't respond to Diddy after they fought following her 2023 birthday celebration that ended with a hotel night. But he continued to call and text her a lot. He also had some of his staff, including an assistant and a butler, reach out to her. She testified. That's good information to have as well. She said she didn't respond to any of them. Jane said that she had scheduled a trip to Paris for Fashion Week after her fight with Diddy. She said it had been over 2 years since she had been able or had gone on a trip on her own. Because every time she went on a trip, it was with Diddy. And guess where she would how her nights would end up? It was always with those hotel nights. Let's be real. Okay. So, first time in a long time, in 2 years, that she went on a trip on her own. A few hours before her flight, Diddy started texting her repeatedly about Paris, and then he called her on the phone like 30 times in a row. She said she hadn't told him about the trip and that she had no idea how he found out. That's insane that he's texting her and calling her going, Paris, 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 Paris. How did he find out? That's insane. That's interesting, right? That's interesting right there. That information is interesting. She testified that she didn't respond, even though she said it made her feel like he cared. She went to Paris for about 5 days, and then when she came back, she and Diddy started talking again. We were bickering, but he was adamant that we should see each other. I missed him as well, she said. She also said Diddy told her to come to Miami so they could figure out a trip together as a birthday makeup trip. Jane read some messages between her and Diddy from March 2023. She testified that she had been talking about planning the makeup trip to Turks and Caicos. In the messages, he said that they can plan a night of debauchery and fun and then straight to the airport. She testified. And she testified that he meant that he wanted a hotel night. She responded, I just want us. We need to reconnect. He responded saying, cool. She testified that they in Miami before the trip were bickering about Paris. He was just showing just agitation about the fact that I just up and left and how his girl can't do that. She said. That's what he means about. Where is it? We bickered about Paris. He said his girl can't just up and leave like that. So he was bickering about another girl. Or maybe he was just talking about her. He was just showing agitation about the fact that I just up and left and how his girl can't do that. So he's like, you shouldn't be able to no, I don't like the fact that you were able to just up and leave like that. My girl can't do that. So that's him talking about his girl, right? Interesting. You're not allowed to go out and have fun. You can't just up and leave. Not at all. You're not allowed to do that. You can't just up and do that. My girl can't do that. That's insane. Yeah, this is just his belonging. This is just his plaything. My plaything, my toy can't do that. What the hell's wrong with you? Hell no. That's very, 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 very interesting. Let's continue on, though. So, apologize to him. Message how I'm sorry how I acted. That I was really glad he came out to see me. Okay. So, who told you to do that? Sean. So, what did you write to Sly? If he could come to Turks, I told him he'd need a passport and vaccination. The pokey poke. What did Sly respond with? He said, I'm willing, but I don't have a vaccination card. Why did you do this? Well, I was trying to make it up to Sean for what happened just a little bit ago. Why did you write this way to Sly and Paul? I wanted them to feel good, like they were not being used. Why? I just do. What was the love contract in March of 2023? He asked, how much did I want per month? So I said 15, and he said 10. The love contract. So now they got a love contract. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah. Get ready, because the defense is like, when the defense gets a chance, I feel like they're going to be running out like ravenous dogs being released from the gate. You know what I mean? That's gonna be, "Rawr!" You know what I mean? It's going to be like that. Okay? It's going to be like that, because they'll be like, oh, so you mean to tell me you were contacting these dudes, and you mean to tell me you weren't enjoying having a conversation with them the entire time? You're telling me that you weren't hitting them up and enticing them because you enjoyed that intention? And if you really think about it, I mean, shoot, if this is all I'm doing, you know what I mean? I don't blame her for sitting there going, no, I want 15. I want 15. Here's our contract. I'm not doing this stuff anymore. And he's like, how about this? I'll pay you for this stuff. I mean, in my mind, I would think that she would just say, F no, I'm going to pack up my stuff. And if it means I got to live in a shoebox apartment for a few years while I stack up on this bread, then I'm going to go. Right. But at the same time, she's like, shoot, give me 15. And he's like, nah. How about 10? That's crazy. Sorry, I'm just looking at the comments real quick. All right, everybody chill in the chat. Hopefully, everybody chill. Everybody has a right to have their own opinions and all that. Everybody be okay. Let's everybody has opposing views on everything. Okay, as long as we're not attacking each other and still being respectful, but saying our opinions, I think you'll be okay. All right, let's just be kind to each other. All right, but one thing is for sure: the defense is going to make a meal out of her. And it's going to be interesting how it all depends on how she handles the questions. If she folds like Bana, it's bad. Okay. But this particular Jane Doe, she has seen some things. And there was a love contract. I'm wondering if there's paperwork on that, because that's very interesting. So he asked, she's like, what was this love contract? He asked, how much did I want per month for what I'm doing? So she said, I said I wanted 15, and he said 10. So he started paying your rent, right? Because that was in March of 2023. So okay. So he started paying your rent, right? So oh wow. Wow. He started paying for your rent, right? She says, yes. Who's paying for your rent right now? Sean Diddy Combs. Woo! She is still on his payroll, y'all. She is still on his payroll, and she's still testifying against Diddy. Wow, what a curveball, y'all. Oh, that's one hell of a curveball right there, Harry. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, that was an absolutely amazing curveball. That just came out of nowhere. Didn't even expect that to happen. She is on his payroll still to this day. I'm going to tell you what, though. Not anymore. Lo siento. Not anymore. As soon as that got over, he's going to be like, hey, I need you to call that, call my financer. I need to call my CPA. Tell him to cut her off right now. Okay. What else did Diddy pay for? My teeth. What do you mean? Okay. Diddy didn't really like my teeth, so I got new veneers. He also paid to furnish my house, and my allowance just didn't do it. It just didn't cover the, furnishing my house. And I used 3 credit cards to cover that. Wow. She's risking it all. But that also says something, okay? Okay? This does say a lot. The fact that she's willing to step forward and speak out against him right now, regardless if she gets evicted tomorrow or not, okay? Regardless if she gets evicted or not, she is still speaking out against Diddy. She said, I'm going to risk it all. I don't care. I don't care if I have to live in a shack for the rest of my days. He's not getting away with what he's done to me. Yeah. She said, F it. I'll put it all on the line. Here we go. Yeah, he pays for all my stuff. Yeah, he took care of my teeth, furnished my home, and he's paying my rent. And I'm still here talking. Whew, that is diabolical. That is diabolical. Oh, come on. Give us some more updates. What the hell? That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Hamburger. Hold on. I'm checking a few other news spots here. Just to see if there's any updates. Yeah, she ain't gonna have that house no more. That house is gonna go bye-bye. Wherever that house is, no one docks her. All right? No one. But I'm just saying, ain't no way after this trial she's walking back into that house. Watch. Ain't no way. Unless, and only unless, there's something in her contract, in that love contract, that is like, this contract is till, becomes obsolete in this expiration date, right? But underneath that love contract, he is obligated to pay for her livelihood under the love contract. That could be it. But nonetheless, wow. She is testifying while he is still paying her bills. That's very revealing, guys. That says a lot about about the witness. It says a lot about this witness. Real talk. Let's see what they say. 5 new updates. Let's go. We got a little bit of time. Oh, well, they're talking about the social media accounts and news outlets are attempting to reveal the anonymous witness's identity as she testifies about Diddy's alleged attacks. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. The attempts are out. Attempts to out Jane, threaten her safety and privacy. And the lawyer said, while the jury was out of the room, the witnesses team is reaching out to those parties for purposes of future enforcement. Wow. I'm telling you right now, again, there's going to be some YouTubers that are going to be speaking out soon and being like, I just got reached out by, by some attorneys for saying this particular person's name or something like that, right? Beautiful disaster. I'm saying, hey, let him keep paying, baby. I agree too. Okay. But it's a crazy left turn, and that's a huge hit. You got to understand that's a huge hit for the jury to consume. You got to understand they're like, whoa, she is willing to risk it all. She's putting all the chips on one. You know what I mean? She's putting it all on one number. You know what I mean? I'm putting it all in. I don't care. F it. Because I can't live like this anymore, and he's a monster, right? That's crazy. All this time. And again, most people will look at this and go, well, is she just a disgruntled ex-girlfriend? Is she just a woman scorned? Not illegally. I'm just saying a woman scorned. She's just in her fifis and she feels like this is the best recipe for revenge. Or did she really go through some things with Diddy? You also got to remember, they have not even gotten to the physical altercation that they allegedly went through together. Remember, defense is saying that this physical altercation that happened was a mutual exchange of blows. That's not how prosecution's laying it out. They're making it sound like she was viciously attacked by Diddy because they were both like they were angry. Something came, all of it came to a head, right? Pun not intended, but it is intended. Okay, but still, again, think about that. They still have not gotten there yet. They're just looking at notes. They're looking at her little poetry, her little, journal entries that she writes in her phone. You know what I mean? Roses are red. You know what I mean? So, is this a woman scorned? Or is this a woman that was actually viciously attacked by Diddy and used like a doll by Diddy? So, Jane said she tried to distance herself from Diddy for a period of time in early 2023. He texted her. He called her. He had his butler and his assistant reach out to her, she testified. He eventually sent her a message saying that he would like to make up for her missed birthday by going on a lavish trip. So, Jane agreed to reconnect. She agreed to reconnect. I remember that's when Sean Diddy and I started opening communication again. We were bickering, but he was adamant that we should see each other, and I missed him as well, and I wanted to see him too. So, and I loved him. I loved him too. So they're looking at images of Diddy and Jane on vacation in 2023. Combs on a beach smiling, the couple posing cheerily. The supposedly one-on-one trip was Diddy's idea to win her back after she tried to cool their relationship. Okay. But shortly after arriving, he seemed bored and invited male S-workers and a personal trainer to join them. We had another one of those long nights. So she told the jury, who did not know, she did not know that there was going to be S-workers joining them. At one point, she said she had relations for more than 24 hours. It was just really painful, said Jane. I was extremely sore at this point. Like I said, she was done, tired, sore, and he still was trying to get her to finish strong, right? Jane testifies that Diddy is still paying her rent, which is diabolical. This is crazy. After everything, he's still paying for her rent. And oh my God. Jane said that Diddy was still paying for her rent. In March 2023, she said that she and Diddy made an agreement that he would pay her a monthly allowance. I said 15,000. He said 10. This is what her referring to the allowance. I started looking for new places and moved into a new home and used that budget. I wanted something big and spacious for my child and I to enjoy, a place I could go home to and enjoy, some sense of balance in the relationship. This is balance in the relationship. Well, I get it. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. I get what she's saying. Now I do. But I'll explain here in a second. Still not the greatest transaction, but it is what it is. All right. So a place that you can call home and enjoy, and then some sense of balance in the relationship. I had been giving him all of my love, and this was him giving me something. So now I get it. I get it, what she's saying. I don't agree with it, but I get it. That she's like, yo, I'm literally bending over backwards. I am pushing my body to beyond its physical limits just to entertain this man, right? And what is he doing? He's running around and he's smashing other women. He's doing whatever he wants, but he's putting her through the ringer. So I get what she's saying by like, nope, I want money, and I want to be able to get that money to take care of my kid and have a nice place to live. That's the least I can do. That's the least you can do for me. If I can't get you one-on-one, then you're going to financially support me. So give me my money, right? Maybe that's what it is, right? And she's like, for all of my hard work, literally that's really, really hard work, what she's doing, okay? For all that hard work, give me that nice house. But I think so too, that she could have just, I'm not this woman. I'm not trying to shame anyone. I'm not trying to victim shame or anything of that sort, but we have had this conversation before. If it really was not something that you really wanted to do, go get a job, or start that OF and make your own money, girl, and be done, right? That's just what I see. But again, it is what it is, okay? So Combs is paying her rent then and is still paying her rent now, she disclosed. She said the allowance was not enough to furnish her new place, adding that she opened 3 credit cards and went into debt in order to buy furniture. So she's house poor. She's house poor. Crazy, y'all. So she entered a 2-year. Yep, there it is. So what did I say? This is the reason why she is still on his payroll. She is still getting rent paid for her, because there's a 2-year love contract with Diddy. Now I'm wondering if this is actually written in paperwork, right? So she said after the 2023 trip to Turks and Caicos, she said she and Diddy entered into a quote unquote love contract. I wonder if they have that paperwork. I'm wondering if this is an actual contract, unless this is just a mutual agreement, like a hearty handshake between 2 adults. I don't know, but that's very interesting. So Diddy asked Jane what she wanted as a monthly allowance. They agreed upon $10,000, and she spent that on rent on a new home, which I'm sure that house and that spread is probably redunculous. But moving on, Jane said that she agreed to a 2-year contract because it matched the time they had already spent in their relationship. She said she moved into a house where Diddy paid the rent in April of 2023. So the following month, she moved into a Freakoff house. Okay, who's paying your rent right now? This is what prosecution asked. Jane said Diddy, confirming that he is currently still paying her rent. So it's under some sort of 2-year contract, which is interesting, right? Moving on, she says he paid for her veneers because he didn't like my teeth. Around that same time, Diddy started paying, around the same time that Diddy started paying Jane's rent, he also paid for her to get veneers. She says because he didn't like my teeth. So between April and August of 2023, Jane and Diddy saw each other frequently, always for these hotel nights. At one point in that time, she texted Diddy complaining that she hadn't seen him. Jane testified that she meant that she hadn't seen him alone outside of the hotel room. Diddy responded, Well, get over it, please. Look at the roof over your head and that pretty smile. I don't want to do anything if that's an issue. Wow. He's an interesting one. Let's see if there's any updates with. Okay, we got a few things. Thank God, a few. All right. So so of course she furnished the house. Her allowance just wouldn't cut it, covering all the furniture. So she got 3 credit cards and maxed out 3 credit cards to furnish the entire house. Okay. So moving on, I had promised him an all-star party. Okay. So what is that exactly? What's an all-star party? I'd bring the top 3 guys all in the same night. Ay, ay, ay. Talk about a spicy meatball. Moving on. Why would you do this? I was with my lover and he liked it. I told him I have to be awake at 8 a.m. Sunday. I said the last time I got sick. So this is the first text. What is this? What's going on here in this first text? He felt hesitation about about the all-star party. He asked, "Does your hoo-ha hurt? You're not being straight with me." So the 2D. The 2D. What is the 2D a minute later? He quoted my text. He quoted my text asking for help with more furniture for the house. Huh. The 2D a minute later, he quoted my text asking for help with more furniture for the house. Here, prosecution says, here Sean writes, Rico is ready. Who is that? Foreshadowing, don't you think? Rico is ready. Who is that? Maybe the man named Michael? Or wait, maybe it was a role play and Diddy was Rico? You don't know? Yeah, I really don't. Unbelievable. 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 So he might be like, yes, so Rico's ready. You know what I mean? I don't know, but that's weird. So it might have been a role play thing. It might not have been. It could have been a guy named Michael. Michael Rico. I don't know. Yeah, maybe the second. Yeah, April's like, maybe he means the second. Oh, okay. So the first text and the second text a minute later. Yeah. So he quoted my text asking for help with more furniture for the house. So she might have already maxed out her credit cards and she's like, I could really use some help with some, I need a bed for the guest bedroom or something like that, or my kiddo needs a new, drawers or something like that. I don't know. Something like that, right? So maybe she was asking for something like that. But that's interesting that he writes later, Rico is ready. And who was that? And she's like, I think it was maybe role playing. And maybe Rico was Sean. Diddy was Rico. And, maybe it was just some role playing thing. I honestly don't know. Why did you send Diddy a photo of pink toilet paper? To show that the time of the month was about to come down, that I needed the night off, and that we needed to postpone. What did he write back? You're getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done. This guy's something else. How dare you have the time of month time of the month right now. The hell you say? What? How dare you have Sharks Week right now? That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. You getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done. What's wrong with this guy? What? So it's attractive to just be, leaking out while a guy is trying to do all kinds of stuff to you? Like that's okay. Like I said, again, she is nothing to him. She is nothing. Yes, Tiffany, the man is an absolute lunatic. Okay? He has lost his marbles. As we wait, we got like 15 more minutes before all this stuff, before it is, yeah, pink toilet paper. Just waiting for more updates. So annoying. Let's see what they got. Okay, so she's still paying for her rent. She, even as she testifies against him, this part of the verbal love contract. So this was a verbal love contract. Interesting. She and Diddy agreed to in 2023. The contract stipulated a $10,000 a month payment to Jane as a key feature of their relationship, and how prosecutors alleged Diddy wielded influence over her. Now, I want you guys to know this too. There's plenty of guys that do this. I want to make sure you guys know this. There are plenty of dudes out here, plenty of, God, I hate using this term, but I got to use it for right now. These high value guys, right? These very rich, well-to-do guys, they have plenty of these situations where they're like, yo, all I ask is for you to do what I want, that I ask for you to do, but I'll make sure that your car, you got the nicest whip. I'll make sure you have the nicest home. I'll make sure all your bills are paid for. I got you. But all I ask for you to do is when it's time for you to show up somewhere, you show up looking fire. You show up looking like a damn knockout. That's all I ask. And if we end up doing a little something later on, you do that. Okay. This is all I ask. This is the agreement that we have. I'll make sure you are needing for nothing as long as you make sure I'm in the need for nothing. Right? Plenty of guys do this. Plenty of very rich men do this. This is the reason why I'm not sitting here saying all of them do this, but there is a good portion of dudes where you see and you're like, holy cow, she is a knockout. How is she with him? There's that. The guy can barely sit down, can barely even walk, but they're with somebody who is literally just came out of a magazine, right? Came out of a movie, came out of a music video. You're just like, wow, who is that? Wow. Beautiful. Old crotchety dude. And you're going, what is the dynamic in this relationship? Well, that dynamic could very well be like a love contract. Hey, I'll be with you. We're going to do our thing. I understand you got other girls. That's fine. You can do you. I'm going to do me. But a lot of these girls, they're under a love contract, meaning they're only allowed to be with that guy and that guy only for only however long the agreement lasts for. So she can't run around and smash other dudes. Oh, hell no. That's not okay. That's not a good look. Not for the guy, at least, right? Yeah, definitely sugar babies. Definitely sugar babies. Plenty of that all over the place. We see it all the time. You go to a fancy restaurant and you're like, wow, you're sitting down, you're having your dinner, blah, blah, blah. And you see that rich guy who, clearly is trying really hard to stay looking young, but he's clearly up there in age. And he's walking in with some young 20-something. And you're like, how? What? You don't even need, there is no like how, what, oh my gosh, what's going on here? You're not doing that because you already know the program. At least fellas can agree with this. We're not even sitting there going, oh my, you know what I mean? We're not like, what is going on? How did that happen? No, we're just like, oh, I get it. How's the steak? It's good, right? We're not even caring because we already know what the breakdown is. We seen it. We all seen it. So it's like, okay, yeah, of course she's gorgeous. Yeah, of course she's pretty. Of course she's good looking. What else is new? She's with him. He just pulled up in a car I've never even heard of before. I can't even pronounce it. Like, it's so futuristic, it probably flies. You see what I'm saying? And it probably cost more than any of the homes I've ever lived in myself. You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, makes sense. Moving on. You don't even bat an eye. You don't even bat an eye. And, I've sat across situations and dinners like that before. And for a fact that those girls that are there, I'm sure they're lovely, very well-spoken, beautifully articulate women. But that's not what they're there for. So they don't say much. I've seen it a million times. It's insane. They don't say much. They just sit there and they look pretty and they enjoy their meal or they enjoy their little cocktail and they say nothing. So it's the same type of thing here, except this is an extreme situation. I'm not sitting here saying that these guys are out here sitting down with these girls, these sugar babies, and saying, yeah, after this, we go to a Freakoff. No. No. Maybe they do. I don't know. But this is an very extreme version right here. Very extreme version. Okay? And that's true too, dedicated runner. You ain't wrong with that either. There are a good portion of sugar daddies out there that are not. They're young, they're professional, but maybe they just don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to pick up women. So they just solely rely on the fact that, like, I got a nice whip. Look at my car. I got a lot of clothes that are really nice. This t-shirt is $1,000. I bought it only because it's $1,000. But they have no personality, but they got lots of money. So what do? They go over to these sites, so they go to these people, and then there's another version of it. So they're younger. They're definitely younger. There are those out there for sure. Or here's the other thing too. It may not be a situation of like they don't know how to talk to women. It may be a situation of they're so busy that they don't have time to talk to women. That's the other thing too. I don't have time to be running around here trying to find the future misses when I'm always making deals. So what do? They go, well, I'm looking for somebody I could just be around. They can be around with me, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to work that hard. They already know they already understand the procedure. So let's just get it going. Right? So that does exist too. Okay. That does. And there's women out there too that do this with men as well. Okay. It's not a lot, but they do exist. We got a new update though. So again, we already know about this, okay? She saw him after the contract was agreed upon. She was forced to perform acts with other men, okay? If she did not wish to participate, he would follow up with a threat. That's important information as well. He would follow up with a threat. So they have already seen text messages where Jane told Diddy she did not want to feel beholden to him at the expense of losing her home. We heard that yesterday, and I think we heard some of that today as well. So, new update. Jane, okay, has spent a lot of Friday reading aloud long chains of text messages between her and Diddy, explaining in fine detail the actual acts that she said she felt obligated to participate in, as Diddy flexed more psychological and financial control over her. And like we didn't already know, Jane is a pseudonym. We already know that. So she was in the middle of reading another long text chain when someone in the courtroom sneezed. Oh my dear God. Jane didn't even break stride, giving a reflexive bless you before passing on. Oh, Jane Doe with a heart of gold. Jane Doe with a heart of gold. Yeah. She has a heart of gold. She's like, in the middle, bless you. He said this. That's what happened. Someone sneezed. Someone mother-loving sneezed. Let's go. So did he write back, you getting your hair done for nothing? I'm done. So let's continue. What did you mean? Movie night was not on my mind. What was that? We would not have an entertainer. We would just watch our own movies of our own movies of the hotel nights. And we would call it a movie night. That's crazy. So movie nights is when they're going to see that moment where he kind of did that weird twist, that twist thrust. Man, I love that. That was amazing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, are they doing commentary? Are they watching these and doing commentary? You know what I mean? That's crazy. We're here. It's called Freakoff Night. Here, I'm Diddy, and this is right here, my co-star, Jane Doe. Say hello. Hi. So we're here to look at the, play-by-play, the craziness that happened last week. It was an insane. Let's bring up the stats. We got 6'4", 180 pounds, and a hog longer than a baby's arm holding an apple. What do you say about this, Jane Doe? Oh, I was really nervous when he came in. He was walking into the room, and I was just sitting there going, wow, he's a very big, massive man. Was he not massive? It was absolutely insane. Let's go and take a look at some of the B-roll real quick. Let's see some of the film. Pausing it in the middle of it, pulling out the marker, marking all the, see that thrust right there where he's got the ball of his foot. See where I said ball? Ball of his foot gripping on the carpet as he's doing the weird skloopity-doo with his hips, getting that thing in there. Man, what a move. Have mercy. Crazy. You were right there in the field. What did it feel like, Jane Doe? Well, it just really took my breath away, literally. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't it feel a little bit like that? He's like, no. Next time that look on your face, I don't like that look on your face. You need to fix your face next time. Okay? Next time. Okay? Oh my God. Yeah, let's play that instant replay. Donnie, roll it the film. You know what I mean? He was a great contender. I mean, we got the Punisher right here to tell us his experience while we are watching. This is absolutely incredible. The Punisher. What an incredible performance. Tell me a little bit more about the experience on the field. Well, I got to say, I got to thank God. And, it was just an amazing experience. I didn't expect it. I was really nervous at first, but I didn't know that was going to go down. But, she's really beautiful. It was an amazing experience. And, it's great to have another partner to be, on the field with doing these performances. And, we had a great direction from, a brilliant man and all that. Oh my gosh, you are just crazy. The Punisher. The check's in the mail, or is it in cash? But one of my assistants will get it. KK, take care of that. Jane Doe, what do we have next? Well, it looks like another Freakoff. Looks like another Freakoff coming up very soon. We'll be seeing you guys next time on Freakoff Replay. We'll be right back. Like, that's literally what it is. Literally. Oh, dear Lord. Movie night. Yep, movie night. Moving on. So, you're welcome. So, they called it movie night. So they were watching all the B-roll of all this stuff. Okay? So, what did you write? I wrote, why do you talk about the father of my child? I got to tread lightly on this because they're watching. Why do you talk about the father of my child? All because you don't get your way one night and bust a... Why do you talk about the father of my child? That's interesting. All because you didn't get your way one night and bust a nut. Okay. So then, prosecution says, what did he say? What did he say back in his voice message? And then in Combs' voice, I don't have time, baby girl. You need to get on your job. How do you interpret that? Making sure he's happy, including these nights. How did you respond? That he always brought up paying for the house. It felt like, I don't know, like a guilt trip. I think it's a good time to take a break for the day and week. Thanks, jury, for staying late. Avoid any coverage about this case. All rise, jury leaves. Yes, like I said, very interesting stuff. So they would do movie night and rewatch all the stuff that was going on, right? Rewatch all the stuff that was going on. So those were more of a chill night. But what's interesting is if this is true, because you got to remember, some things she was down for and some things she wasn't down for. Remember that. There were some things that she was down for and other things that she was not down for. Okay? Some of those freak off nights she wanted to do. So again, she's watching. It's kind of interesting because there's ones that she didn't want to do. She consensually said yes. You got to remember, there are a good portion of them that she consensually said yes. We have to put that out there. I'm sorry. I know that some people are going to be angry about that, but that is true. She would go, okay, yeah, let's do it. Because she wanted to make him happy. Now, I don't know that this is where it gets really, fluid. Okay. It gets very gray. All right. And, so I don't know if that's coercion or if it's just her being like, I wanted to do it. I agreed to do it because I wanted to make him happy. Is that coercion? I don't know. Right. But what is true is that she said, yeah, I'm down. Yeah, let's just do it. Yeah, let's do it. Right? It's not like she turned to him and he's like, let's do it. And she says, no, I don't want to do it. She didn't say that. So again, even reliving the movie nights, you got to remember, some of them, it's like, I really didn't want to do that one. Oh, you know what I mean? But then there's other ones where it's like, I'm that one was a fun time. I really like him. I really enjoyed performing with this particular guy, right? So again, hold on. We're going to look at a couple things. We ain't done yet here. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, Charity, thank you so much. Dude, I'm rolling long. Much love. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you were able to watch the show. But like I said, movie night, Freakoff replay, it's hilarious. It's just wild. We're going to rewatch Blow, Bang by Bang. You know what I mean? But anyway, Just Me, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. For the super chat. Good live. Thank you. Thank you so much. That should be a skit. I swear to God, it should be. But, how do you do that without, showing images of the hibbity dibbity, right? But anyway, again, I think that's going to be the ongoing argument here. Is this 100% consensual, or is this not 100% consensual? That's the thing, right? They would go, at least she got some time off. Thank God. Because again, that's some crazy stuff, right? So again, the Freakoffs, these movie nights where they would watch the films that they did together. That's pretty crazy, right? That's pretty insane. But given the fact that there's, some of them she's reliving trauma, but then some of them she's not. Here's the other thing too. Proof positive that Diddy was for sure filming these videos. Here's the other thing too. We already had proof positive before when they played the video and the courtroom heard the audio of the S tape where she was trying to get that S worker to wear a rubber, right? We heard all of that. So that's proof positive that these videos do exist, okay? That he was holding on to multitudes of videos. And we just saw some of these Freakoff photos and videos. They're showing him and presenting them in court. So again, this is not good for Diddy. It looks bad for Diddy. But the defense could take and make a meal out of this woman, because they can literally possibly lean on the idea that she was doing this 110% out of pure enjoyment and interest of doing this with Diddy. The question, though, still remains on the STing, the trafficking, the D-trafficking, the substance, moving the substances back and forth. All those things are still up for question. Here it is. They're presenting it pretty decently here. I will say that in my personal opinion. But like I said, I am not a lawyer. I am just a guy who talks, right? And trying to keep you guys entertained. But something's for sure. They are really drilling home the STing, the substance teeing, okay? The purchasing of pros and all that. Now we're seeing that. Now we're seeing the scope of it. But the thing is the defense is going to be running with, hey, don't you see what's going on here? Don't you see that she was hiring these guys? She was moving these guys around, so on and so forth. Okay? Aren't they doing don't you see they're doing all that ish? Can't you see that? That's what I feel like they're going to be pushing with. Big time. Okay? Big time. But again, we'll see. We will see. This particular Jane Doe is a big one. This is a very, very big deal. Okay. This is a big witness to have on the stand. And yes, there's a lot of gray. Let's not forget, there's going to be a lot of gray. You have somebody who is claiming that she was in love with Diddy, felt like she was trying to cultivate some sort of relationship with Diddy. And I get it. Certain men or certain people of economic or social status, okay, you might be more willing to let somebody date other people or have a gaggle of ladies at his fingertips because he is who he is. That's some crazy stuff, though. That is some crazy stuff. Because you know for a fact that kind of understanding does not happen between a regular, hardworking, middle class, low to middle class earning man. That doesn't happen. You turn to your girlfriend. I just want you to know I'm dating like 3 other girls at the same time. But I still like having time with you, and I want you to be my girl too. You're my girl too. But like I'm dating like 17 other girls at the same time. You cool with that? That doesn't exist for Nah. Dude that's working at the local Jiffy Lube, that's not happening. I'm sorry. That's not happening. Okay? No disrespect. I'm just saying. Us regular guys out here, I make videos on YouTube. I love you, but I got 15 other girls that I love too. Is that cool? When we get together, we could do the hibbity dibbity, but we got, I got like 6 other girls that I'm dating too. You know what I'm saying? No, that's not happening. Yep. Okay, lovable. Absolutely. Okay, absolutely. Because the money always sweetens the deal. Okay, let's be real. Okay, so 101. Thank you. Got the best. Diddy trial read facts. Not a bunch of hollering, victim blaming, and judgment like some other streams. Great smooth voice, easy on the ears, and funny. Keep it up. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm just trying to keep it entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, I want justice. If justice needs to be brought in this situation, then we get justice, right? If he's exonerated and they're able to poke hella holes out of everything and he's literally innocent, then he needs to be innocent. He needs to be set free, right? But one of the things for sure, reading all these transcripts and stuff can be boring as fuck. Can be boring, guys. Okay? So I try to keep it as interesting as I can. I mean, when it gets really, really bad, I try my best to, step back and get serious. But when it comes to all this, it's kind of hard to just talk about all this, the lube and the baby oil and all that without asking questions. I can't help myself sometimes. I don't know. I just can't sometimes. But I'm ending the poll really quick. So out of 1,600 1,600 votes, I can't talk right now. 1,600 votes. I said, do you believe Jane Doe? 84% of you, more like 85% of y'all, say yes. There you have it. 85% of y'all believe Jane Doe. Okay. So let's take a look at this. We got a few more updates. And for a fact they're still talking. I guarantee you they're still talking. Because I'm sure they're like, well, the person is on a YouTuber. So they're probably still talking about that too. Oh, maybe not. We're going to see about that. Let's take a look at this, though. Got a couple updates. We already saw about that. We already saw about the Jane Doe getting her apartment or her home being paid for. So we got 2 things here. All right. So Diddy was upset with Jane for propositioning a hotel night when she was unwell. Text messages show. So text show in court, read by Jane. All right. They show that Diddy became irritated at her when she postponed the all-night hotel night. You know what I mean? It's like all-night hotel night. Whoops. Here we go. We got Don. You know what I mean? Like, and they're busting through like a whole little screen. It's like this is like I'm expecting like cheerleaders and a marching band. You know what I mean? Like, and all of a sudden they just come out. Sly, Paul, and Don, give it up. The all-star Freakoff show. You know what I mean? That's crazy. With confetti and a lot of somebody running out with a t-shirt gun, being like, t-shirt cannon. Who wants a t-shirt? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? What's going on? So she set this whole thing up, okay? The all-star night, the ultimate freak-off. And then it got shut down because it was that time of the month and she was not feeling well, okay? An all-star hotel night involves more than one entertainer at a time. So she was going to go in. And actually, those guys were about to go in. But you know what I'm saying. They were about to go in, baby. So she said she texted Diddy that her body hit a wall. Okay. And that she did not want to do substances, to which Diddy responded, well, then drink champagne instead. When she told him that she got that time of the month and shared a picture with him proving that she was, it was that time of the month, he accused her of acting weird as F and playing him. F you for real? Pfft, leave me alone. Jane texts back that she had been giving him hotel nights for 2.5 years and that she's not a liar, cheater, or an S robot. Okay? We just need to have a serious talk about everything, she wrote. He did not respond to her for 3 whole weeks because she was on that time of the month. That's insane. Moving on. Diddy told Jane she would have a rude awakening if she didn't comply, witness testifies. In an audio message from Diddy to Jane, okay, was played in court, he warned she was going to have a rude awakening. You will have silence if she did not participate in hotel nights with him. I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, he said in the message. He then told her, you got me on my job. It will never work like that. It'll never work like that over here. You need to get on your job, meaning his job is supporting her financially. And her job of taking care of him and making sure he's happy. You have left me no choice. You have me treating you. You have left me no choice. You have me treating you. I'm trying to be clear. I'm going to disappear on you. Interesting. And then, of course, they adjourn for the day. She'll retake the stand on Monday. Yeah, this is very pimpage. This is very pimpage. Absolutely. Very pimpage. It's like a... Guys, read the book. Read this book. Crazy. He's literally like buck breaking this woman. Pretty much. Okay. So let's see what they say here. So defense says there are 2 exhibits that are objected to. Notes this victim wrote, calling Diddy a liar because he has multiple women. We said that in our opening. So then they said, put it in letter, and then they adjourned. Yeah, this was knuckin' futs. Y'all, what a crazy day. What a crazy day. Okay? Freakoff night replays. Oh, my Lord. Anyway, but what say you guys? I know that a lot of you guys are believing this Jane Doe. You know what? I do too. I do actually believe her. I don't think, but at the same time, I also do think that there could be moments where it was consensual, and then there was moments where she was forced to do things. I think in the very beginning, she wanted to do it. It's kind of like Cassie. In the very beginning, she was down with it until she didn't read the fine print. She didn't know what was entailed. And it's like, damn, I got to hold this position for 3-4 hours straight. In fact, I got to do this for 3 days straight. No time to drink water, not even eat. I just got to be in this position, smashing. What? That's insane. That's insane. Right? It does sound a lot of a quid pro quo. Absolutely. Okay. It does sound like does give a quid pro quo type situation. But at the same time, if she's sitting there going, I don't want to do this. And he's like, well, I ain't paying your home. You're going to be out of house and home here real quick, girl. I don't know. There's a lot of gray. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen on Monday. The prosecution really does need to bring it home. Like they really need to start. It's because right now it's like, can you read this text message for me? Well, why are you doing that? You know what I mean? It's stuff like that. And it's like, can we just get straight to the point? Hit that orchestral music and get straight to it, please and thank you. I don't think that's much to ask. I really don't. Let's just get straight to the meat and potatoes. For crying out loud. So maybe that will eventually happen here on Monday. Let's get to the parts where it really is, if there really is straight up and down coercion. Let's see that. You see what I'm saying? So I'm interested to see what's going to happen here. But nonetheless, this whole thing is very sad. You know? Yes, it's entertaining. Yes, it's salacious. Yes, there's comical moments. There's parts that you just can't stop. You can't help but chuckle at because it's just insane. Okay. You can't believe that it's actually real. But nonetheless, somebody went through this. And that is what's so terrifying and so messed up about the situation as well. You know, like I said, with her, I believe some of it. You know what? I will even go even further and say I think a lot of it was consensual for her, but not all of it. See what I'm saying? At some point, she said, I'm tired. You're using me, and I don't want to do this anymore. I don't find any joy in this. This is not cool. And I think that's what happened here. You know what I mean? But like I said, we're going to see what happens here. We have time. We have the weekend for everyone to relax, chill. And then we're back on Monday with all the craziness all over again. But hopefully you guys had a good time. Hopefully you enjoyed today's show. Hopefully I kept you entertained, but also informed. That's what matters the most, right? But that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Real talk. Without you guys here, I'd be talking to a wall. So it does mean the world to me that you guys are here. Okay? Thank you so much for being here again. But please do me a favor. You know, there might be some shows this weekend, so be on the lookout for that because there's a lot of things that are going on in the world that we need to have a discussion about. So I'll be back on to discuss those things. So do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on those other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you hit that follow button over there. Hit that subscribe button here on my main channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there, please and thank you. Okay? Hopefully there'll be some videos on that second channel this weekend for you guys as well. So make sure you subscribe to both. Make sure that notification bell is set to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because a lot of it is random. Okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a patron. Become a member of the family. Check out my Patreon and check out PascalMerch.com. All right, guys? Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. If I don't see you guys this weekend, have a great, safe weekend. You deserve it. I'll be talking to you guys soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.